Cristiano Ronaldo, Suey. Cristiano Ronaldo, suey.
What's good, squadron? How are we all? How are we all? I hope you're better than me, that's for sure. But thank you very much for tuning in, guys. Apologies for the delays of the game that was due to start at 4 o'clock. We're just waiting on the boys of Team Ricochet and Clutch Rayn to get lobbied up. But we're back again. Final day of Season 3 of the ACCL. This is flying past at the moment. I remember the first season not too long ago. And if you're wondering where Mr. Pabs is, he's frantically running back from town. He couldn't make the 4 PM game, so hopefully he can be on board with us either midway through this series or realistically towards the end of this one, potentially the start of the next series. But yeah, we've got a really good game here on this channel between Team Ricochet and Clutch Rayn, and then Ant. Apologies, I don't actually know what his stream is. I think it might be It's Just Ant. He's doing the other game at the moment in the bracket. I will just show you guys what the bracket is currently looking like at the moment. So we're down to our last 4 teams. We've obviously got winners final at the top here in that game 20 between Team Ricochet and Clutch Rayn. And then Ant is kindly covering that other one between Vitalize Esports and Incentive Esports. So if you do want to head over there, if you go on Twitter and search him up through the rotation and that, I think they've retweeted his other game, or just if you watch ACCL on Twitter as well, they've got his game as well. Yes, mate, we are alive. There might be moments where I have to mute my microphone to clear my guts up, but we'll try and do our best. But yeah, this one obviously between the boys of Team Ricochet and Clutch Rayn. This is what the lads are stacked up at. So the boys of Team Ricochet, I'm pretty sure you'll recognise pretty much all the players on this list, if not maybe 1 or 2. So Ross J. Foodsy, BB Connors coming in for Jocker, I believe, is the news, and Klausy is also on that roster. They've been very, very good, this Team Ricochet roster, to be fair to him, and I'm sure the addition of BB Connor will not have any detrimental effect, really, to them, let's be honest, as he's been brilliant in this game so far. And the boys of Clutch Rayn, you'll also be familiar with in Twiz, Lins, Jay, and Cobra. So again, a very well-established team. Oh, and there you go, Al popping in the link as well. So yeah, It's Just Ant, all one word. He's doing that Vitalize series versus Incentive. So huge shout out to him for covering that one and for holding the front of fort while me and Pablo have kind of been a little bit absent with various diseases and the Rona. So yeah, we're just waiting on the guys to get lobbied up. As soon as we get that invite come through, then obviously we can get cracking on with the series. But best of 5 as per usual in this one. Obviously, whoever wins this one will book themselves away in towards the grand final. And for anyone who is interested, this is our map set. So the guys have been very kind of me, realising that my voice is right on the ropes. And they've given us a double bocage right off the rip. So cheers for that, boys. We've got double bocage, double gav, and then a Tuscan to see it out. So no, both of these teams very, very good in slaying ability, so I anticipate nothing but an absolutely frantic bocage hard point in that map 1, and then obviously the slightly slower pace games. But it wouldn't surprise me here in this one if these teams do manage to go all the way into that game 5. As mentioned, yeah, we're just waiting on the invites to come through. But obviously no Pabs is here, so I can talk to chat. So I hope all of you are doing wonderfully. Easter holidays coming through. I've got next week booked off work as well, so happy days. I'm glad it's come around now, so I can just feel wonderful in my self-pity for coughing every so often, and then hopefully recover shortly. I can't taste anything at the moment, which is lovely. If any of you saw the timeline, you would have seen the absolutely abhorrent curry that I had last night. Didn't taste of anything, so God bless. God bless. Major knew about correct competitive. Oh, have I misspelled it, Mary? I might just leave it there just to troll. You get me? Sun with the follow. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. But yeah, guys, there won't be, if you use your channel points for the 5,000 one for me to do a C, I won't be doing it. Stumpy wants the Cristiano Ronaldo.
Suey.
Yeah, so unfortunately I won't be doing that, guys, for the fear of trying to keep my voice going for 3 games this evening, because we are obviously going to be doing all 3, one after another. So we've got obviously winners final here, then we'll drop down, we'll do losers final, and then we have the all-important grand final, and there's £1,000 on the line for this set of teams. So I believe it's 860. Let me work this out. 840 for first. 840 for first, 120, and then 40 for third, I think. Let me just drastically check my DMs, because Prezi did send it to me yesterday. Where is it? 800, 160, and then 40, yeah. So, Mr. Luke, thank you very much, brother. 10 months. What a handsome man. And the badge to go with it as well. Thank you very much, Luke. Much appreciated, buddy. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. Hope you're better than I am, anyway. But yeah, we've obviously got the LAN coming up. So I'm going to be bubble wrapping myself until that point, to make sure that we don't have any Rona, because it's going to be a long old day of casting for myself and Pabs. But it will be a brilliant one either way. I'll just make sure we've got all the boys on the right teams, because we are starting to lobby up, guys. So map 1 for the Bocage hard point should be starting very, very shortly. Who are the players from the teams, Mary? I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked. There you go. That is the teams for Team Ricochet and Clutch Rayn. So obviously we've got Ross J, Fudzy, Clousy, the typical 3, but BB Connors come in place of Jocker, and then Clutch Rayn is Twiz, Linz, Jay, and Cobra. So that is a pretty stacked roster. If you see that roster in league play, you're probably best off just dropping out. As I've rightly discovered against quite a few while being Purple Gem. But yeah, we're just waiting on 2 more players, guys, to lobby up. And for any of you who don't know, these are the maps that we are expecting for this series, courtesy of the players. So big shout out to those guys for sending that across. Am I at the venue to cast? Yes, Purge. Yes, me and Pablo will be there front and center. We'll be in like a side production room. We won't be on the main floor in the Passion Pit, but I believe the rotation and all those guys and some guys from the ACCL will be covering as much of the Passion on Periscope cams like we saw in Minnesota as much as possible. So yeah, as mentioned, guys, just waiting on 2 more players, and then we should be good to go between Ricochet and Clutch Rayn. Obviously, you see all the banter as well with the various orgs. Obviously, Ricochet and Vitalize and Mistaken normally kind of like that trio go back and forth. So the boys at Team Ricochet, I believe, was it Season 2 they got through to the final? Well, they definitely got through to the final in Season 1. I think it was Season 1. I keep forgetting which one it was, but obviously they picked up quite a stacked roster. I believe Luti's lot in that final, but obviously Vitalize came out on top of that one. So I believe that was Season 1, actually, if memory serves me well. Is it a double best of 5? It will be for the grand final, Mary. Yep, will be for the grand final. Hope we get to see the player reactions. Yeah, it's not a LAN if you don't get the Periscope cams and the player reactions just screaming across the table. So that's what I want to see. I see the ACCL chat all the time with loads of you guys giving it back and forth and all the banter and stuff. So I want to see it on LAN as well. I don't want to see it just online. You've got to be full passion for the face-to-face across the screen. Otherwise you will get called out for it. Not going to lie. So yeah, just waiting on 2 more players, guys. And there will be an announcement for the ACCL information stuff kind of thing. After losers final? When did Prezi tell me to bring it up? Let me just check. After losers final, yeah. So make sure you keep tabbed for that, guys. And then as soon as I get the green light, I will give you guys all the information. It is good info, not gonna lie. I'll be screaming. I hope so, Kieran. Who's hosting map 1? No idea, Siege. Not a bubble. And there you go, Mr. Jocker. Here he is. When are they playing? We're just waiting on 1 more player, Jocker. We've got Fudzy. We've got Mr. BB Connor. We've got Ross. Just waiting on Mr. Clousy. And then we should be good to go. And there you go. Speak of the devil, he shall appear. So yeah, guys, Clutch Rayn up against Team Ricochet here. And it is going to be a nice Bocage hardpoint to get us going for this one. And I don't have Pablo with me. So, yeah, this will be fun. But you guys need no introduction to what this map entails, so plenty of gunfights, plenty of action. And going to be looking to the likes of Cobra. I think the last time I casted Cobra on this map, he was incredible on it. So I would anticipate that we have again another very, very good series here between these two. Oh, I think one of the lads has just had to maybe get a dev error and restart. I think the lobby might have been short, guys. Apologies. No, back to my ugly mug. We're back again. Hopefully we get it started. They're just going to reboot the lobby, guys. Shouldn't take too long. Now everyone is here, and then we can get in towards map number 1. But yeah, guys, make sure you use your channel points to redeem your C's and your Cristiano Ronaldos. If you do choose to want them. Yeah, we're just getting lobbied up once again, and then we should be good to go. Just got the invite through. Yeah, Bocage hardpoint for map number 1. So yeah, whoever loses this one isn't out. Obviously, they'll drop down towards that losers final, which we will be covering straight after. So in between the series, if you guys do want to grab drinks and snacks, feel free to do it, because we've got a long old day of Call of Duty ahead of us. Yeah, it's going to be a long day for anyone who's actually managed to stay up for or get up for the F1 this morning as well. Shout out to you guys. I was half asleep in bed watching it in Discord, so well done to anyone who actually managed to get up out of bed and keep tracks of that one. But yeah, plenty of Call of Duty going to be in for this evening. And yeah, we are now loading in towards everyone's beloved Bocage. Mr. Ads.
Cristiano Ronaldo, Suey.
Not much to suey about their performance yesterday, though. Holy. So, map 1, Bocage with a whiffy voice. Here we go. God bless. We'll see how this one goes. But yeah, plenty of action between these two. It wouldn't shock me at all if we get a lot of game 5s with these remaining 4 teams, because they are incredibly talented, all 4 rosters. Quite a surprise to see the Mistaken lads drop out. That was one that I did not anticipate. Obviously, that roster incredibly talented, but they weren't able to make it through to Sunday. And there you go. We are now in. So, Clutch Rayn up against Team Ricochet here. And take your pick of who you really want to go with. It's going to be a messy one here between these two, and a very fast-paced start as the boys look to try and already transition to get ready for that P2. You can already see a couple of players looking to try and go around the back. One of the more established top AM players in Mr. BB Connor. He's been very, very good this year. So although he is a pickup, you would anticipate he would still bring a lot to this team. And it looks as though the boys in purple going to do a good job of just holding that initial push. Off the top rope goes one player, and Twiz with the 180 manages to take down BB Connor. The trades come through as well for the Clutch Rayn boys. So looks as though Klausy's going to try and go for an instant pinch. Twiz is going to get taken down. They still have Yazza on the point. Nice shots into Ross J, but it's not going to be enough. So Ricochet still holding that rotation with around 10 seconds remaining. And they've got quite an aggressive setup here. You can see number 8 in BB Connor is going to be ready to go over towards that next hill. But they are still pushing these lanes out. They've got to be careful at the moment, because now the blue arrows are going to start coming through. But there's a kill coming through for BB Connor. And nice shots there from Connor again to take down Twiz. So already the first wave of players just looks a little bit stippled in the early stages of this one. But Team Ricochet with a sizable cushion, and now Twiz going to try and work his way in. There's one kill for him. Can't get the second, though, onto Connor, who's just been a real pain, just staying down on the hill. He's now managed to accumulate 4 in a row, but saying that, Commentator's Curse gets taken down straight away. And Yazza with some good kills to enable him to get in towards that hill. But again, nothing really coming through for the boys of Clutch Rayn at the moment. Ricochet really stamping their mark early on in this series, as it looks as though they will pretty much get close to almost a full 60 on this hill. This has been a really strong hold of P2. I know we spoke about in the early stages of the meta and the game that this P2 was one of the more money hills, but we have seen it be a lot more scrappy and a lot more difficult to hold as the game has unfolded. But that is a textbook hold there from Team Ricochet, who now go 50 points clear. Klausy up top. Cobra, though, out the back, is going to realise that there is danger imminent. And he does get some shots in as they finally get on the hill. We're now waiting for that first pick. Fudzy picks off one. In they fly. Ross J's going to get bullets to the face, so Cobra takes down one. He does get traded out as it gets a little bit messy. But last men standing are going to be Jay and Twiz. So again, Clutch Rayn, they do a good job of getting in towards the hill on this one. But now they just need to try and hold it here. This is a good potential regain hill. Excuse me. As they now start to soak up some much-needed time here, because if Team Ricochet had a stronghold on this hill, this would have been really, really worrying. But saying that, the purple players get in it again. And now they're stuck in a position here. Clutch Rayn. Where do they go for the scrap time? Do they go for New? It looks as though the call is to get set up for New. Yazza's going to get caught out there, just hopping out of heart. And meanwhile, Twiz is going to try and maybe re-pinch this one, because Ricochet has managed to get in towards Barn, and he gets the kill as well onto him now. So a good bit of positional sense here from the boys of Team Ricochet. Surprising that Clutch Rayn went for a little bit of a re-pinch there rather than just kind of holding the side, because it is now going to grant them quite a lot of control over towards the backside of the hill. But Yazza, good work to take down 2. They're going to look to try and lean on him to maybe help punch their way in. And now drops down with the pistol. Yazza with another pick. Good work from him. But still, Ricochet just seemingly lurking on the hill. And he's just soaking up kill after kill at the moment. It's Yazza 4 in a row now for him, so we'll stay on board and see if he can manage to get any more footage. He's going to get spotted on the outer lane. There's another one for him. 5 in a row now for Yazza. And this has been not the best hold so far, but a decent amount of time has been accumulated from it. Excuse me, guys. There's going to be a lot of that this evening, I feel. The 50 points is going to separate the 2 teams. We go over towards New. And again, it's going to be the boys of Team Ricochet. They do have that presence already here. It looks as though it's pretty much a perfect setup for them so far. BB Connor's just going to be watching over the top of the man in the hill, which is going to be Ross, and a couple of players keeping an eye out the back. So Cobra, light work made of him. Connor rips off the head there of one, and a second comes through for BB Connor. Looking for the third onto Jay, and Connor wipes out all 3 players there that look to try and contest. Can't quite get the 4th there. The only man manages to stop him is going to be Yazza. And now Fudzy just looking to try and get some more mid-map control as we pretty much get over towards that P1 early on here. And the pick comes through. And Twiz is now going to go hunting for more. He's really struggled at the moment as Twiz. Double negative for the boys of Clutch Rayn. And on a map like Bocage, if you struggle for kills, it usually shows. Nice work there from Yazza. Connor's going to take down 1 as well. It looks as though Jay's going to try and flood through for some trades here. But as you come to expect, P1 incredibly messy. And now the points difference, looking at around 100 here for Team Ricochet. And all they are doing is pushing this one out even further. Oh, Jesus Christ. Everyone loves Bocage at the worst of times. A nice pick there from Fudzy. Cobra's going to be up top to take down 1, and Connor and Twiz going to exchange pleasantries as it looks to be Team Ricochet that are going to have to try and work their way round towards P2 a little bit earlier on here. And a nice pick coming through there. And again for Clousey, there's 2. So good work from Ricochet. They've still got to deal, though, with those players out the back. And now, Cobra and the boys, they really need a good strong hold of this hill, but look out the back again. It's going to be Connor once more. He's been a real thorn in the side, all hard point long. And Luke with the sub. Thank you very much, man. Apologies. Thank you very much. That might... Oh. Hopefully I don't get too hyped to this one, otherwise my throat will not make it. But good work here from Ricochet. 100 points still standing at the moment. Clutch Rayn are going to be starting to desperately push players towards the hill, because every second that ticks past now is just going to make this map almost infinitely harder to try and claw back. Nice kills though coming through from Jay. That's exactly what they needed at that moment in time from him. And more importantly, that rotation, you can see on the mini-map, is ready for the boys in blue now. Jay going to try and do his best, so only 1 more second is granted to Team Ricochet. Thought I was already subbed. Done me dirty, Luke. Done me dirty. Nah, it's all good. Thank you very much, man. Much appreciated. Nice work there from Connor. Just playing it patiently, playing it slowly. Oh, and Ross is going to take out one up top here. Jay's going to desperately go for the trade out the back here, but you can see they've still got players on the hill here, Ricochet. And Ross is doing a really good job at saying that. As soon as I say it, commentator's curse. COVID or not, there's another one for Jay, who's just going on this really big free roam at the moment as all. He manages to get another one. It's going to be Fudzy's nade that takes him down alongside his teammate. Ross gets a pick. Team Ricochet. It's been a bit of a slow moment here to get their way over the 200-point mark, but they have finally managed to do it. And Twiz with a big two-piece, but now this is the important rotation here. They need to win the gunfights, and again, Klausy this time is going to be the man that comes out on top for that final gunfight. So Ricochet do spawn in once again. They're set up now. And those blue arrows flooding over desperately. They are legging it over towards the hill now, but they've got to try and compose themselves here. Oh, Mr. Ollie. Thank you very much, man. Coach Ollie. Thank you very much, man. What a legend. Old teammate, if you didn't know. Fudzy trades out Cobra, but again, Ricochet now, they're only 20 points away from getting this map one done here. They've looked very, very good, just in terms of raw kills, but the rotations as well have been clean. They've been difficult to break. And Clutch Rayn, they will breathe a sigh of relief because they do finally have two players in the hill. But saying that, Ross has just flown through, and Ross has just cut through every single one of them. Is it going to be another one? No, Jay is going to desperately try and do his utmost, and another couple of kills comes through from Jay. He's had really big moments, even though his team have struggled. And if he didn't manage to get a couple of those gunfight wins, this might be a completely different map here, and it might already be done. Connor's been spotted out the back, but Jay just stopped shooting. He thought he had the kill. He didn't. The pinch comes through. Nobody currently on the hill, but the boys in blue, they are spawning out the back. 150 now to 230 as Twiz hops on the hill, and you just feel if he manages to suddenly arrive to the party a little bit here, this might be a completely different map. And now Clutch Rayn on the hunt for kills. You can see again Connor going all the way out the back. Gonna try and play it slowly. Clutch Rayn still lurk on the hill though. This break might be huge. There's a pick. There's another pick. Cobra's going to fall. So too will Twiz. And Jay is going to die in the hill. So they can win off this hill. Clutch Rayn. They are going to have to regroup this and at least contest it for around 3 seconds, I believe, if they're going to try and get at least to the next rotation of hills. Jay takes down one. Jay, can he take down the second? No, the trades aren't there. The map is complete. And Team Ricochet look very, very good. And they get it done. And apologies, guys, if there's a minimal talking in between maps. I didn't anticipate my voice would be this ropey, but it is. And I'm desperately trying not to choke. So, map 1, complete. Team Ricochet. Let me note it down. 250 to 169. This is the bit where I desperately miss Pabs because he helps me do all this. 250. Excuse me. So, Team Ricochet, map 1 is now complete for those boys. But the main factor on that map, BB Connor, obviously the man that's joining the roster, and unsurprisingly, sits straight in that roster and looks incredibly comfortable. Luke, you're not getting a fat uwu, mate. No chance. I'm on the throat sweets and water. Mate, they're chalked, Luke. They're chalked. I was choking so much in that. Let me sort out. Cheers, Omar. Thank you very much, buddy. Pablo has informed me that he's home in 10, so hopefully he can take a bit of the slack off me. That's the prayer. He's done a runner. He's done a runner. Cheers, Kieran. Appreciate it, mate. So we'll crack on. We'll crack on. Just got to be quick with the mute button on the mic, on the front of the mic. And Flora, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the follow. So, Team Ricochet 1-0 up. And Bocage Search and Destroy is going to be map number 2. Don't ask, you don't get, Luke. You never know. You never know. On a different day, you might have got one. Yeah, guys, for anyone who is interested, this is what our bracket is looking like for the remaining few games. Make sure. Can you spectate? There's going to be a... Ooh, 1 sec. Let me just tell me about I'm ready. Make sure I've got everyone on the right side. So you won't be able to physically... I think it's limited to people inside the venue. But there is a sports bar that everyone is pretty much going to who can't get into the venue. So they're going to have the games up on the screens. Get a few bevies in if you're of age, of course. You've been away from it for so long, Sam. You've lost out what's going on. Big things, big things. So yeah, map 2, Bocage Search and Destroy. If you guys did miss map number 1, it finished 250 to 169 to Team Ricochet. Unfortunately, the boys of Clutch Rayn just kind of gave themselves a little bit too much work to do in that one. And Raz with the follow. Thank you very much, buddy. So, map 2 here between these two. Team Ricochet. Can they manage to go 2-0 up here? Wow, tell you what, look at the hit around the back. Ross J, he is no man who is shy to pressure, and he's going straight on the chase here for Cobra. Does manage to spot him over towards the tank. Cobra going to peek it, and Cobra gets the first kill. Over towards that P2 side there, you can see Jay's going to manage to catch up one as well. He manages to take down Connor, so now it's all on Klausy. Bomb goes down. The 1v3 now made even more hard. Twiz is out the back. Surely Twiz wins this one. That heady is just going to be so difficult to win, and it is. So Clutch Rayn, good start. First round on the board, I was trying to say. Oh, I couldn't reach the mute button quick enough. Oh, Jesus. It took 2 years for me to get it, but my God, I got it. Holy. So, Team Ricochet, off they go. Over towards the A site. There are going to be a couple of players here. And, oh, hello. Twiz opens the window. There's one for him, and there's two for him onto Ross as well. Good work. Does manage to spot another one as well. BB Connor out. He needs the 1 versus 3. Twiz is currently on a 4 streak as well, so they've got to be careful here. If they get the info, is Twiz going to get the kill? No, he's not. His teammate gets the nade, though, and Clutch Rayn 2 rounds in a row. Looking very, very good. Sorry, Elmore, brother. It's just the way it works, isn't it? Hopefully they can get back up tops. Whoa. Oh, Twiz at the moment looking like a man on a mission after that first map. Only 2 away from that infamous glide bomb. Obviously, for anyone who doesn't know, Strafing Run is now G8, along with the Volk as well. The T of Loot has decided no more Volk. He might have got battered by it a few times and thought better of it. So no more Volk, unfortunately, that we will see. No 3-gun meta. Connor is going to exchange a few bullets here with Yazza. But neither of them drop. 1-0 to Man City. Oh. So Twiz, when's he going to fly in? Obviously with the bomb sight down towards A now on that plat. Becomes a little bit more difficult. Klausy spots him though, plonks him straight on the head with a nade, doesn't even need it, the bullets do enough. Now Clutch Rayn, that's a big kill coming through from Team Ricochet. As Clutch Rayn try and get their way back on towards the A site. They've got a difficulty, though. Because if you want anyone set up on a heady, it's probably going to be BB Connor. There's a pick for Klausy, so now it's all on Cobra. Flies up. Hello, Peekaboo. Doesn't get the kill, and Team Ricochet. Good stabilization round there. 2-1. So a good couple of moments there for Team Ricochet. They get the round, but more importantly, they also take Twiz off of streak. So pretty much the best of both worlds for those lads as we go into round number 4. Oh, Twiz. Oh, he desperately tries to get out, but the destructible cover just doesn't work in his favour. Jay, this next pick is big. Takes down Ross. So now 2 versus 3, but they know where at least a few of these players are now. Oh, he's going to desperately try and dip away his Cobra. And off the top rope, Jay, can he get the pick? Yes, he can. So Clutch Rayn, good work to make it a 2 versus 2 now. Klaus is going to be the man who's just waiting for that moment to try and get the bomb down. They've only got 40 seconds left, but Connor, big pick again, takes down Jay. So now it's all on Cobra. Oh, he spots both of them. There's one for him, but Connor rips him off the heady again. And Ricochet take another round. They tie it back up 2 rounds apiece. It was incredibly close for moments there. For a second, I thought he was going to get both Cobra there. But Connor just doesn't miss a bullet. And Ricochet tie it back up. Fudzy still struggling at the moment alongside Ross, but Klausy and Connor picking up the slack a little bit here. And we are now back to evens. No Twiz. Looks as though this is going to be a green light to get the bomb down here. Not quite sure what Ricochet's approach is on this one, because they have given so much map control up over towards that A site. They were waiting for the aggression, but there you go. They do at least get the first blood. But now they need to try and get this bomb. And try and defuse it. It is not going to be easy. See Yazza down towards that lower tank side. He does have help as well. And the form, if Jay is going to take down one, but the trades come through, Yazza will fall. They managed to work their way over towards this barn side, but now they need to get the picks, and they're just not coming through at the moment. Almost another pick there for Connor, who does manage to ward off one player. Jay, though, he's going to try and get over towards the site. 10 seconds remaining. 1 second. Surely there's going to be a bomb plant and a bomb stick. He's going to try and go around the corner, and he manages to get the kill. So somehow he wasn't able to get dropped before he managed to reach there. So really good work there from him. And a round that was looking as though Ricochet was surely going to get that done. I'm surprised he didn't get killed. Literally must have been the timing and the auto-aim that managed to just warp him off, because he missed a few bullets as well, did Jay, but he just managed to get past Fudzy. Unfortunately, couldn't keep his teammate alive. And now Ricochet back on the attack. Clutch Rayn, after dropping 2, finally get one on the board again. But wow, holy aggression over towards the site. Cobra and Twiz, they're going to be ever present over here as well. Ross is desperately trying to dip out, but surely he's going to get shot in the back. Yeah, the route really didn't pay off for him there. But now can Connor get another pick here? Is the nade going to be pinpoint onto Jay? Oh, he gets a nade onto Jay, so he knows one's there, and he saw Twiz drop over towards the bomb. So can he manage to get Twiz off the bomb? Spots him. Connor gets the pick as well. Goes for the chow onto Jay, and all for a second there. That would have been criminal if he managed to win that one. Fudzy takes down one, though. Fudzy, can he have one of his moments? No, he can't. He's only able to grab one pick. And Clutch Rayn put another round on the board. And Matthew with the follow. Thank you very much, buddy. So 4-2 up now, go Clutch. 2 rounds in a row. Once again, like we saw at the start, gives them a 2-round cushion now. And remember, guys, this is to get in towards that grand final. Whoever comes out on top of this, whoever does fall in this series will drop down to the losers bracket. And this is a really, really patient approach here from Clutch Rayn. Just taking their time, getting all the information that they need. They're going to make sure that nobody is over towards that back tank area, and now slowly edging their way up. Twiz, though, is the man with the bomb, so by lurking over by Hut, not quite sure what the call's going to be just yet, but they do get the pick onto Klausy. And it looks as though the call might be to take this bomb beat. BB Connor is just getting a little bit of a sense that there might be some movement over towards this side. And surely with the stun check, and there's the pick. Manages to take down one. Connor, can he snap onto another? He gets the second as well, and oh my god! I thought he was going to get another one there, but his teammates are starting to fall now. Even with a couple of kills coming through. Fudzy makes it a 1 versus 1. Fudzy versus Twiz. Twiz does have the bomb. All the time he's going to get the better of him, though, and he's going to get the pick, and Clutch Rayn. They know they are now ever closer. 5-2 up they go. We're trying, Marshy. We're trying. Apologies, I'm dying. We'll get Pablo in as soon as possible. But Clutch Rayn at the moment, 1 round away now from tying up this series. They've looked very, very good on this map. And Fudzy, first blood, much better from Ricochet. Finally managed to open up the round in their favour. And there's a pick for Klausy as well. So now bomb's surely going to go down any second now here for Ricochet. Klausy is just waiting still. But look at number 7 in Ross. Round the back he goes. And BB Connor manages to get a pick. So now all of a sudden it's all on Cobra. Cobra falls and Ricochet down but not out. But they still need 3 rounds back to back to back in this one. So let's see where the boys of Clutch Rayn decide to take this bomb. Obviously the last attack. Very, very patient. What's this one going to entail? And nades and tacticals ready to be used, understandably, on Bocage. Out towards the back tank, the nade's going to go, but you can see there's a 3-man stack over towards this side of the map, and they don't expect Fudzy just to fly out, and Fudzy gets both players over towards that side. You can see Twiz is still lurking, but he just decides better of it. Decides to dip out. And this next pick is huge. Klausy takes down 1. They get another round on the board. Team Ricochet, they do not want to let go of this map. 5-4 now. And all of a sudden, Clutch Rayn might be getting a little bit hesitant now. 5-2. Swiftly becomes 5-3. Swiftly becomes 5-4. So still match point. But Ricochet on the attack now. What is the call going to be? There it is. It looks as though it's going to be A. They've got Jay, the lone man, over towards the B site, but they are still stacking over this area. Oh, Twiz, though. Going to make quite a bit of noise inside the site. Or inside that bottom granny is where the site used to be, apologies. And Fudzy just waiting for a potential first pick. They are going to try and get the man over towards the bomb, but Twiz, first blood. Trade, though, is instant. Fudzy is going to have to back down, though, but they know that Yaz is out the back. And look at Ross J. He is off. He knows there's a few players around here. He's going to try and get the man off the back tank. That's a big kill there from Ross. And now all of a sudden, they've got to try and get him out the back because all of a sudden, they have no control really over towards the site. Cobra does reposition, though. They retrieve the bomb. Can he get it down? Oh, Ross just manages to dance with death and get away on top of it. Does he spot Ross? I think Jay does spot him. And again, it looks as though Cobra is going to do the same approach, going towards top. to get this man off the bomb. He can't spot him, though, so bomb will at least go down. Oh, but Cobra rips him off the heady, and now he knows where Ross has gone. The info is there for Clutch Rayn, and now Ross has to work a 1 versus 2. The bomb has gone down, though. And Ross is going to get taken down. Clutch Rayn, they clear him out. They're going to get the defuse, and they will tie up the series. They will take the map 6-4, and a strong performance there, especially in the middle portion. It got a little bit questionable towards the end, but they get it done. That's the important thing. 6-4 in the search, and now we've got a series on our hands. And Connor again, 10 kills. All the boys of Ricochet trying to do their utmost, but it isn't going to be enough. And Clutch Rayn tie it back up. 1 apiece now. Let me quickly sort out the odd mappage. Map 2. While they switch hosts, I don't know if Pablo's home yet. I've seen him in the chat, but I don't know if he's back. Let me just double check. So just confirmation of the scores there, guys. And Pablo is back. Right, let me try and get him in. Let me get him going. Right. Have we got him? We do indeed. Right, let me give Pabs a call. He can save me. God damn, about time. Right, let me get him back on this. There he is. There he is. Right, let me get you the old Linkaroonie, mate. And you'll be able to see what is going on. That's all good, mate. It is all Gucci. And Minute with the follow. Thank you very much, buddy. Connor's a glitch. Yeah, I mean, it didn't surprise me, Pabs, that Connor's come straight into this team and he's just doing what he normally does, which is perform very, very well. Yeah, no, he's looking very good in this one again. Saying a team that, obviously, we talk about kind of when the players get to this level, you usually anticipate that if it's a new player, they still perform well. It's not like they've never played the game before just because they're going into a new team, but still quite some performance from him so far. Can you see the old production? Are you all good to go? Oh, hang on. There you go. I realised I just had your thing.
I just need to grab the bracket of press.
So yeah, should be able to. But I suppose this will help you out as well, Pabs. There's the bracket for anyone who doesn't see it. But yeah, that Vitalized versus Incentive Esports again. We're kind of in a position now where we're anticipating kind of that these maps are going to go pretty much all the way. I wouldn't anticipate there's going to be a complete blowout on any of these, really.
No.
Because we're kind of stuck with 4 teams where all the players are kind of at that similar level, really. Obviously, you can kind of argue a case for a few of them, maybe slightly above, slightly below, but I'd be shocked if any of these end up in a 3-0, really. You'd anticipate at least one team, like, I mean, we know kind of Clutch Rayn rosters historically, the guys from France are very, very good at search and destroy, for example. They looked a little bit ropey in the hard point, but then they looked good in the search, so...
Well, I think the thing as well, you've got to consider is obviously yesterday we had the likes of D3 and Deppa playing, and they were playing for GWR Signs, who were like the second strongest hardpoint team in the last elite. So it's just, I think it's going to come down to preferential game mode. So we know players like Vital and that are going to struggle in S&D, but we know players that are great at respawn are going to do well in hardpoint. That's going to come down to it, I think. But yeah, Clutch Rayn, I mean, storied org, and it's nice to see Team Ricochet starting to get to the latter stages of these top tier tournaments. So this is a nice little... I really was shocked when I saw the map set. I thought Chafin's just come back from a sickness. They've given him a double Bocage, double Gavutu map set. I thought, that's mean. That's mean.
Oh, mate, as soon as I saw that Bocage, I was like, oh, no. Honestly, the amount of frantic muting I was doing to choke, like, while the game was going on, so that obviously no one heard it, was unreal. But obviously, we're now on a slightly slower pace map in in the Gav control. Obviously, Ricochet, they looked very, very good in the first respawn. You'd anticipate they'd be very good, even though control obviously slightly slower paced game mode. We still tend to see kind of that respawn game mode. If a team looks very, very good in map 1, usually they look very, very good in the map 3. And at the moment, obviously, on that attacking side, a couple of lives up. Looks as though the A point's going to be the preferred opening round. But yeah, you'd anticipate, again, the likes of Connor, as he's doing already, to really start to put some numbers up for these boys once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had that conversation where we know this is a player who just seems to just fit into any team. He just seems to be naturally very capable, and he always puts big numbers up. But doing well to capture that zone. I mean, it's kind of a vanilla approach towards the A site, and they've done it. So they've given themselves a solid 146 to try and capture B. Right now, it's about as close as you can get without being equal to life count. So a good opportunity for Team Ricochet to try and put some pressure onto Clutch Rayn to get this B point, but it is going to be difficult, Major, with that really nice solid spread right across that top third of the map.
Yeah, and good work here from Yazza. Really strong start as well. 7 and 2 out of him. Right off the rip, and they're going to be looking towards the likes of him. Just put up some big numbers. There's another one for him. 4 in a row. Will get tracked down, though, and dropped by Klausy eventually, but they will get Ross on the point. So now this is the point where it becomes really difficult here. Are Ricochet just going to keep an eye over the top of him? I'll tell you what, if you want a player to be guarding the man on the point, it is probably going to be BB Connor as he takes down one. It looks as though Twiz is going to be in the back as well. Gives away his position, but they do at least take the man off the point. So good work there from the boys of Clutch Rayn.
Yeah, they're only able to get about 60% of the tick down on B, but I suppose that's a start. Really nice play by Ross. Made his way silently round the back of jungle, and I think he made a few decisions there not to take players out, just so he could get that positioning. Unfortunately for Connor, he wasn't able to defend him as stoutly, but again, still like a turret, able to take some heads clean off, and just proving just what a kind of like laser beam he has got. We do see the kill feed though, Major, going a little bit towards the blue side. Still 7 lives, plays 7 with 40 seconds. This is probably going to come down to lives ultimately.
Yeah, they got to be careful here, Team Ricochet. If they just play this patiently and play at least for 2 picks, it's just going to force Clutch Rayn to play this a bit more turtled up. And there's a first kill. Klausy, though, Cobra manages to reply with one. So again, not really much separating these two. And now Klausy needs to get the pick, but Yazza takes down Connor, so a big dent there in the side of Team Ricochet, and Jay's going to pick one up as well. So now 3 plays 6, and they've only got 15 seconds left here on the clock. Yazza's going to spin round, and he gets another kill onto Klausy, so now Connor's the last man up. His body goes seemingly into orbit, and Clutch Rayn take the first round.
Yeah, really nice play towards the end. They did leave it to chance, though. You don't want to be kind of getting into that TDM position as the defensive team. You really want to utilise that stronger side and just try and stamp a little bit of authority. So I guess from that, it's not looking great in terms of attacking round when we do switch sides and see Clutch on the other side. But they could throw the cat among the pigeons, and this is where I would suggest maybe Team Ricochet trying to play towards their strengths of being in terms of gun skill and just raw aggression. This is an opportunity for Clutch Rayn maybe to just try and throw the cat among the pigeons and maybe take a different approach strategically. It does look like it's going to be that more vanilla approach of just trying to get into that A site and trying to get this job done on the first ticks as soon as possible. Ross J is going to start the kill feed off, which is now entirely purple.
Yeah, and the map control that Ricochet have is a little bit worrying here for Clutch Rayn, because we know how quickly these lives can fall. There's 1, there's 2 for Ross. He's hunting for the 3rd as well. Once he goes around the corner, surely going to get the 3rd, and he is. 3 in quick succession there for Ross, and wow, look at the positioning now from Team Ricochet. BB Connor's doing exactly what we know that he can do. Just sits up, gets in turret mode, and just beams players off spawn.
Man, I mean, do you want to peek at any point if you're facing Connor in that position? I mean, I've got to ask the question, what was Yazza doing? I mean, there must have been a comm to say we are being absolutely sliced from Cliff all the way through to spawn. And he's just like, it doesn't matter, I'm just going to ignore it entirely. But it happens every now and then, but that is a huge life lead right there. And this is what we talk about, the strong defensive opportunity. At the minute, it's a 6 life advantage. And that's the one thing the Clutch weren't able to do in their defensive side. They did see it out in the end, but you can see just how close it was. And Team Ricochet just superbly aggressive right now, and even though the series is tied up, as you pointed out earlier on, Major, just the team that does well in map 1 tends to do well in map 3, and right now, despite the best efforts of Clutch Rayn, it does look like this is going to be a solid defense with only 6 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and they got to be careful, because if Klausy gets streaks here, this is going to be even more worrying. Ooh, okay, round is going to end, so he's not going to get another pick there to edge his way ever closer. But Ricochet, wow, when you kind of compare the 2 rounds, Pablo, obviously Clutch Rayn, they just about managed to get that defensive side done, but on the flip side, Ricochet, they looked incredibly comfortable.
Oh, I mean, the aggression coming out of them, it obviously plays well to their strengths. They've got some great characters in there, but with unerring accuracy at times. I mean, you've seen once Connor gets settled into a position, I mean, he's just going to decimate everyone around him. When you got Klausy almost double positive as well, and they can afford to have players slightly negative and still be doing quite well. So good opportunity for them though, to potentially just take an early lead. They have got a lot of work. They are going to go again for this A control and try and get the ticks down as quickly as possible, and no one really trying to change things up. We can see number 6 in Twiz is going to come around the back, so a nice opportunity for him to get potentially a couple of picks. He's got to finish that kill off. Really nice play, and just trying to replicate, you know, what the boys from Team Ricochet did to them in the previous round. It's what they needed to do. Oof. And Twiz gets himself a nice 3-piece as well. So good play by the young Frenchman, and you know, this is exactly what Clutch Rayn needed to do. Just get a little bit of authority and try and get a bit of dominance back into this control game.
Yeah, they've done a good job here, pinning them back, but how longer can they keep this up for? Twiz is going to fly around the corner, but the nade there of Klausy is pinpoint perfect, lands right in his back pocket, and the bullets do enough to clean him out. So now Ricochet, they're still trying to open up a lane to at least progress up the map here. Again, Yazza, there's a pick for him. Jay's going to take down Klausy, and this has been a much better defensive hold here.
Yeah.
And it looks as though the boys of Clutch Rayn still going to just pin them back here. They need to try and use their tacticals maybe a little bit more efficiently here, Ricochet, because, wow, they are struggling for lives at the moment, and they're struggling for time.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think they've just kind of like butted heads a little bit here. They've just made it such a... The determining factor is that they want this A point more than anything else, and they've just thrown bodies at it, and you know, eventually it's going to work. They will get on the kill, but at what cost? With only 4 seconds to go, they've got a 9-life deficit, and we've got a player in Yazan absolutely decimating them across the hill. So again, probably not a great strategy. One thing I would suggest out of both teams right now is no one daring to be different and going towards that B point. We do see it out of some of the other two teams. We saw it yesterday with Vitalize, with Incentive. So this is one thing to bear in mind as we do kind of progress into the latter part of this bracket. But right now, just no one trying to be different. Someone just needs to throw the cat well among the pigeons. I know I often say it, but no one's going to be off the rip. And right now, it's just been a defensive heavy round.
Yeah, so now Clutch Rayn 2-1 up. And again, it looks as though, again, A point is going to be the standard here for these boys. They want to try and get this one straight over the line, and a couple of engagements going back and forth, but Ricochet is going to be kind of a little bit on his own here. They are just waiting patiently to try and push their way in. Is he going to spot the man up top? Ooh. Round and round they go. Takes down Jay. So Ross does a good job of just delaying kind of the push. Is he going to get another one here potentially? There is a man in Twiz that's surely going to go and hunt him down. Twiz manages to take down one. Can he grab the second as well? What's that Footsy? Yes, he can. Holy hip fire. He hit pretty much every bullet. Slap bang on his face. But here's BB Connor where we know, Pablo, this is kind of the ideal situation for where you want your AR players to be. But at least this time, Clutch Rayn do a good job of mopping him up early on.
Yeah, I think they were just alive to the fact that they got kind of decimated in the previous round just by BB Connor alone almost. So Cobra, alive to that possibility, manages to take him down. That's going to be good for the boys in blue. But they still need to get control of this 8 points, which they've done almost, automatically. But with 46 remaining, they've finally managed to do a split push. A lot of work relying on Jay here to get a few kills. Nice play, though. Plays his life quite well. Gets the pick. He is finally going to be pushed out. But at what cost to Team Ricochet? Well, very little, Major, because in all that time the attention drawn to B, no one managed to get onto that 8 point. So despite the heroics of Jay and despite them managing to take 2 players down, not really any progress either. Really any advantage for the team in Clutch Rayn.
Yeah, Twiz still doing his best to stay alive over towards the point to at least stop the timer, but Ross is just going to come through mid and he's going to chew through so many of them, his teammate included. And now Clutch Rayn desperately trying to work their way over towards a point, which is not an easy one to try and get to when you've got players locked up in top boat. Cobra, good work though to take down one, but Ross is on the flank again, picks up one, picks up 2. Team Ricochet putting them through the work here in this round number 4. Round number 4. I looked at the maps instead, but good work here from the boys in purple. This one pretty much looks close to done. Oh, no, never mind. Clutch Rayn on the point they go. And 10 seconds remaining, Pablo. This is pretty much do or die for them here. They need this point done quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they need a team wipe and they need a stack, really, if they're going to see this round out. Otherwise, we're going to be heading into a round 5, which is going to be... I mean, so far, we've just seen this defense-heavy Gavutu. So, unless they can change something up really quickly, this is going to be a big opportunity for them now. 2.6 seconds remaining. But Fudzy is going to be in there, and he's going to get dropped, though. This could be great. It's going to 3-stack, I think they've got right now, or at least a 2-stack. One player is going to be on the kill. He's going to get taken out, and it's going to be one more push from the front. Team Ricochet, though, going to take this to a round 5, Major, and this has been a very defensive heavy Gavutu control.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, we're just almost waiting for that team just to kind of try and mix it up a little bit here. It felt as though the boys of Clutch Rayn, obviously with that defensive round in place, they didn't really have a huge amount to lose by trying to mix it up a little bit here, but we haven't really seen a huge amount of difference between kind of the attacking kind of strategies between the two teams. It's kind of been get over towards A. If we can get A sweet, then we'll go to B. We haven't really seen anything of magnitude over towards that B point, and it looks as though it's going to be again potentially another similar approach maybe from the boys of Clutch Rayn. It's slightly different actually in this attempt because it's a bit of a widespread approach, but if they can get the picks, they might be able to make this work.
Yeah, this kind of approach is all about getting your individual kills. Like, responsibility falls to that individual player, because your muckers in the team aren't going to be there for the trade. So they managed to get that A point, which is the first time we've seen that secured off the rip. We do see number 4 there in BB Connor has just moved over towards that P1 again. I did think the boys in Clutch Rayn were going to try and get some mid-map control and maybe look down ramp, look across towards B just to anyone pushing across, but they decide against it. It does look like the boys from Team Ricochet, Major, though, have just chalked A, which is going to be the first time we've seen it captured this early on, so it's going to give them, if they're able to do it, which they aren't, it would have potentially given them over 2 minutes. Really nice play by the boys in purple to get that back, and this is a potential situation the Clutch Rayn don't want to be in with 1 minute remaining as the team in purple get absolutely set up across mid-map.
Yeah, and Twiz has managed to get his way up towards top boat. Footsy somehow manages to finesse his way and get out of there, so for a second it looked as though he was pretty much dead to rights. Twiz is going to fly through, but the team shots come through, they get the pick, and now again BB Connor going to look to try and push this way up this right side of the map, and he's now going to try and get some shots into a few of them. He's also going to look to try and at least make a trade, but he's not going to be able to. He's just going to be forced to back up. They are going to, however, flood in towards the hill, but Ross J, meanwhile, he's just lurking up top, manages to grab one pick. Footsy grabs one as well, looking for a second, potentially onto Cobra, who just manages to slither away at that moment. Now Clousey coming in for the trades. Cobra has absolutely none of it, so good work from the boys of Clutch Rayn. That A point is now secured, and now they're almost going to be forced to finally go for that B point.
Yeah, and with a 2-life advantage, it's not a lot, but they've really got to work with that. And so far, they've been quite meticulous and almost pragmatic in their approach to getting kills. So, big opportunity for them just to continue in that vein. And with 1 minute 22, I guess it's not impossible either for the capture, but more likely if they can just get a couple of team wipes, they can at least put the Team Ricochet under pressure in terms of just holding on to their lives. Right now, Twiz just going to be holding on to this ring area and just trying to provide as much cover across the top. Cobra's on a killing speed of 5, though, 2 away from a glide. This could be huge as we see Yaza throw down some fire. Major Cobra, one of the few players you would potentially expect to be able to get this glide. If he's able to do it, this could be a game changer right here.
Yeah, he needs this next kill. He's still got a man alive on the hill here, Cobra. But, he's just going to miss a couple of plays transitioning over. But there's the 7th. And now, are we going to see it, Cobra? Surely this is the moment that he calls in the streak. His teammate does drop off that point. And now, where's he going to land it? There's a couple of players. I don't think he's at least going to take man in BB Connor off the hill. But now the life count. He's going to get taken down, though. Big pick to get rid of him. And now Ricochet. See if they can manage to work something almost Optic-esque. Obviously only trailing by 4, but now they've got everyone in position, and now they just need picks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got to ask the question, where's your in-game leader for Clutch Rayn right there, who's telling Cobra, no, man, hold on to it for a second. We've all died. We've spawned out. You dropped that glide. We're going to have no effect on the game whatsoever, and we're still going to be stuck, trying to transition from spawn. Please, there's no one there telling him to hold on, but it is what it is. 37 kills. You couldn't ask for any more out of the lad. He's absolutely gone off, but with 7 lives playing 4, this is an absolute opportunity for the boys in blue to be able to take this round and also take an early lead in the series at 2-1. Huge moment though. Yaza is going to get dropped, and there's going to be that time ticking back, mate, and this could be huge right now for Clutch, for Team Ricochet, if they're able to hold on.
Well, this is now 4 versus 4 with 10 seconds remaining. Somebody's got to at least touch the point here. It looks as though with Cobra being at the front, he's got the short straw, but look at Ross. He's just watching the crosshair. Everyone is locked in from Team Ricochet. They just wait for the moment, but there's a pick coming through. But no, it's not going to be enough. The boys in purple are efficient on that map as always, and another round on the board means another point in the series, and they now take the lead 2-1.
Yeah, excellent play. Really come down to a solid defence across the board. Really, we didn't really see. That was the closest we got to an attacking round victory, and it went to the wire. So nice play by Team Ricochet, utilising that strength. And despite the heroics of Cobra, 26 untraded kills. I think the only time I've seen more untraded kills has got to be Aroma yesterday, hitting 27. So huge props to him, but it's not going to be enough as Team Ricochet take a lead in the series 2-1, and it's been back and forth. You know, you can see already. But again, this is a huge opportunity now for Clutch Rayn, maybe to just hype the aggression, to just push the pace in what is going to be a very interesting Gavutu hardpoint, which is an eminently faster paced variant. You know, when you compare it to Gavutu Control.
Yeah, this is one where I'm now looking at Clutch Rayn and not worried, but a bit concerned. Obviously, that first map in the hardpoint, BB Connor was a very, very big presence on that map, and we're going to a map where assault rifle players have a bit of a field day, should we say, with some of these hills and some of these rotations as well, with those long range engagement fights. So at the moment, Team Ricochet looking very, very good in respawn. Obviously, Clutch Rayn managed to take the search, but it just felt for a second then, Pablo, they had the utility with the glide bomb to be able to make the play. It just felt as though they just couldn't quite stitch it together at the right moment.
I just think a little bit of panic set in. I think, oh, I've got the glide, and they're just like, you know, obviously the call comes in, you know, drop it, and by the time you've called it in, you know how long it takes to actually activate and then get called in. That's the point where one of your teammates needs to go, no, hold on, we've been team wiped, we're going to spawn out. If you invest that glide, it's going to come to no fruition. We're so far away, so just a call probably needed there. And you know, if Cobra's the in-game leader in that particular moment, then that's the problem right there, is that they get a glide and they just don't make good use of it. That could have been an absolute game changer for Clutch Rayn right there, and they just weren't able to make good use of it. But those are the breaks, really, aren't they? And you just got to learn from that. If you're in a similar position, just be able to read the map, read the game a little bit better. Team Ricochet have got a nice cushion though going into a game mode that they're going to be very comfortable with players who can drop absolute numbers. Yeah. And you were right to say Captain Connor is going to be sat on top of that boat, you know, just absolutely trying to dominate the whole of mid-map, and this is going to be a worry. And again, we talk about that transition between P3 and P4, and I think that's going to be the big game changer in this next map and mode. Whoever dominates those two hills is potentially going to be the team that's going to take the series, and we're either going to see the Tuscan S&D, or we're going to see Team Ricochet move on.
Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of those rotational gunfights, those really big 1v1s, because we've seen teams before on Gavutu that have been kind of outslaying quite heavily, but because they're winning the hills on P3 and P4 and they win the engagements for the rotation, they usually get a big amount of time without getting a huge number of kills. Obviously, we know kind of how rogue the spawns can be over the other side of the map on Gavutu, so it's one where you're looking at the boys of Clutch Rayn and thinking, right, you just need to be efficient, I think is the right word, kind of in the rotation. You don't want to get caught in positions where you're chasing hills time after time. You want to kind of be ahead of the game, so to speak, and allow Ricochet to have to use that kind of that raw gun skill ability to punch into hills rather than allowing them to get set up, because that's when I think it will be a bit worrying for them.
I mean, I think one positive for Clutch Rayn to take away from the control was that they're quite happy to give responsibility for them one-on-ones to each other. They're not necessarily looking constantly for trade. So in those transitional moments, I think, you know, they're not scared to allow a player to then potentially take that responsibility to deal with owning P4 or P3 respectively. And as you pointed out, the problem that exists is, you know, if you get that team wipe and you find yourself on P3, it's essentially a free 15 seconds before the opposition are even able to get close. Now, we do know in the last patch both Tuscan and Gavutu spawns were changed. I think it was only hardpoint, so this, depending on how that change has occurred, might change the tactic and the strategy. I still think you're going to be spawning out far enough where that if you do get that P3 control initially, you're going to get a free 10 to 15 seconds on the kill. And obviously, if you make that rotation across towards P4, or the opposition chalks P3 and goes to P4, they potentially can get themselves set up for a free 10, 15 seconds at the start. So plenty of strategy going into this one. We know P1's going to be contest heavy. We know that it's potentially, you know, it's going to go one way, handful of seconds, and it's all about setting up for that boat control, not just for P2, but for that obviously that almost chess-like game move towards P3. So it'll be interesting to see. Expect to see Connor going big at the top of the boat, and obviously expect to see the boys from Clutch Rayn just trying to, you know, get Cobra involved a little bit more.
Yeah, and a huge shout out to Mr. Heffy with the 3 gifted. Thank you very much, Heffy. So we go now in towards our map number 4 here. And one player, Pablo, that we've casted over a fair few times who has been the man to put up really, really big numbers for some of these rosters has been Cobra. He's obviously a player that is incredibly talented in Respawn, and if they can keep him quiet, Ricochet, that's probably Clutch Rayn's best bet at just raw slaying ability. We know Twiz is very consistent as a player as well. Obviously, Jane, Yaz, we haven't seen a huge amount of over the Call of Duty, but if they can just kind of get Cobra firing on this one, it feels as though he might be the catalyst they're looking to as they start off this one very, very well.
Yeah, so I think the key to this for Clutch Rayn is just to keep Cobra absolutely on pace. And for Team Ricochet, you've just got to be available to trade. I mean, you just can't get too separated because Cobra will pick you apart. He'll look for flanks. He'll look for opportunities to take you one by one. And that's exactly what he did in that control. I mean, to no fruition, but 26 non-traded kills tells you a story right there. So expect to see Cobra doing that. But in complete, opposition to that, we saw Ross J trying to do the same thing. And that is another player on their side, on Team Ricochet side, who potentially could do the same. As we hit this P2 right now, it is Team Ricochet with a nice hold across middle, and we can see just how difficult it's going to be for Clutch Rayn as Klausy does try and make his way up through this docks area, not able to get that shot. He's probably going to get traded out there, unfortunately. Jay does drop him, but again, Major, it's been a nice hold from Team Ricochet on this P2.
Yeah, it's a really big kill there to take down Klausy, because if Ricochet get a decent time on this, and then they get that glide bomb, we talk about it all the time. I mean, when the glide bomb was set at 5, it was pretty much a guarantee that somebody was usually going to get it before that P3, but they're not going to be able to on this occasion, Ricochet. But they do have a few bodies here. It looks as though Connor, there you go, he's going to be your knight in shining armor, watching over the man on the hill, takes down Jay. They do manage to take Klausy out of the hill, though, and Yaz is going to rip Connor off as well. So good work from Clutch Rayn. They break in towards the hill, and now they just need to try and get set up here and hold a huge chunk of time.
And this is it, getting set up. That kill by Jay on Ross J is going to help immensely because it gives them that little bit of control over towards front bent. It's going to push Team Ricochet over into that P1 ring area, and that's just going to funnel them almost into kind of like a killing tunnel where they can potentially be able to kill them. But that kill right there on Twiz has changed everything up. Team Ricochet get that massive kill over towards the side of the rock, get onto that armored troop carrier, and they're going to be able to potentially get some time and tie things up. It is a nice kill though. Twiz dropping a nade straight onto the bonnet of Team Ricochet. That's going to see them get out the hill, and now we're going to see this war of attrition. And Major, we talk about this transition. When are they going to start thinking about P4? Because right now Team Ricochet, you would suggest they're in the driving seat to get control of that. But what can Clutch Rayn do potentially to make sure that doesn't happen?
Well, we talk about big rotational gunfights. Yaz is able to win the first, but they don't anticipate that Klausy's going to be here as well. So just by dominating that side of P3 enables them just to easily rotate over towards P4. And now this is worrying here for Clutch Rayn because they are going to have to try and punch into a really difficult hill here. Jay's going to try and slide across. He's going to get caught out by the stun, though. And you can see Ross is just guarding this left-hand side of the map. But the blue arrows have managed to just slip round the back. They do have to deal with Klausy, though, again, who is just going to be locked out the back left here, over towards the beach side. He's going to get some shots into Cobra. He's got to be careful, though, because Yaz is there, and the teamwork at the moment from Clutch Rayn is looking pretty much inevitable and pretty impeccable, really, to be fair, as Ross is all of a sudden last man alive. But there's the slaying ability once again of Team Ricochet in a moment where it looked as though Clutch Rayn were almost going to grab that hill and push them out. They just managed to hold onto it for dear life.
Yeah, what a really nice break by them. A big kills from Twiz, but unfortunately they just get pushed from the front, and Team Ricochet with enough power in those guns to be able to just push in and hold, and that's going to be a valuable piece of time because from nowhere, Major, they've given themselves a 30-second lead from a point where they were behind. They've strung just enough time in P3 and an absolute ton of time to P4, and they're going to make this P5 contestables right now. No one on the hill. We finally see Cobra manage to punch on, but you pointed that out earlier on. Team Ricochet really needed to ensure that Cobra had a quiet game, and one of the ways they've done it is they've been effective in terms of trading, and Cobra's on a 4 and 7 as we hit the end of P1. It's a statistic that you probably wouldn't have thought would be even thinkable after dropping 37 kills in control. Well, Team Ricochet are in the ascendancy right now, 22nd lead, but we do see a nice push by Clutch Rayn as they're able to just push back onto P5 as we hit that 30-second mark, and we're going to be just approaching the start of the second rotation.
Yeah, and on the flip side, Connor, again, is just ever present on the map with this assault rifle. He is just gunning players down who are trying to transition over towards those hills and those rotations. But again, P1, they do a good job this time, Clutch Rayn, of getting him out the hill early, so they are going to be ahead on the rotation on this one. But now they need to just try and hold it here. So the scrap time will go in favour of Team Ricochet. You can see those players desperately trying to reinforce over towards the hill and at least try and touch it at the moment, because at the moment they are falling by the wayside. So another pick comes through from Connor to take down Yazza. Opens up a little bit of an entrance, and now are they going to fly in here? There's still a few more players lurking outside the hill. Connor is just playing it patiently, but Ross is going on a really quick flank here, and he might be able to upset the party. There's going to be one on the outer. Cobra's going to fall. Another one here as well. Intwiz is going to get tagged up. How many can he grab? It's only going to be the one, as Klausy looks to try and at least grab one. Can he grab the second? No. So they breathe a sigh of relief here, Clutch Rayn. They do manage to hold on.
Yeah, some big plays there by Jay. He's just managed to hold on to that P1. You know, it's almost remained entirely Clutch Rayn since the onset of the second rotation. Big plays coming out of the team in blue, and that's exactly what they needed to get back into this game. We do see Klausy as he gracefully glides through the air and manages to get a pick, but it's still in control of Clutch Rayn, so hats off to those boys, and it's all going to be about this P2 boat control, and we can already see Cobra is just trying to up those statistics a little bit, 9 and 10 with 22 seconds, and he's going to look to try and get some control over towards this boat, taking up the valuable space you would expect to see Connor in. But right now it is going to be Team Ricochet on the kill, but I don't think they realise that the Cobra's there doing absolute damage, Major.
Yeah, they got to try and shift him out of top boat. This high ground makes such a difference, but the team shots for Ricochet are clean again. They do take him down. Twiz is going to try and get involved in the action, but it's going to be the same outcome for him. And now Purple Arrow's in position. This is where you start to worry again. Those automatons are locked in up towards top boat. This hill can be really frustrating to try and break into. Klausy's going to pick Cobra off again. Clutch Rayn try and leg it in towards the hill. They are just starting to stagger a little bit, and that's a 4-man wipe, and number 5 Fudzy making the big brain play. He's ready to go for P3 already.
And this is going to be a huge fight. He's got a lot of work to do right now. He is going to get that support, as you would expect. It is going to be Ross J, though, who's got the unenviable task of trying to take off the heads of Clutch Rayn. And it is going to be Yazza manages to get onto hill. I thought that was a big ask, to be perfectly honest. Putting Fudzy out there on his own. He did get a little bit of support, but again, Ross J, maybe not the ideal player to be watching from ring. You need BB Connor in that situation. He is going to be watching from boat across that middle area, but it is going to be Clutch Rayn. We're going to get pushed off the hill with a glide right there from Connor. Drops it straight onto Yazza's head, and it's going to be Twiz now just looking to see if he can protect his fellow players, and that's going to be a little bit of a hold right there, but Fudzy does better than he did Major on the initial push. He manages to protect that, but the team from Clutch Rayn not only are going to have that opportunity to push from ring, but looks like they're also going to have spawns potentially for P4, so this game could definitely go back and forth right now. And number 3 in Cobra, I don't think you're going to see him moving anytime soon.
Yeah, and likewise, BB Connor doesn't want to move, but he's going to wide peek it, get taken down, and Clutch Rayn, it looked really damaging, that position that they had, kind of on the less preferred side for the hill. But now, all of a sudden, because they've got the man in the hill and they're just kind of trickling seconds into their back pockets, this is looking like a really clean set of rotations. And again, they are now ready to go for this next hill. Team Ricochet, can they manage to do what they've done pretty much all series long in just using that raw aggression, that raw gun skill to punch in towards the hill? But you can see already those purple arrows, they've managed to get towards the final third of the map, but now they just need to go through that next stage of getting in and at least contesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Twiz gets absolutely decimated over towards the side of the boat. Was looking to try and get those kills, and Klausy just allowed to wander in with that auto from close range, which is not what you want to be seeing if you're a Clutch Rayn fan right now, as the kill feed goes entirely purple. And this has been such a back and forth game. It just shows you how close these two sets of teams are in terms of raw gun skill. As we see the game finally get tied up, it's going to be Klausy and Ross J, although Klausy does fall. But again, Major, you know, the boys in Clutch Rayn battle back really well, but they just get cut through like butter when they are trying to hold hill, and they've done such an impeccable job between P3 scrap and P4, that initial hold. Man, you've got to say hats off to them. But Major, they butchered that 200-second mark, and even though there is only a 10-second or 15-second differential, it is Team Ricochet potentially now trying to get set up on P5, and that is a solid hold across mid right now, although number 4 in Yazza is going to try and throw a little bit of fresh optimism for the boys from Clutch Rayn.
Yeah, these next picks are going to be big for Jay. If he can get this glide bomb, this is going to be huge for him and his team. Yazza manages to get into the hill, but Jay's going to get caught in the crossfire, so no streak for Clutch Rayn. And more importantly, they take the man out the hill, do Team Ricochet. So Ross J with the pinpoint nade. And now a bit of a standoff here. Who's going to make the first move? Klausy going to get on that spot there to grab some time, but he's going to get taken down. BB Connor's actually going to team kill Ross with his own nade, and Cobra takes down Fudzy. So all of a sudden, purple arrows are falling, but then the last man standing, it looks as though it's still going to be BB Connor. He at least manages to delay for long enough to allow his teammates to make the play, but now Jay's going to try and do the same. There's one for him. Can he get the second onto Connor? No, he can't. Connor, at the moment, it's just an absolute menace. 3 in a row, 31 kills as we start to wrap this map up, and at the moment, he might might be able to keep his team at least alive in this one with that moment.
Mate, I need a clip on those last 4 kills from Connor, because every single one of them was unreal. A jump shot where he should have died, another jump shot where he should have died. He utilises that bridge to not die. There's no penetration. My mind is absolutely blown. Clutch Rayn, though, on this third rotation, P1, they've got themselves set up, and Major, they were so solid on it previously. Team Ricochet got to go big here if they want to see this series out. It is going to be Boss J who falls. Jay manages to get the kill at 238 to 219. They need to at least get the contest in. Connor going to reload. He gets the pick. Team Ricochet now with the big massive opportunity to be able to take this. Plenty of time to do it. 30 seconds left on the clock and only 20 seconds needed. Yaza with a big shot. He manages to get taken down. Major, this could be all over at this P1.
Oh my goodness, there's teammates that are coming through. Cobra's going to take Jay down, and that might be the final point that they need to get this one done. Only 9 seconds remaining. Clutch Rayn have to go now. Otherwise, this series is done. It looks as though up the ramp they're going to go. Jay, first man in. Will he get the kill? No, he won't. Last man standing. Yazza, is he going to touch it? No, he won't. And Team Ricochet looking strong in the respawn. It looked for a second that Clutch Rayn might get it done, but they can't.
Man, I mean, I just don't even want to say the name again, because he has been unreal all game. But BB Connor is just the most straight shooting man you'll ever see. Unbelievable plays. Those last 4 kills on P5. Just absolutely blew my mind, man. He should have been dropped 4 times. He plays his life in and around bottom P5. He uses the bridge to survive and gets the picks. Man, I honestly, between him and Klaus here over towards P5 and that P1 in the third rotation, those are huge, huge plays. And, you know, Major, we know full well that there's one certain Welshman who was absolutely dancing for joy right now.
Yeah, so you can have a pick at who you think it is. I think most people will probably know, but good work there from the boys of Team Ricochet. They will guarantee themselves a spot in that grand final. And Mr. Gashi, one second, let me find the right button. There you go. Mine's still fried at the end of that map, but really good work there from Team Ricochet. And a quick slip and exit there from the boys of Clutch Rayn, who aren't out. They obviously need to prepare themselves, though, for their next series, which will be down in that losers final. Obviously still waiting on the series between Vitalize Esports and Incentive Esports to be completed, and then as and when we know that, we will know which series we will have up next. So Clutch Rayn, they are guaranteed in that losers final, and meanwhile Team Ricochet, they are guaranteed a place in that grand final. And obviously remember, guys, the guys playing for the prize pool of £1,000 here, 840 is going towards place number 1. And there you go, there was a 3-0 confirmation. So Vitalize, they push through. So our next series, Pablo, is going to be Clutch Rayn versus Vitalize Esports. So I mean, regardless of who the teams were going to be, it was going to be a banger anyways. But the boys in Ricochet do well, and we've now got our next series, which will be coming up very, very shortly.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've got some absolute lunatics in Vitalize. We've shown just how good over the course of every game. Kids was yesterday, Cruz. He's just absolutely incredible player. So, yeah, just have a look for the raw aggression, especially in respawns. Obviously, Vital, another player as well, that's just incredibly aggressive in respawns. So this should be really, especially in terms of hardpoint, that should be an incredibly interesting game. These two kind of juggernauts of respawn going at it. So it should be interesting to see how they do shape up. And obviously, we're going to see who's going to potentially move on to try and face Team Ricochet. So yeah, that just should be absolutely huge.
Yeah, so guys, in the meantime, we will just leave some clips up on the screen for you guys, just to keep your eyes up on what's just happened in that series, if you did just miss it. But we are just going to quickly cut to a short break, guys. But meanwhile, we will be back very, very shortly with our losers final. So grab your food, grab your drink, and come back in just a second as we get the vetoes and the guys lobbied up for that one. And we will be back in just a short bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're back again, this time with Losers Final. Obviously, Clutch Rayn, the org that is going to be staying on with this Pablo, but we're here in a business end of an ACCL tournament, and it wouldn't feel right if it didn't have a Vitalised roster in it, and that's pretty much what we've got.
Every time, man, they consistently pick really good players, no matter what tournament it is, what league it is, what level it is. They just seem to always just pick a really solid roster. They had one at the very start of Vanguard. In fact, they were probably the first kind of, you would say, classes maybe sub-comp org that had like really good solid roster. We saw obviously Vega at the start of the kind of like Vanguard era doing really well. Well, this side is still just a complete level above, you would suggest. Xiao Cruz is absolutely superb and was unbelievably consistent yesterday. Vital is the kind of respawn player that can drop 40 bombs in hard points. Robbie Nevo did some absolutely plays yesterday, including a ridiculous 4-piece in a Tuscan S&D that, yeah, just blew my mind. And obviously Rezi, this foundational player that can just provide all that support to let the other 3 players go off. But again, they're up against the Clutch Rayn side with some, 2 players we haven't really cast over a great deal in Linz and Jay, but we know what Twiz and Cobra can do, and they've given us a beautiful set of maps there, Major.
Yeah, I was going to say, much more relaxing on the vocal cords, I think I'll call this set of... I suppose maybe an additional Berlin or maybe a Search and Destroy and Desert Siege wouldn't have gone amiss, but regardless, a much more slower pace map. Obviously, Tuscan Hardpoint map 4 is pretty much the mixy map out of the lot, but obviously we're going on to a set of maps where Clutch Rayn coming off of that one, they're looking at the loss that they took against Team Ricochet. It was a close one though, at 250 to 238, but they'll be looking at that map set and going, right, okay, strong start here. If we fix the issues that we had in that map 4 hard point against the Team Ricochet lads, then there's no reason why we can't really start off strong in this series and kind of get the ball rolling, because that's what you've come to expect from this team now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going to look at that, particularly those 2 Gavutus, and just think, we definitely can do something on this map. And particularly, I just think they were so close to just completely throwing the series on its head with that Gavutu control. They got to that 4v4 and it just came down to a misuse of a glide. So hopefully they've learned from that, and hopefully they'll take a bit of confidence from it as well. So that could be very, very interesting. Obviously, I haven't seen them most recently on any Tuscans, so be interesting just to see. Tuscan S&D is obviously, for many ways, it's the ideal S&D. It's not got that kind of an enormity of the Berlin map, which just, it requires some world star performances. Usually we're seeing great ARs and great snipers, and it's not quite the kind of randomness that you get out of Bocage. So it'll be interesting to see that Tuscan S&D, but we are going to be hitting Gavutu hardpoints, which is still relatively quick pace map. But again, it's going to come down to the AR control. We're going to see that contest in P1, and then it's all going to be about controlling for P3 and P4.
Yeah, so Gavutu hardpoint, everyone's map where you either love it or you hate it. It's going to be an interesting one with these 2 teams, how they fare on. And again, strong starts usually are the way forwards for a lot of these teams, Pablo. It's usually a case of if they get blown out early on, it's a very, very difficult map to kind of pull your way back on sometimes, especially if you're behind on those rotations.
Yeah, it's not one you can really effectively, especially if you're struggling to hold onto a kill, it's not one you can effectively chalk. Obviously, you do see teams kind of like who aren't able to breach P3, just chalk it and try and get set up for P4. But if you're not able to hold a kill, that's where it starts to become problematic. So expect to see that kind of side starting to try and take as much time in the second rotation of P1 and P5. Right now, Cobra just steps up and does the job you expect him to do as he gets a 2-piece, but he's going to get traded out, and it is going to be Vitalised, just straight off the back of an awesome performance yesterday, and they're just making their way through this low run. And right now they're taking the lion's share of this P1 as the boys in Clutch Rayn look to try and get set up to boat control, but it's going to be Vital with the job to maybe see them off. He does get dealt with, so Cobra again Major with an absolutely superb start.
Yeah, and one player that, if anyone's not seen this Vitalised roster, that he does seem to be he can be hit and miss at times, Vital, on some of these maps, but when he gets going on a respawn, he is very, very difficult to shift. And I feel with this roster on Vitalised, if he gets going, this is going to be a really, really difficult set of respawns here for Clutch Rayn, because we've seen it time after time, him drop close to 40 eliminations on some of these, and obviously at the moment just playing it patiently as he literally went round and round the merry-go-round with one man there, but it's actually going to be him that falls out the shortest.
I'm baffled, he didn't just chalk that run and just like, right, I'll go the other way and catch him coming back up the stairs. But no, he manages to just do the whole Benny Hill thing. That was so weird, but fun at the same time. 45 seconds though. Right now a 30-second deficit towards the Vitalized team, who were just across the board playing really well. It's taken a little bit of time for the boys from Clutch Rain to get into this. We're seeing Twiz on a 1 and 4. Jay's only got 2 kills, and Yazza with 4 kills as well. So, across 3 players, they're kind of some way off. Only Cobra dealing some damage, and he can't get on the kill to get any time. So it is now a 10-second deficit. But, but by the way, the kills and by way of slaying, Vitalize able to get back onto this P2, and it's going to be all about that setup for P3 Major. And we can already see Cobra, the most reliable of the players from Clutch Rain right now, just looking to get set up onto that armored troop carrier. It's going to be a little battle between himself and Vital, although I don't think he realizes it just yet.
Yeah, so they do have the players locked up in position, so a good opportunity for a big chunk of time here, but Clutch Rain still holding strong, and Twiz manages to rip off the head of Vital there as they try and pinch in towards the hill, but nothing comes of it. And now all of a sudden Vitalize on the back foot a little bit here. They've obviously got the predicament, Pablo, I suppose, of do they push in towards the hill and subsequently give off spawns, or do they try and at least get one man in and then still hold from this P1, which it looks as though they've got an opportunity to do now?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my argument is always the same. If you're not able to get onto the hill to control it for any decent amount of time, at least make it almost impossible for the opposition to take any time. And when you consider that you've potentially got this team spawn trapped, you've got them trapped towards back jungle, it's a good opportunity not just for you to get that remaining scrap time, but now you've got that opportunity to circle back and potentially get the spawns. But this is going to be really quick now. They're not set up probably as well as they'd like to be, as early as they'd like to be for this. So these kills right now over towards back boat are absolutely vital for Vitalize if they want to maintain this lead, and also vital for Clutch Rain if they really want to utilize that lack of pace that literally just occurred because of the way the spawn's there, to just try and punch in.
Yeah, speaking of Vital, he's going to be the man inside the back of the spawn, just trying to stay alive, but they managed to get in Clutch Rain and they spawn those blue arrows out of Vitalize Esports. So good work from those lads, and all of a sudden they're in a position where the spawns have flipped. They've got to work their way in, but it's like excuse me, I'm choking on all the passion.
Oh, he's gone.
They managed to go through and cruise. Oh my god, there you go, there's 3 in a row after I'm choking on my own words.
Yeah, that was a huge kill feed right there. We've got to give Major a second to grab some water, as I think he's just down the lozenge. But yeah, huge 4 streak right there for the boys from Vitalize. They managed to get back onto the hill. You've got to ask questions about those spawns right there, though. We had 1 player from Vitalize spawn out bottom boat, 1 player from Clutch Rain spawn out bottom boat. Incredible plays, and that's going to be, really good for Vitalize Esports, who are going to take the remainder of that P4. They've got themselves almost a 60-second lead. It's not far off right now, and P5 already looking set up for the boys from Clutch Rain. So this is a good opportunity for them to get as much damage as possible. Vital, though, has got to go big towards the back. He's set up, but he gets dealt with in that kill feed. Finally, you would suggest, for the first time, going the way of Clutch Rain. So a good opportunity now for them to get some solid time and get back into this Kavutu hardpoint.
Yeah, this is an important hill for them now. If they keep falling behind on some of these kills, it's just going to get a little bit out of hand. Jay and Twiz are really, really struggling for kills, and Cobra doing his utmost. He was a man that I flagged up in the previous series, and a man that we've seen do so well for Clutch Rain in some of these respawns, and they need a lot from him now. He's producing the most hill time and the most kills, and there's another kill on towards Vital. So really good work from him, and a second from Cobra as he looks to try and pull his teammates pretty much out of the ditch that they've managed to dig themselves. As we go back over towards P1, you can see the presence from Vitalize is still going to be here, but good work from Twiz right when they need him to show up a little bit. He manages to grab 2, but Vitalize, they've just still got the presence over towards the hill.
Yeah, they triple stacked P1. I think they knew the P5 was chalked, and that just left Twiz with an awful lot of work to do. And again, this is about reading the game effectively. Leave 1 man on P5 and get that support into that P1 on the second rotation as early as possible, because Twiz gets 2 kills, but it's never going to be enough, because already Vitalize Esports have prioritised P1 in this rotation. Well, Clutch Rain have done a great job to get the contest back in, and they've done great at bringing this back to within 30 seconds, which, at one point seemed absolutely unfathomable, but right now it is going to be a contested P. This is something you don't normally see. We usually by this point have got like a kind of a bit of a rhythm going in the game. But right now, Clutch Rain finally going to get onto the hill, potentially going to try and get as much of this scrap time as possible. Already, they haven't thought about P2. Finally got a player in number 3, and Cobra's starting to think about it, but potentially too little too late as the boys from Vitalize look to get control of P2.
Yeah, he got an important pick there on 1 man, but they've still got to deal with Nevo. who is now ready to go. He's not on the time, but he's got a lot of control up this top boat area, and we talk about it all the time. If you can get control of top boat on P2, it makes your life a hell of a lot easier, but the FMJ coming through for Cobra is going to manage to take one man out, and they do actually still have Jay in the hill, so they might be able to work a bit of magic here if they can just keep him alive. So Jay actually gets a pick onto Vital. Clutch Rayn now have control of the hill, and this is looking a bit more positive here for the boys from France.
Yeah, absolutely. They made their way around the back, managed to get some individual picks. That's just made it so that they were able to get 2 players back into boat, and they managed to get some control and some time, and they flipped that game back over to the lead right now, 150 to 149, and it finally manages to see Vitalized do get back onto that for the scrap time. 20 seconds, though, was big. Right now, at this point in the game, this is absolutely huge, but you can already see they've sent 2 players right the way over towards P3. A big fight about to go down. It is going to be between huge kills right there. Twiz again. Now, Major, one thing we have seen, one of the features in this game so far is Twiz just consistently getting 2 pieces, and this is huge for them right now. They needed this player to step up. He was on a massive deficit at the start of the game. Right now he's only 15 and 18, but that little step up in terms of kills has just made it so much better for them in terms of getting time.
Yeah, so Clutch Rayn, tell you what, they might be losing the slaying battle, but they are not losing that objective time, as Yaz is just going to try and, again, stay alive. But look at the setup that Clutch Rayn have got. They've got everyone in position here. And look at the bodies that fly straight across the hill. Holy hand grenade as they all come through. And now the trades, are they going to be there? They are. Clutch Rayn, they will not let go of this hill again. 25 seconds. They know where Rezi is. But now, can they manage to get the trade? No, they can't. They managed to keep Rezi alive. Potentially, no, he's going to get cut down. So it's a little bit of a stalemate here as players desperately try to get to the hill, and I desperately try not to choke.
Again, you're doing such a good job, mate. You have the Ronin, you still cast them. Vital with a really nice 2-piece. And again, Vitalize are going to be set up for P4 and getting the scrap time, albeit only a 7 or 8 seconds or so. But it's going to be enough to bring them back to within about 18 or 17 seconds. And they're set up on P5. But, you know, a complete mirror image of the previous rotation where, you know, they look solid on holding hills. Well, Clutch Rayn have flipped that, and they're starting to just, you can see that kind of like that slaying ability just starting to creep up across Jay, across Twiz, and obviously Yaza just slightly off the pace, 14 and 23. But look at that time, he's got 1 minute 10. So you know you've got to look to, if you can't get the kills, try and get the time, try and do as much work as you can in and around the kill and be an absolute nuisance. Jay does get bodied, a bit optimistic with the handgun against, you know, the kind of slaying power that we see from the likes of Xiao Cruz. 24 and 21, a player we haven't really talked about. He's got himself a minute of time, and when you've got a player playing that solidly with that level of capability, Vitalize Esports looking at very, very strong, and they've held on to this for a solid 40 seconds, Major.
Yeah, so nothing separating these guys at the moment. Holy, there are literally seconds between these guys as we go over towards the P5, and you can see now Yaza and his boys are desperately going to try and race over towards the hill. Can they get there before those Vitalize arrows punch through? Because Cruz is going to take down 1J though there for the trade, and again, they've still got a little bit of a standoff here, just watching the cross of the mid-map, but I don't think they anticipate Twiz is here, so he's going to take down one. Vital goes for the chow, but Vital wins another important gunfight, but he will fall. Clutch Rayn still in that preferred position. They've still got the issue, though, of Nevo around the back, and he manages to get one and get away with his life. So the longer that he lurks around the back here, the more difficult it will be, but Clutch Rayn, they still hold the rotation, Pablo, and they start soaking up the time again.
Yeah, despite Yaz's kind of like a negative KD, 18 and 27, he's managed to bag himself a couple of massive kills, including that one over towards Robbie Nevo at the back. So massive kill for them as they retain a large chunk of the first part of P5 at the end of the second rotation, 216 to 220. It couldn't really be any closer, only 4 seconds in it. And this is potentially, you know, the way this has been heavily contested, this could easily go, you know, well beyond P1, well beyond P2, and they might have to start thinking about potentially seeing this out at a P3, even a P3, even though these only need 25 seconds each to see this game out.
Oh my goodness, this next time is going to be huge here. Twiz has got a really big moment on his hand. Gets in the hill, takes down one inside. Can he manage to get the ones onto Evo? He can. He gets the second as well. Big moments coming through, and Twiz gets 3. What a moment there from that young man as he manages to potentially be the dagger in the back of Vitalize here in this map number 1. They're doing their absolute best to get over towards the hill. You can see number 6 in Cruz is going to try and go across a really difficult position of the map. Over the top rope, manages to get the pick. Can they manage to work this pinch in enough time? They get some picks. Kills come through. How many more can Clutch Rayn get? There's another one that comes through for Jay. He still stays alive here, and they can still win off this as Jay is somehow carving through everyone. They finally trade him out, but now Vitalize, they can't win off this hill, but they just can't afford for anyone to break in. Cobra, can he do it? Yes, he can. There's another kill as the trades come through. Now Jay wants to try and get involved in the action, but the boys in blue won't let go, and this is now going over towards P2.
Oh, my mind is boggled. A huge fight about to ensue in P2, and it's all going to come down to Yazza, 20 and 32. He manages to get killed, and it's going to be Clutch Rayn with the potential advantage. Only 5 seconds needed. What a job that they've just done. Over towards P1. They've managed to get on a kill, but it is going to be a contest. Unbelievable play between Yazza and Jay. They've managed to get on a Clutch Rayn. Managed to just about see their way to P2. Major, you have got to look to Twiz with those 2 and 3 pieces across the whole map. Huge plays there, man. What a performance.
Oh my goodness, Clutch Rayn just wouldn't let go. They wouldn't let go. We saw the moments over towards P1 from Jay, and my goodness, when you look at the slaying, you think, how on earth have Vitalized lost that map? Clutch Rayn, pretty much a bread and butter performance, textbook really, to show how you play a hard point and win it without getting a huge amount of kills.
Man, my mind's boggled. You look at some of the stats across Clutch Rayn, a lot of negative, but a lot of time going their way. Yaz are doing a great job. Even though he only got those handful of kills and it was still negative, some of them were really big kills, but he got an absolute chunk of time. But you've really got to look to Twiz in that game. We know Cobra played well, but Twiz, oh my days, consistently getting big 1 and 2 pieces, being able to, that gave Clutch Rayn, once we hit that second rotation, the ability to be able to start to hold on and chain these hills together. And then you saw a great example of it at the end on that final P1 where he drops a huge 3-piece, allows his team to get set up to get the kills onto the on-Russian Vitalized team, and then by the time it hits P2 it just becomes a contest, and that can go any way. It's literally almost a lottery. Unbelievable game 1.
Yeah, that was a moment there for Clutch Rayn, especially in terms of just kind of, I suppose, passion, is that the word for it? Just kind of morale, really, I suppose. It feels as though it was a map that we kind of saw phases where it's like, okay, it's running away with Vitalized a little bit now. But that just goes to show on that kind of map, Pablo, if you just hold on with that kind of death grip, that's what you can manage to pull out the bag sometimes, even against the most unlikely of odds.
Well, we would normally chastise a team for feeding the hill 1 at a time, but that's the perfect moment to just constantly get a presence. At 245, 245, it was nearly as close as that. You've got to feed the hill, otherwise someone's going to get a 2-piece and then it's game over. So keep feeding it. And who gets the 2-piece? Well, it's a 3-piece on P1. And when you hit P2, Yazza and Jay team up to drop what is effectively that 2-piece, gives them the few seconds of control. And there's the map. And that is exactly the time to do it. Don't worry about strategy. Just feed that hill. Just keep getting feet on the hill, and that's won them that in the end. Can't wait to see what this S&D is going to bring.
Oh man, well, in we go in towards map number 2. No messing around from these guys. So Vitalized, they're going to have to look towards the search and destroy here to tie up this series. And I'm pretty sure I heard a crack of a sniper there from one of these players. We'll have to see to try and find out. Oh, there it is. Never knows what we love, and he's going to be the man rocking the sniper. But first blood goes in favour. Oh, and Yazza just dancing with death here if he peeks this corner. Oh, he gets some good timing, though, as he manages to transition over. But he manages to take down Cruz as well. So now, Nevo, can he get the pick? He spots the head of him. Oh, the glint is just going to do enough. But actually, the chow from Yazza is going to back him up. So good work from those boys. And it looks as though Abe is going to be the push, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing to consider is that last time I cast over Robbie Never with a sniper, he dropped 10. So, and I dropped a 4-piece with an MP40 as well. So, a player for S&D, definitely don't expect to see big things out of Vital. Don't expect to see big things potentially out of Xiao Cruz, Nevo, and Rezi. Definitely being the S&D players for Vitalize. We do see that 4-man drop, and it is going to be Rezi on the defuse. So, Vitalize is going to slap back after that. Really must be regarded as disappointing round 1 for them. Game 1, they're going to hit back with a round 1 in this S&D, but yeah, Major, one thing definitely to look out for is Robbie Nevo and that sniper.
Yeah, if he can get going with that, it was literally, I kind of went, oh man, because as soon as I switched off of him, we were watching him for ages to see if he can get the pick, and as soon as we switch off of him, you hear the crack, and he manages to clean a head out with that sniper. So we'll see if he can manage to get some momentum going, because this is something we talk about quite a lot, Pablo, is when you get the snipers going, they can kind of ward off so much large sections of the map. Obviously, Tuscan, a little bit more close quarters, but if you've got a sniper down the A site that is getting pick after pick after pick, the attacking team or the defensive team that's coming up against him just really struggles to get any sort of map control, and they start to worry about what sections they can potentially push, and then you can start bottlenecking them to some of the sites that they might not prefer to go to.
Exactly, and we've just seen that Cobra manages to drop Vital. It is going to be traded straight out by Twiz, but you're entirely right, especially because Psychology of the Sniper is a podcast in itself, Cobra. managing to get one. It is going to be a 3v3. Zhao Cruz still with bomb. What I would say is, Vitalizing the previous S&D that I cast over yesterday just seemed to be like a poison chalice when it was in the hand. They're great at defender, but sometimes can just be a little cautious, and you see them change their mind time and time again. You can see this caution right now. Look at that split across the map. Number 7 and Robbie Nevo is absolutely miles away. Gets an easy free piece on Yazza, so nice placement, and that's potentially going to give the confidence to the boys over towards backfield to push out to A and potentially get that bomb down. Major, it's going to be Cobra in a 1v3.
Well, can he phase up here? Oh, Cruz just ducks under the bullet. He doesn't duck under that one, though, as he manages to take down one. So Cobra makes it a 1 versus 2. Is he going to get spotted by Nevo? Yes, he is. So Nevo gets the kill. Vitalize, knock around on the board. And they now go 2-0 up.
Looking very, very strong. And again, that's nice of them this time, though. They looked really good in the attacking rounds, which is one thing they were kind of letting themselves down with previously, despite the heroics of Robbie Nevo. But yeah, nice placement. And, we talk about how stretched, almost like the beginning of Vanguard, where we saw teams stretch out to get information. Very similar play right there. Now it is down to Clutch Rayn to try and snap back. Now, one thing we have seen out of Clutch Rayn is slow starts in S&D, and then they've managed to absolutely blitz through teams in the latter part of the game. So expect potentially Clutch Rayn to change up. They have got the potential capability to re-strategize, reorganize, and more importantly, regain. But we can see that transition, Major, as we hit that 1-minute 10 mark, as they look to potentially go over towards that B site.
Yeah, so at the moment, they've only really got kind of Vital over towards that side. They do have Resi over towards top sandbags. Is he going to spot the player's transition? Oh, he is. And he gets some shots in as well. And his teammate Vital over towards that back area is going to manage to grab the first blood. So the bomb has been dropped for Clutch Rayn. They obviously still have a pretty decent presence over towards that area of the map. They are going to try and at least maybe get a pick shortly here, because if it starts to become an issue with the timer, it's going to be so difficult here. And Vital, he might get some god timing here. Oh no, maybe it's the opposite. Yazza's going to fly around. They literally kiss each other on the forehead as they fly past, and it's not going to be a kill that goes in favor of Vitalize. So now back to a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, big job from Resi coming up. He's got his eyes on. He's going to have to get a pick, and that's a beauty right there as he manages to take down 2 players. Now Jay in, again, the unenviable position of a 1v3, and he has got to get bombed down as well. 18 seconds remaining. You would suggest it's going to be very difficult, almost impossible, as he gets taken down. Vitalized Major looking very, very strong in this S&D, yeah. And this could be a massive slap back. We've seen this before, though. It's not the first time we've seen a team get beaten in hardpoint and then absolutely dominate in a search and destroy.
Yeah, and from what we've seen in Vitalize, this team is pretty decent at search and destroy when it gets going. So we'll see if they can manage to clock some more rounds together. Nevo's still going strong, yet to die at the moment. So pretty much would be rude not to watch anyone but him at the moment. So only a couple of kills away from a glide bomb. And it looks as though Vitalize, the call is to take the bomb over towards B. So plenty of opportunity here with only one man at J. Going to be watching this side, and he's probably very shortly, depending on how Vitalize try and play this, he might actually, never mind. It looks as though they're going to try and work something from bottom well over towards A. So kind of a little bit of mind games going on, Pablo. They're going to try and bait out at least maybe a bit of a rotation and a little bit of a defensive kind of hole in the side of Clutch Rayn here. And Cruz, I say that, switch off of him, blink for a second, he gets 2.
You could see kind of like the hesitation. He's sat in mid just thinking, I'll wait. Yaz is going to get a free pick on him, but my days, he knows those 2 players are there, gets the information, gets the pick, lightning fast, and that's going to be a 3v2 right there. And that's a huge turn, but Yazza is going to get tagged up. It's going to be Robbie Nevo with the reactions, and it's going to be Jay all on his own again. Clutch Rayn in this very awkward situation. The 1v3, Vital got bomb. Expect that to go down. Jay should have a free sight, though, whether he's going to push him or whether he's going to potentially get tagged up. He gets that kill, but gets shot in the back, and Major Vitalize continue this domination over towards Tuscan Search and Destroy.
They just look so efficient in trades, and the first bloods as well. It feels as though when they get a first blood, there just isn't really a trade as of yet from Clutch Rayn to really come through and even up the numbers. It feels as though they get a trade, and then it kind of goes a little bit silent for a bit, and obviously in that round there, we saw 2 kills in quick succession come through from Cruz. So the boys are Vitalized at the moment, looking very, very good here on the search. Obviously dropping map number 1 in pretty close fashion. If you guys did miss it, 250 to 246 on the Gavutu hardpoint. Sees Clutch Rayn 1-0 up here in this losers final. But at the moment, this man Nevo can't seem to put a foot wrong.
Ooh. One off a glide, and if he takes someone's head off, a glide in Vitalizer's back pocket of 4-0 is going to be huge. It's going to be have a massive impact on this strategy. Zhao Cruz, though, managing to get the first blood, and again, Clutch Rayn in this very difficult position on the offense. Jay's got bomb, but they need a pick, manages to tie things up. In fact, they've got themselves into a 3v2 situation. Vitalize on the back foot, Major, for the first time in this series.
Yeah, saying that though, don't count them out. We've seen what Vital can do. Let's get info on one player. Or is he going to get the pick? He doesn't. So now he's still got his attack equipment to work with. Stun grenade and hand grenade. Oh, he's going to get caught though on the ledge. Going to try and check all the corners. Can he get the man off the bomb? No, he can't. And it's going to be a round finally on the board for Clutch Rayn. You feel if that one goes in Vitalize's favour, you probably feel it's going to end up in a 6-0, maybe a 6-1 at best. But finally, they get a round on the board.
Yeah, and more importantly, they managed to stop Robbie Neville from getting that glide bomb. So, you know, we've seen these bounce backs before. I mean, no Clutch Rayn are the kind of team that can potentially string a few rounds together, particularly towards the latter part of it. But again, with Twiz on 0 and 5, you know, we're no fan of S&D right there. This is going to be problematic for him. Cobra, again, this isn't his ideal situation, very much a respawn player. So right now, relying heavily on Yaza, who's 6 and 4. And I think it might be just a step too far. Expect the boys from Vitalize again to just strategize, play this cautiously, and look to get a pick. They will be looking to try and get 1 or 2 picks before I think they get the bomb down. Twiz, though, going to be super aggressive. Gets 1 pick, doesn't check his corner. Gets traded out by Robbie Neville and Major at the 110 mark. That's going to be a 3v3.
So... oh, you hear the crack, and there's a death. Rezi's going to fall, and it's going to be this time in favour of Cobra. So you can see there's still 2 players over there. They roughly know where they are. They just need to try and work the next kill here. It's going to be a difficult one here for Vitalize if they don't get this next pick, you feel. And Yaza... ooh. Pod timing coming through again, and Cruz is going to manage to take down Jay. So a big kill coming through from Vitalize. They make it a 2 versus 2, and now they've got to try and make a decision on where to take the bomb. But the next gunfight goes in favour of Yaza, who cleans out the head of Nevo there, doesn't miss a bullet on him, and now all of a sudden Cruz left up in the 1 versus 2.
He manages to tag up the player over towards the back. He's going to get that shot. He does need to dip though. Cobra's going to see him. Cobra with a pretty... the guy is absolutely impeccable with the sniper, going toe-to-toe almost with Rezi in terms of his capability, and that allows them to put another round on the board. And Major, who wants to be in a round-winning position with a sniper in the hand? The confidence in Cobra is just incredible. But a huge, huge place, and that's kept these boys in this game so far, because without those 2 rounds, that's a 6-0. Right now, Clutch Rayn doing a fantastic job, and you feel if they can get Twiz more involved and a few picks, they could start to come back. But we know Clutch Rayn do just get a little bit more serious, a little bit more solid towards the latter stages of any S&D. Big moment as Cobra again goes huge. Literally do not peek your head if you are the team of Vitalize.
Oh my goodness. Well, nades. Vitalize make them work. They managed to clear out 2 players there with nades, and I think they surely spot 1 man, but meanwhile Jay's going to grab 1. He's going to fall. He's the last man, and Vitalize, they get another round on the board. 5-2 now they lead. It was a very, very fast-paced round. Clutch Rayn looked as though the first blood was going to work in their favour, Pablo, but all of a sudden it just kind of slanted a little bit downhill from that point.
Yeah, just a few awkward timings. Twiz just couldn't quite get into church. He got shot in the back just as he was getting around the corner. You just saw Jay jumping out of that kind of statue area, and he gets tagged up. So just some unfortunate timing for Clutch Rayn. That's put them on the back foot. Match point, Vitalize, and you know you wouldn't detract from Vitalize at all. Huge performance. Robbie Neville about to drop potentially a 10-piece again in another S&D. But realistically speaking, if Twiz can get him pull his finger out in S&D for Clutch Rayn at all, this is a completely different series. But right now, Vitalize completely dominant, completely in the driving seat, and they're not going to take their foot off. Twiz, though, with a good opportunity, he's managed to get in behind him. A little bit of confidence, Major, and he might be able to push in and get himself at least a 2-piece.
He's got to be quick. He's got to be quick. There's 1. Can he grab the second as well? They know where the players are, and all of a sudden now it's all on Cruz. Cruz will manage to grab 1 kill. Oh my goodness, Jay's got to try and keep his head down to wait for the reinforcements. They can't afford to gift him another pick and make it a 2 versus 1. Ooh, he's going to get tagged up. Oh man, this looks really, really bleak for him at the moment. He does have the bomb, Cruz. He's desperately going to try and reposition here. Oh my goodness, how is he not dead? Surely somebody's going to clean him out. Finally, he falls. He manages to wriggle through so much gunfire, but Clutch Rayn, they get another round on the board, but they still need 3 more.
Yeah, they won't see the series out. Huge superb plays across the board. A little bit of patience. I have no idea how Cruz has managed to survive so long with 3 players, watching the entry and egress points of 1 bomb site. But it is what it is, and it's still match point towards Vitalize Esports. Cruz just about to join Robbie Neville on 9 kills. Huge performance across the board from those 2 players. Rezi providing that foundational support, and we know Vital's not a big S&D player at 2 and 8. Clutch Rayn, though, starting to go big. Twiz with a big kill towards the back, And it was nice play from him. And again, that little bit of aggression just playing in his favour. But they do need 3 more rounds to win this and look to take that 2-0 in the series. So right now, looking great for Vitalize Esports. Not so good for Vital, sorry, in a 1 minute mark.
Oh.
No one tagged up as of yet.
Resi, though, gets the first blood. There's a nade onto Cobra, who has been a real menace in the side of Vitalize, so no sniper in this round. Unless his teammate manages to retrieve it, but Resi picks off one. Can he get the second onto Twiz? Yes, he can. Resi with the straight beams means that now Jay is the last man up. And a 1 versus 4 here to keep his team alive here in this map is looking pretty bleak. They know where he is. He's down in well. He's surely going to get battered any single second now because there's players coming from all directions. We'll take down one, but look at number 8, Resi. He's on the pinch. He makes the reads, and Vitalize tie up the series.
Now, we talk about foundational support. Resi goes and gets a massive 3-piece, huge plays right there from Vitalize to Slapback. You know, you've got to say they essentially gifted Clutch Rayn a handful of rounds. That was an absolutely dominant performance. Resi going huge, joining the rest of the boys in Vitalize on 9 kills. And we knew Vital was going to have a difficult game, but again, that could have been so much different if Twiz gets involved a little bit more, but S&D definitely not his thing. And again, we're going to be going into a Gavutu control where you just do not know which way this is going to go, as the teams manage to tie themselves back up at 1 apiece. And I think you were right to point out every game from now on is not going to be a 3-0 or a 3-1 necessarily. It could potentially go all the way with the capabilities of these players being split so evenly.
Yeah, it's the case now for the boys of Clutch Rayn just to try and put that one to the back of our minds. Obviously a little bit closer, that one, than potentially the boys of Vitalize might have liked, considering how it started out. But I mean, at the moment, the way we're looking at these maps, Pablo, they are literally like a hair width kind of difference between them. It feels as though there's rounds that could have swung potentially either way in the search and destroy at moments. Vitalize, they do look good on the search, to be fair to them. You probably would have anticipated it might have been a 6-3 or a 6-2 at some stage, but Clutch Rayn at the moment, they're going to have to look towards the map that they did very well on in map number 1 just to get it over the line. And obviously, when they played that one against Team Ricochet, they didn't win the Gav control, so it's going to be one where they're going to, again, look to try and get a bit of a resurgence here.
Yeah, and they've got the same problem against Team Ricochet with Vitalize. They've got 2 players who are absolute lunatics when it comes to respawn. So Vital and Zhao Cruz obviously are just impeccable respawn players, and this is again their problem. They need to come out. They need to come out from the very beginning, firing on all cylinders, because one thing we did notice with the Vitalize is they are willing to mix up strategies. They will assimilate information and then regurgitate it, and they'll do it effectively. So, you know, don't expect the same thing to happen over and over again. This is not going to be a Team Ricochet. Vitalize will mix things up. They have got players who will look to push towards that B site, so it is going to be a slightly different approach for the boys from Clutch Rayn. I think if they get taken by surprise, it could be problematic for them from the outset.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that we see something different from them, especially in the offensive rounds. We had moments in that series and the last one where you're like, please just go to B, just try something. I mean, we know how difficult Gav can be on the offensive side, so doing just that little tweak, that little something, just to almost, we've seen quite a few occasions where teams have gone B. It's not gone well, but they've maybe got 1 tick or close to the tick, but what they've done is they've drawn the attention of the defensive team over to B to open up A. So it's kind of been a bit, it feels like a bit of a win-win sometimes, depending on the team. Obviously, if there's 1 man over at B and he kills your whole team and their team is still set up over towards A, obviously that's not the ideal situation that you want, but it feels as though you give a bit more of an opportunity to at least get the B point done if you at least try something slightly different than what a lot of teams are doing.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's a no-brainer, is it? You send 1 player to B, he manages to get on the point. Worst case scenario is he's potentially just going to get killed by someone, but that's going to drag a player out of position. You've got that opportunity to take more time. Good case scenario, and most likely scenario, is he's potentially going to get 1 or 2 picks, and at least 1, and he might get that first tick over the band. The thing is, the time is stopped then, because you're going to have players over towards A, so you're going to give yourself still the maximum. Even if that player gets dealt with at B, you're still going to give yourself the maximum amount of time possible to get the ticks over at A. So it is completely a win-win situation and an absolute no-brainer. Too many times we've seen this kind of very vanilla approach towards that A-bomb site, where A-hill, where everyone just piles over. It becomes this huge kind of almost TDMS kind of battle where we see trades going back and forth, and the attacking team generally doesn't come out on top in that situation just because of the way the spawns work.
Yeah, so we are just waiting for the guys to get it going. We're in with all the boys. We're just waiting on the big red button to get going. But at the moment, Pablo, Clutch Rayn, they look good in phases. They look good in stages. It's just kind of, it feels as though the consistency. Obviously, we've seen a little bit of Vitalize, but obviously we've seen more of Clutch Rayn roster today, so we've kind of got a bit more to pick apart. They have phases where they look very, very good. It's just kind of a case of consistency, I think, is the thing we talk about all the time, from kind of these top AM rosters to really push the bar even higher. It's one where you think if they can kind of keep that slaying ability of Cobra and keep him firing off all cylinders and kind of looking towards the rest of the team as a whole, to not go negative, really, because like that map one, they were getting slain out in moments. So it was a case of if they can get kind of the slaying ability to go kind of with the big brain moments of the rotations and the important gunfights, they'll look very, very good in respawn. They just kind of need to put it into action.
Mate, you know the problem, and we said it before, we talk about how slow they are off the blocks in S&D. They usually do get a few rounds in the later stages of that game. Well, in Hardpoint, they just seem to start slow, and obviously respawn game modes, you need to come out absolutely blasting. Well, control is definitely one. You know, if you start on that attacking side, your guns need to be on point from the outset, or you're going to get spawn trapped. That can't happen right there. They've got the opportunity now to really bite back. They know that they can defend if they have to, but they're going to need to do this from the outset. Twiz in particular is going to need to go big against this Vitalized size, because honestly, Vital and Xiao Cruz can absolutely body you at a moment's notice.
Yeah, and A point is going to be the first push hit from Vitalized, and the man in question there, Cruz, is going to fall. So now, with a couple of players still there, the progression is coming through. They do stop the timer. And that first tick is now complete. As you can see, Clutch Rayn going to try and do their best to work in. And it looks as though it's going to be a couple of kills coming through there for the boys of Clutch Rayn. So all of a sudden, an attacking round that was looking pretty optimistic for the boys of Vitalized now kind of offers an opportunity now for Clutch Rayn to get a bit of progression up the map and get those spawn kills coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just trying to get that bottom boat control, but right now it does look like Vitalize have decided to switch things up. You can see number 2 in Xiao Cruz just making his way across, going to just trying to attract a bit of attention. I'm not sure he realizes there's a player from P1 coming his way. He's going to get taken by surprise, but it does stretch the game ever so slightly, and with only one player from Clutch Rayn just there, that gives them an opportunity to rush back on towards that A point. So big job major right now for Jay. He gets dealt with, and again we're going to see that player in number 3 just look to try and get a mid-map control. He does that, but he has got a player just by ramp, and Yaza manages to tag the on-rushing player over towards that A site. But right now it's just kind of still been this kind of war of attrition back and forth between trying to get spawn control and between trying to get mid-map control.
Yeah, I was going to say, now it looks as though they're going to finally get it done. Cruz is going to be alongside Nevo inside the hill. Vital, meanwhile, just going to be watching over the top of them while those boys of Clutch Rayn. Looks as though they've chalked that one. They're just going to allow them to finally get that one done and look to the B point. We know how difficult it can be to break. They've got a spread of players at the moment, Pablo, and they need to try and first clear off those first engagements, because we've seen a couple of times, if there's kind of a man lurking where Vital is now over towards that P5, the defensive hold is a bit more paranoid when it comes to keeping an eye on players, because you normally anticipate if there's someone lurking around that area of the map, then they usually can be a bit of a pain and a bit of a nuisance to try and help make that break.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know that is entirely about getting that control. And right now they've got a player who's potentially going to be able to get a decent shot stand. He doesn't look like he's tagged the player up, and that is absolutely monumental right there. Number 6 and Twiz really did need to get those kills. He has managed to put a little bit, as you say, a bit of paranoia there, as the players now have to deal with gunfights on a number of fronts. It is going to be number 7 Cobra who's going to have to deal with the players over towards ring. It's quite a nice defensive setup though, Major. It is reasonably spread thin, but it's going to allow these teams to get picks, and only number 3 now, the closest player to that, is going to be left last alive. And this is a position you don't realistically want to be in, as Robbie Nevo is the only player there. He's going to try and push around back jungle. Big kills about to ensue. I don't think he realizes there's a player as far out back as Twiz is right now. Yeah,
and it was more important as well that they managed to get Vital off of streaks. He got himself so close on 6, apologies, but he wasn't quite able to get that 7th one. So good work here from the boys of Vitalized, but they're not going to be able to get a single tick on B. And obviously now, Pablo, with that shift going from kills to ticks, it's an important defensive hold there from the boys of Clutch Rayn, only to allow that A point and nothing over at B.
Much improved again in terms of the defense against Team Ricochet, where we saw them. They really did struggle at times to go toe to toe with them. So definitely learned and definitely looked to be that little bit stronger. A nice defense at the end as well, not allowing them near that B point. and a really nice spread as well. So big opportunity for them right now. They've you know, in terms of slaying, there's only Vital who's really gone off. Rest of Clutch Rayn, you know, if you do the maths, have gone a little bit more and have gone a little bit further. So a good opportunity now to try and get that attacking round in, get the A done. But just Major, as we pointed out, be inventive. You know, send someone to B. At least try and mix it up a little bit, and we can see that in number 8, Yazza is going to try that, and he's going to get a pick on Resi.
Oh, and he gets the second one onto Vital. Right, so 2 dead. Off you go. Run, Yazza, run. There's going to be a man in Cruz watching the cross, though. Is he going to catch him out? He's going to catch him out. Good kill there. Coming through from Cruz. But again, by doing that, Pablo, the blue arrows obviously make an instant U-turn because there's that prioritization over towards that B site to go right. We don't allow anyone else to get over towards the B point, and as a result, Clutch Rayn, very, very quick A capture, but the only difficulty really now is kind of how do you break this defensive hold?
I mean, it's going to be a tricky one, but they really do need to just be inventive, especially when you've got players like you've got right now in Twiz, who's just in that awkward place where he can get picked. Play his life, play patiently, you know, just hold and wait for your players to push across. You're going to be able to give valuable information to players who are pushing through ring right now, so try and play your life. You can see just how deep number 2 in Xiao Cruz is, just waiting for anyone to push past. He's absolutely about as deep as you could get into the spawn. He's going to get a pretty easy shot, and he manages to get that second kill. Is huge on Twiz. He had absolutely no right to get it, and Major, that is when a player like Twiz needs to get that kill, because now his team are forced again in this incredibly split push, spread right across the map, just trying to get some map control.
Yeah, and Yazza's going to catch a nade right on the forehead. It won't blow up, as it wasn't cooked far enough, but the boys are vitalised. Good strong hold. Only leading by 2 lives, though. So they're going to have to try and ward off a few more waves here from the boys of Clutch Rayn. Cruz again, another important pick here, and it's really difficult when players start to get kind of those first picks, Pablo. As soon as that first pick comes through, all of a sudden the attacking push isn't quite what it could be unless kind of 1 or 2 players go absolutely huge and get the picks, and it feels as though Clutch Rayn, they're just not really managing to unlock the door so far for the boys of Vitalised. They look very, very strong on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. At one point there with a 10 streak across 3 players, and that's, you know, you've got to consider that's not just the streaks, they're non-traded kills, they're players who haven't been dealt with, and that's huge for Vitalizers. They managed to just retain that one life lead. There's going to be Jay on the point trying to capture. He has got a lot of players to deal with in and around a number of different areas. Number 2 in Cruz with a bit of work to do. Nevo drops a nade straight onto Jay's scalp, and they're going to be able to get back and, Major, more importantly, drain that B back to 0.
Yeah, this is going to be tough now. 30 seconds on the clock. Cruz, big pick onto Twiz. 6 in a row now. If he can get his glide bomb, this might be the map-changing moment here if Cruz can get this. We've seen a couple of players get close, but they've not quite been able to. Yazza, he's going to be the man, and there's 7 in a row now for Cruz. There's 8 in a row for him. He manages to cut down Twiz as well, and potentially another man up ring, and his teammate Nevo is going to make light work of Cobra. So now Clutch Rayn, 3 seconds remaining. This one is done, and more importantly, Vitalised. They've now got a streak to work with, Pablo, as we pray for some creativity from these guys on the attacking round.
Well, it's very reminiscent of the previous encounter, superbly defensive. But you got to pray that, yeah, maybe there's going to be a bit of an attack and ingenuity about to come into this 3rd round, because the game desperately needs it right now. We're just seeing this kind of very, very basic kind of approach towards Gavutu control. We know how difficult it is, and it is a risk. You know, you want to get through to the next round. You don't want to drop out now. This is your last opportunity to be able to stay within the competition. It is a risk to send someone, but you've seen how well you can do. They gave themselves 2 minutes 20 seconds almost to take down B after that push across. So whether Vitalizer, again, just this very vanilla approach towards getting this A point, but again, we do see the kill feed go the entire way of Vitalize, and not just that, it's going to be a full wipe and give them an opportunity potentially to get a full stack on here with Robbie Nevo up top in his preferred position, just dominating that mid-map coverage.
Yeah, and Resi is doing the exact same as well. He's going to get a nade onto Jay. It isn't going to tag him up by the looks of it, but at the moment, they are just cutting players down. I lost track of the numbers in the end. I know that Cruz was unable before he finally goes, but I mean, at the moment, they're still going strong. What is it, 11 between Vital, Nevo, and Resi? Make it 12 as the boys of Clutch Rayn, they've got to be careful here, because lives have really started to slip away from them, and Cruz is over towards this point. Does he spot the man up the rock? Yes, he does. Takes another one, and Nevo again on streak. So now, when you look at the glides that they've got in the arsenal that they can work with here, Vitalize, this is pretty much the perfect situation for these boys, as Cruz is now in the hill as well.
Yeah, huge plays, and at one point a 16 streak across, all players on Vitalize Esports. And even when that player dropped out, Zhao Cruz is going to drop that in. You can see the difference in the opportunity. The glide comes in, he gets a 2-piece, and they can actually take advantage of the hill. They've got that third tick down, they've got a 2-stack on, and they've got a nice solid defense across from Vital.
Man.
And that is going to be that huge attacking round, mate, that we wanted to see. And they've been able to do it, and they've still got a glide in the back pocket.
Yeah, that's the main thing. They only used one of them. For a second, I thought they were going to kind of throw the kitchen sink at this and kind of bank on the fact that they could hold the defensive side, but they're not. They're only going to use one of the two that they've got in their pocket, and wow, the slaying at the moment for Vitalize, that has bought them one hell of a moment in that round. As look at the streak again, still Nevo on 9 himself, and alongside his teammates combining for 15 at the moment. And when you look on the flip side at Clutch, Rayn, Jay struggling, Twiz struggling, Cobra and Yazza, they're leading the way, but they're both 12 and 17. So this round really, for the boys of Clutch Rayn, this is really one that you're looking for them to have almost an explosive comeback on, because at the moment, Vitalize, they look as though they are just absolutely chewing through them.
Yeah, big moment now for Clutch Rayn to start to think about really a regain. They need to toggle the .exes or they're going to be in trouble at 2-1. And with the way the Vitalizer are absolutely slaying out right now, this could be a very quick V2 control. And really, this could be quite psychologically jarring to the boys from Clutch Rayn. They're going to have to then go into a respawn where Vitalizer are going to be superbly strong. And this is going to require them to go big, or they are going to be going home very, very soon. And Major right into the rip with only a handful of seconds gone. It's 28 and 22. Rezi is on a 5 streak, and we're back to 16 streak across the board. No one can drop Robbie Nevo. He's on the 11 finally. Curse of the Caster Major comes in.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was struggling to decide who to pick. I say Nevo was on double figures, and now Rezi is one away from a glide bomb himself. So God forbid they get this one as well, because it will really be brutal. He's finally going to get bonked on the back of the head actually by Twiz. So Clutch Rayn, this is now where they have to go. But meanwhile, other areas of the maps, they've just not really got on lockdown, and they've not even got this A point done yet. So it's looking really bleak here in the later stages. They trail by 9 lives now. They've not got streaks, and the boys of Vitalize have got it all to work with here. So with 10 seconds remaining, they are finally going to get on the point. Cruz, though, just lurking. How many can he grab? There's one for Cruz. Not going to be able to grab any more. Vital is going to try and get involved. No, so they finally will at least get in towards the A point again. Cobra, lone man, though, not really much help in the form of his teammates coming through quickly. And with that, that is the map done and dusted. Vitalize, really strong moments in that middle portion, and towards the end, Pablo grants them the series lead now.
Mate, if that was a mathematical curve, that has got a huge ramp up towards the end, because Vitalize just caught right through them. That is insane plays towards the latter part of those 2 rounds. Some huge plays across the board. You just got to look at that Vitalize. Look at those non-traded kills across the board. Everyone approaching 20. Look at the non-traded kills from Clutch Rayn. I mean, guys, that is like they were struggling to get to even close to 30 in non-traded kills across all 4 players. That is not where you want to be in a respawn game mode, and they're going to go into a Tuscan hardpoint, and I just think this could be potentially the last participation, barring an absolute anomaly from Vitalize for the boys from Clutch Rayn, if they can't go through the gears and start to support Cobra in the way he needs to support.
Yeah, it just feels as though, I mean, Jay especially struggled. I don't think he hit double digits. I think he finished 8 and 25, if memory serves me well. And when you're playing respawn, as good as you can be and as efficient as you can be on some of those moments, it's just so hard if you're not winning those important engagements and also winning them in mass. We obviously talk about rotational gunfights and obviously winning those important ones, but it's just so difficult if you're getting battered that badly. And that was just a map that Vitalize can look back on and be like, that was good.
Yeah. I mean, the problem straight away is that Clutch Rayn aren't trading their kills, and obviously when you're playing at a certain pace, you can immediately lose your rhythm in the game. You're not going to strategize as effectively if you've already kind of made it a kind of effort to go to A almost consistently. If you're not getting that time, then you're going to start kill feeding hill a little bit. You might be a little bit patient, and you do see occasionally these players just hold back and then try and do it as a team. But if they're not getting the kills and they're not getting the trades, then you mean a point. it doesn't matter how you try and strategize Call of Duty. If you can't drop the bodies, you're going to get dropped yourself and you're going to lose games and lose rounds. There are only so many ways that you can get this game done. And the first point of call for every single team and every single player is get the kills. And no more important right now than in hard points where kills absolutely matter. You know you can win without doing it, but you at least need one player going big. You can't afford to have 3 players going double, triple negative. Right now, Clutch Rayn really need to clutch up. Otherwise, they're going to be getting their clutch bags and going home.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the opportunity that casting grants. Some of the puns is gorgeous, but yeah. Oh, Mr. Alpi as well with the sub. Thank you very much, brother.
Alpi!
What a gorgeous human being, Mr. Alpi. Thank you very much, man. 5 months. What a handsome man. What a handsome man. So, in towards potentially what could be Clutch Rayn's last map of the tournament here. They really need to work some magic here, and I mean, I don't like to pressure players in particular, Pablo, but man, if Cobra can just reignite some of the stuff that we see him do on respawn, it feels as though they'll be able to go toe-to-toe with this Vitalized roster in terms of just raw firepower. But if he has a quiet one and his team do in general, they've just got to be pretty much damn near perfectly efficient if they're not going to get the kills.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think more than anything else, Cobra can be that foundational player, get a super amount of kills, but in the process, he needs to be getting the trades for his team so they can start to build a little bit of confidence, because right now, confidence is at an all-time low for this Clutch Rayn side. Again, it's looking good for them from the outset. Nice solid hold on P1, but it is early doors, and we can already see Vitalize with 10 seconds to go, just already prioritizing that P2. It is going to force Clutch Rayn over. They're going to just have that one player over towards P1. He's finally going to chalk it, and he's going to make his way over. And right now, 2 players stuck in radio with number 5 in Vital behind him, and that's major one player that we haven't really talked about in the last few rounds. He's had a reasonably quiet game. Well, Vital is potentially going to be that one to look to for Vitalize to see this series out. Resi, though, carrying on the form from the previous map as he goes absolutely huge. But Major, that's the first time we've seen a beautiful white kill feed for Clutch Rayn.
Yeah, I was going to say. Oh, Twiz, hello. There you go. He's picked up his sticks. Finally, well done. Love to see that. So Clutch Rayn, what a strong start here from the boys of Clutch Rayn at the moment. And Twiz and his lads, they are really leading the charge in kills at the moment. There's still 20 seconds remaining on this one. It looks as though Vital's going to go through, but it's going to be the exact same outcome for him. And the rotation over towards the new hill, you can see Vitalize. They're just trying to stop the rot at the moment, Pablo. This is all Clutch Rayn.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see as well. After such an appalling performance in Control, they just Jekyll and Hyde right there. I think someone's had a conversation in between those 2 games, like, we need to step up. You guys have been playing quite appallingly. Whoever it was, Cobra's just been like, come on, guys, we need to go faster. Yaz is 7-4 as well. We're seeing Jay just, especially, you know, that's the performance we needed to see from him. 6-3 with 45 seconds, and we're only into P3, so great performance. 60-second differential, but Major, we know what the problem is. You know, when you come out the block this quickly, if you want to retain this kind of quality, you've got to stay at this pace, and this is so difficult to maintain right the way through hardpoint.
Yeah, how long can they keep this going for? Because I tell you what, wow, this has been a hell of a start. Jay's going to catch a grenade straight to the face, though, but they've still got Cobra on the hill, and more importantly, they've got Yazza out the back, who is just not moving, and finally, they clean him out. I was going to say, he was edging his way really, really close to a dangerous section of kills there for a potential glide bomb, but he's not going to get it. And Vitalize fighting for scraps at the moment, which is bizarre to say considering the way the respawns have been going so far for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Clutch Rayn have just, you know, they've I don't know what they've taken, G Fuel. They've just gone through raw G Fuel in that intermission between the 2 games and gone absolutely wild. We can see number 3 in Cobra, 8-5, making his way around the back, looking to get that back charge control. The push is going to come in. Yazza goes big, and they're going to get right in front, and he reads that beautiful. We gets taken down. Zhao Cruz with the beautiful jump shot. But again, they push that 100-second mark, and we're still in the first rotation. So huge plays right there. commanding 70-second lead, and they're doing bits on this hill as well. Yazza just can't be stopped right now. 14-8 Major, potentially going double positive. Huge plays. Vital gets taken down by Twiz. Who would have thought this was going to happen? This has been crazy plays so far.
And I tell you what, as exciting as this is, one thing I'm just thinking in the back of my brain is just keep this up. Do not take the foot off the gas if you are Clutch Rayn at the moment, because we know what Vitalize can do. If you give them just a sniff back in a series, they can really start to get momentum. And now, number 2, Twiz, He's still got a man over towards the bottom side of the hill as the gunfights come through. Can he manage to grab a kill? No, he can't. Rezi is going to hold strong. He manages to grab one pick. Vital is now soaking up the time. They're going to look to try and break it through the bottom, but Jay has no luck with that as his teammates are falling by the wayside. There's one for Cobra, but nothing comes through, and a full-man wipe, and more importantly, Cruz on 5 as Vitalized. Look at that lead. It is slowly starting to completely disappear.
Mate, they were 60-odd seconds ahead, and now it's been taken right down to a 30. You've got Zhao Cruz on a 6, 1 off a glide, which could be... He's on the 7. The glide's been taken down. This game is about to be flipped on its head, and that all stems from really weird timing over towards Tiles, where we saw Robbie Nevo, and Rezi, and I think it might be Cobra, just absolutely part ways. Rezi gets a 3-piece. He gets another 2-piece right now. Mate, Vitalized have woken up. This game is being flipped on its head. They've got P5 control, and you can see number 7 in Robbie Nevo already making his way back over. Big shots go down. He drops Yaza, and this is going to be huge right now. He is going to just hold up there and just try and post up and try and get some kills, and we're going to see the guys from Clutch Rayn just try and maintain a little bit, but Major, that game is already flipped 114 to 113, and Zhao Cruz with the glide.
Yeah, well, the glide doesn't connect with anything, but the bullets of his teammates do as they get in towards the hill, and Clutch Rayn, they have been stuck on about 115 points for what feels like an eternity now. After the start they've had, it is just completely gone, and the thing that I flagged up potentially as a bit of a worry has now really come into life now, as the slaying has just almost completely evaporated, as now Vital has really come into the series as he takes down 3 in a row once again. Vitalized at the moment, they are looking like a train that is just not going to be stopped anytime soon. There's still 30 seconds on this hill, and the pinch comes through from Jay. How many can he grab? It's only going to be 1. Vitalized are just so efficient at positioning themselves when they get momentum going and they get the kills, and that is exactly what we are seeing now.
One of the things I really do like about the more agile players in Vitalized Esports, the likes of Vital, the likes of Zhao Cruz, is when they do get picks, they don't stay in one place. They tend to transition effectively, find themselves a new angle, read the spawns correctly, and that allows them to continue to get streaks, continue to get picks, and it's really, it's a thing of beauty to see. And, you know, if you're a player who's potentially, you know, way below this kind of level in terms of your strategizing, these are the kind of players you want to look at, maybe just in terms of how you go about your game. Huge kills again as the kill feed maintains blue, and that blue is not just being turned into kills, it is being turned into solid time, as they are just a few seconds off being 50 seconds ahead.
Oh my goodness. Clutch Rayn, they need to stop the rot, and they need to stop it quickly here, because Vitalized at the moment, they are roaring towards 200 points. They just can't be stopped as another set of kills comes through. This time Vital is now on 5, makes it 6, sees Cobra out the back for potentially the 7th. Jay might have the same outcome as well, as he gets tagged up. The stuns and nades, they're going to finally get him off the streak, at least potentially a light at the end of the tunnel here for Clutch Rayn. But my goodness, every single player on the side of Vitalized has just completely pulled their finger out, and the man leading the charge that we flag up all the time, Pablo, Vital, has really started to come into this map now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to ask the question, not only is he getting a huge amount of kills, but he's doing it on the hill. 1 minute, 19 seconds. He's getting non-traded kills. He's getting a huge amount of average kill-to-kill time as well. And that is what's turned this game on its head. They've now got a 70-second lead, and Clutch Rayn are about as close as they're likely to be to seeing, you know, saying goodbye to the ACCL Super League, as that kill feed maintains its blue priority. And right now, every player from Vitalized just seems to be at a completely different level. Robbie Neville with a 2-piece. Clutch Rayn completely gone. The rhythm's gone. Everything's gone. They need a huge regain right now if they want to stay in this map.
I was going to say their heads are gone metaphorically and physically there, as another one gets popped straight off as Cruz takes Jay down, and he's still on the hill. And now, at the moment, Vitalized just do not look like they are going to get stopped anytime soon. It's like scraps that they are fighting for every single hill now, the boys of Clutch Rayn. Nevo still stays alive at the old hill, and look at the rotation. Look at the mini-map. Vitalized Esports are here once again. They cannot budge them at the moment off of anything, and now it looks as though surely somebody on Clutch Rayn has got to go, and they've got to go quickly. There's only 5 seconds remaining. Somebody's got to run. Number 1, Jay. Can he get in? Takes down 1. Any more for him? Gets the second, and oh my goodness, I'll tell you what, Clutch Rayn, oh my goodness, breathe a sigh of relief. They get in.
Man, they have got to do an absolutely outstanding job right now. They have got to thwart the capabilities of 3 absolute players on fire. Look at that presence over towards the side of church, and they are going to flood in, but there's some huge kills going down. Twist does an awesome job, gets the 2-piece. Oh my days, only 3 seconds required for Vitalized, but the hole from Clutch Rayn right now is monumental, and you can already see the team in blue transitioning around, looking to get that side towards P5. This is going to be huge right now. Number 6 gets decimated. Vitalized Vitalize managed to get back onto the hill for 1 second only, and it's still going to be Clutch Rayn, but they're finally on. Vitalize see Clutch Rayn out of the ACCL Super League. It is bye-bye to the Frenchies, and Vitalize are going to march on through.
Oh my goodness. Clutch Rayn, they just gave themselves way too much to do. It's almost like they vanished in the middle portion of that map. They did their best, fair enough, but my goodness, when Vitalize woke up, they poked the bear, and they just did not stop, Pablo. They are fully deserved winners of that one after that map. That was pretty schoolboy from Clutch Rayn in phases. They just couldn't seem to get anything going in that middle phase, and Vitalize rightly so take the series 3-1.
I just don't think they could maintain the absolute crazy pace that they had. They get slapped in that control, and obviously your natural reaction is like, step up guys, we need to play a lot faster, we need to be superbly accurate. But again, they're relying on 2 and 3 pieces from individuals. It's not really a team effort, and then mid-game you just see Vitalize just wake up, and it's not really that. They just get into the rhythm of the game, and they get the measure of the team. And when you start dropping, especially when you're dropping Cobra and Squiz, well, the rest of the team just fall apart, and Vitalize very deserved 3-1 winners. You know, we called it at the start. We said we didn't think we were going to see such a dominant performance coming out of any team. Well, I'm going to be the first to hold my hand up and say, you know, hats off Vitalize. That was a superbly dominant performance coming out of map 1, which couldn't have been any closer. But yeah, Vitalize looking very strong right now.
Yeah, and we have our grand final teams, guys. It is going to be Team Ricochet up against Vitalize Esports. So Vitalize, they are here again in ACCL in a grand final. They just seem as though they are forever present, really, in the ACCL. But we will be, after this short break, going to be back with that grand final, guys. So make sure you grab your food, grab your drink. We're going to cut to a quick break while we get ready for that grand final, where the two teams will scrap it out. The difference is going to be a whopping £700, I believe, between first and second. I think 840 for P1 and no, not 840. 840 for P1, and then I believe 120 for second place. So yeah, make sure you grab your food and drink, guys. I'll try and recoup my voice for that one, because it's going to be an absolute banger, and we'll be ready for that Team Ricochet Vitalize Esports final just after this break. Ladies and gents, welcome your handsome and beautiful faces back to the ACCL Super League Grand Final. There's a not so handsome face doing all that stuff, I'll tell you that much. But yeah, we're back again. But not going to get cracking on with the series just yet. We obviously have something slightly more important to an extent. Something slightly different, I suppose, is the correct way of saying it.
It's huge. You've got to say it the way it is. It's absolutely huge.
I want to try and ramp it up. So for any of you guys who don't know, I will now pop the graphic up on your screen. So there's a new announcement now coming through from the ACCL that there will be an opportunity for a set group of players to go all the way over towards that Toronto LAN tournament. I can't exactly remember when the exact date of the tournament is. Is that the correct date on the screen? I believe it is the one just on the graphic, actually. The April 23rd one.
The date on the screen is the actual date of the tournament the ACCL are going to run. So April the 23rd, Saturday, April the 23rd, guys, there is going to be a tournament. And it isn't a set group of players, man. It is for any set of 4 players below the 7th seeds that are already, you know, in that group. So I think we've been given the teams that are in the top 6 seeds already, which is... So the teams that can't take part: Rocker Academy, Vengeance, Ultra Academy, Sucre's Bakery, Revenge Tour, and Invincibles, which is Rafi and Co. Those players can't take part, but any other group of 4 players and organizations can take part, and the winning team will be given the opportunity. This Major, I've got to let you say what they get for doing this, because this is insane winning prize for the £10 entry.
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys can see in the bottom right of the graphic there. So just for your £10 entry, and if you do manage to come out on top of this one, you're guaranteed a team pass at the LAN tournament. You're guaranteed accommodation for the 5 nights, and the ACCL team jerseys will be provided for that team of 4 that managed to do it. So I mean, Jesus, Pablo, what an opportunity for any team of 4 to get through that one. Obviously, we've spoken about kind of the top teams that can't get in. Obviously, that top 7 bracket lot of players in pro points, they're not included in this one.
Anyone else can compete in that. Div 7 teams, Div 6 teams. That's not getting casted because I'm forming a team. You're forming a team. Anyone else can take part. Any foreman can take part, and that is. I mean, you can win what is ostensibly a £10 entry tournament, and you're going to win the chance to get a team pass, 5-night stay in Toronto, which is insane as it is. Everything else sorted out. You're going to be playing under the ACCL with your 3 jerseys, man. That is absolutely mind-blowing. So, you know, you could be a team that's absolutely stacked and not being able to get the opportunity to go, because we know how difficult getting funding is. We know how difficult it is as you know, a small group of 4 players. We saw the likes of Chaxton not be able to get over there, and this is a player who finished, you know, 2nd in Challenger Champs last year. So it's those kind of players that you're really looking to, that are struggling to get the kind of support they need, who are at that very top level. But it's not just that shit. You could go on a crazy run. You could be a sub-comp team who had just got it sorted. You know, you could be Vitalize or whoever, and you could just get it sorted on the day, just get bracket blessed and find yourself going to Toronto. It's insane.
Because, I mean, even on the outside looking at it, if you go, you get battered, right? You're still in Toronto for 5 days. You get to chill and watch the whole thing. It's literally like a holiday with an opportunity to kind of show...
It's a COD holiday?
Yeah, literally, it's a COD vacation. You can't literally ask for anything more, really, in the grander scheme of things. But yeah, an opportunity for so many teams. Probably we see a lot of teams that are kind of darting around and changing, especially in the ACCL. I mean, the 2 teams that we've got here in the grand final, they could be the rosters that potentially go over and take part in this one. So kind of that next echelon down from the core of the top 7 teams that obviously can't really take part in this one and kind of reap the benefits of it. There's still an opportunity for so many players that we flag up that we've seen do very well.
If I'm Fudzy, if I'm CD, if I'm Looty, if I'm Chax, any of those players watching, I'm thinking, actually, we've got an absolute chance of being able to do that tournament. We have got an absolute chance of being able to win that and get ourselves the chance to go over to Toronto. I mean, that is huge right there. That is a monumental opportunity for what is ostensibly a one-day event.
Yeah, and obviously, ideally, I think for myself, maybe you as well, I don't want to speak for you, but if we do get an opportunity to kind of see one of those ACCL players that we kind of brand them as, the likes of a Higgy, obviously Felix won't be 18 for it, but kind of those players that we've seen grow throughout their time in the ACCL, to give that opportunity to them to say, right, this is where you can kind of build yourself up from and go, it would be a brilliant opportunity, and again, like almost like a miracle story, so to speak, kind of like that Wonderland story that everyone likes to see of players being able to go. Because I'll tell you what, if I see some of these lads get through to the final and they win it, and I'm like, damn, they're going to be over in Toronto showing some other teams potentially how it's done. Because I mean, we saw the EU teams in Minnesota, how good they were. Who knows? We could end up with a team that goes over there that everyone's thinking, who on earth are these lot? And then all of a sudden they start creeping their way through that bracket.
Mate, the other thing you've got to think about as well is, you've got to think it's a big brain move from the ACCL. It's going to give them the widest possible kind of like promotion opportunity to really show off what the ACCL is going to be out. There's going to be 4 absolutely stacked lads out there, a roster of pure doom going out there who could potentially, throw the cat among the pigeons, especially if they're a group of 4 players who have played at LAN before. And we know how difficult it was for the boys from Rocket to go any deeper in their passion pit. So this is a great opportunity for the ACCL as well. So you guys who are rocking Div 6, Div 7, Div 5 or whatever, you're going to be part of an organisation. Now you're going to be able to say, I play in the ACCL, I play in their leagues. They're going to be over there as well, represented. So it's a massive opportunity for our community as a whole to really, you've got to say, hats off to Prezi again for just as announcements go. You see so many announcements, don't you? Big announcement at 4 o'clock, and then it's like some rando player you've never heard of who's just no longer a free agent. Well, as announcements go, that has got to be one of the big ones for the year as a whole. What an opportunity for 4 lads to get out there and absolutely body some top name players out there.
Yeah, and kind of reeling it back a little bit, coming away from that announcement. Obviously, we've got the important issue, Pablo, of the Sheffield LAN that's coming up soon. And obviously this tournament, I believe it was the top 8 teams remaining in this tournament were the ones that guaranteed themselves a spot at that ACCL LAN in May. So obviously we've still got that to look forward to as well. This is obviously, I believe, is it 2 weeks before, I think, if my calendar brain is on point. But the way that the teams have been going in this one, we've ended up with 8 teams in Incentive, Brand New Day, Mistaken, Vitalize, Clutch Rayn, Incentive. Oh no, hang on, there's a couple more because I've double repeated myself. I'll need to double check with exactly the top 8 teams. But regardless, we've got 8 teams that have guaranteed their spot in here and 2 teams in the final, Pablo. That pretty good matchup here that we've got.
Yeah, I mean, literally any of the last 4 would have been an absolutely amazing final. But you've got to look to Team Ricochet just going right the way through the top of that bracket, and just time after time, just even when they look like they weren't doing so great, they've just pulled something out the fire and just been able to step their game up. And again, you've got to look potentially a 4-man right there who could go do great things on that 23rd of April and find themselves representing ACCL over in Toronto. Vitalize, though, they looked absolutely solid. We were talking about potential 3-2s right the way across the board. Well, they go and upset the apple cart and get a 3-1 against Clutch Rayn, who are absolutely a superb side. But yeah, a big shout out to the lads from Clutch Rayn as well. They've absolutely played their part in this bracket, and at times produced some amazing plays. Twiz with that 3-piece over towards P1 and the final rotation, that control, which was superb. So big moments going down. But this final is going to be, it's going to be a taster for what you're going to be get. Can you imagine the passion for that April the 23rd? Man, I wish that was on LAN. That would be absolutely something to behold.
Yeah, so there's going to be plenty to be playing for with those ones. And obviously, focusing back on this grand final, Pablo, when we have a look at the teams, and make sure you get your nutrition in before what could be potentially a couple of absolute bangers. As I am with the follow. Thank you very much, buddy. Much appreciated.
I feel a little bit bad because a couple of the lads who are playing and fasting for Ramadan, and I'm literally surrounded by food. I am surrounded by food. Apologies, gents.
Yeah, so the teams that we've got in this grand final, Pablo, obviously Vitalize, we've just seen them, Rezi, Nevo, Vital and Cruz off the back of that fairly comfortable series win, bar map number 1, I suppose you would say. And obviously they dropped map 2, but map 3 and map 4 looked very, very good in. But then Team Ricochet, they looked very, very good in the first series that we covered against Clutch Rayn and Fudzy, Klausy, Jocker, who's coming back in now in place of BB Connor. And I've been told that if it does go to a second best of 5, Connor will be subbed back in his place. And then Ross J obviously rounding out the team of 4. So 8 players here. We're obviously going to wait to crown 4 of them the champions and their respective organisations, but we can't really expect much less really from ACCL at this point. We've got 8 crack players and a big old prize pool to play for.
Mate, we've seen the development of this league over time. It's just come from the absolute ground right the way up, and now we've got these 8 players playing for a stupid amount of money, and they're class players as well. Again, if Vitalize Esports do the job in the first part of the bracket, though, they have got an absolute struggle. You know, no offense to Jocker, but BB Connor being subbed back in for that second bracket could be the thing the Team Ricochet need, because he has been he's been unreal all week. Every time they play, he puts up huge numbers. We know how good Jocker can be, so no detriment to him whatsoever. But he's just if you're Vitalized, you're like, oh, we managed to do the first bracket, and now we've got to face Connor, who's been flying. Well, again, they've got to get that uphill. You've got to get past that 4-man though, and right now Fudzy and Klausy and Ross J have been unreal as well. So big moments, and they not to be underestimated. At times they look they make themselves look a little bit weak, but they just seem to have another gear to go through, like good sides usually do.
Yeah, because one thing I was going to mention was the way these two teams have been going. They both look very, very good at respawn, and it's been the search and destroy that's kind of been the little bit of the iffy game mode that we've witnessed from them. So it's going to be a really big clash, kind of about how both teams are brilliant at respawn, and search and destroy is potentially where the holes lie. So if they're a team and they take a respawn, regardless of who it is, they're going to be thinking, right, okay, this is potentially one for us to take here, because I mean, take your pick, flip a coin again every single time in the final. It feels like that's what we're doing pretty much.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one. Obviously, Vitalized, they've got Robbie Nevo. He's gonna be pulling that sniper out regardless of what map it is. I honestly think if it's a Bocage S&D, we're potentially still gonna see that sniper. Not just this game, but in previous games this week where we've cast over, he's dropped 10. I mean, with a sniper, it's ridiculous. He's world starting kids off the back of headies, so expect to see him put big numbers up even in the S&D. But again, he does need the rest of the team around and working, and we know Vital drops off, so S&D again could be a problematic one for them. But who knows how it's going to go right now. Team Ricochet, I would suggest, maybe just got the firepower in the respawn, depending again how well the likes of Resi plays. So this could be absolutely huge. You're just updating the map set live as we go right now. It is going to be
it's double Bocage, double Gavutu, and Berlin.
Oh my days, that is literally that's like an F1 to a crash, isn't it? Right there. Speed right the way through to that Berlin where it completely halts in the slowest of S&Ds. But yeah, so we get it was Grand National weekend, so no better way to have a final with 2 Bocages to start things off with. That is going to be, it's going to be manic, it's going to be crazy. Bocage S&D, I mean, I just don't know why teams pick it. It's really not an S&D at all. It is just absolute mayhem at close quarters. But Bocage hardpoint to start, and really we're talking about 2 teams who can get into rhythm really quickly. They expect to see a lot of contested kills. We saw it through the week, actually. I think it might have been another Vitalized game where we normally see that kind of control towards kind of P2, control P5. Yeah. But we started to see contests right the way through, including, obviously we know contests of Barn. We know there's going to be contests of P1. Good teams usually get good control of the lower grannies, but right the way through the Vitalized game, it was just contest after contest. The game was so close, it was incredibly exciting. I think I nearly lost my voice at one point. It was so exciting. So loads and loads of talking points, but we just want to get the game underway, and let's get this grand final rocking. Yeah, and I'm going to have another chip as well.
Yeah. Oh man, lucky for some, innit? No, really. Just letting the boys.
My wife bought it as well, so it was free.
It's not like you're married or anything, Yeah, no, it's an opportunity here for a lot of money and a lot of cheddar for these guys, and another opportunity for Vitalized to have a roster that comes through and secures 2 out of 3 of the ACCL. They could have. I mean, we could have sat here and said they had a chance at winning 3 of them. Obviously, the boys are mistaken. Managed to pick them in Season 2. They obviously took Season 1 with a slightly different roster, but at the moment, they just look as though they're a bit of a behemoth in ACCL, and once again, I mean, we see all the memes, don't we, between Ricochet, Vitalized, Mistaken, kind of those orgs, and this is really, I know that Kieran is going to be sat there like, please, boys, please win this, because if Vitalized win this one again, the bragging rights are just going to be unreal for them.
I'm not going to take sides at all. I used to be a member of Team Ricochet. we parted ways completely amicably, just purely because I was of little benefit to them in any way other than being a distraction. But you know, Kieran has just been, he's been people who don't know him behind the scenes, he is the most passionate person about Call of Duty I think I've ever come across. You know, he has consistently looked to either run orgs or run a team. When he hasn't run a team, you know, he's dig deep into his own pocket to support players, to support teams, and you know, getting his team to the final and getting such a quality side. He's got so much faith in Ricochet as well. He absolutely loves the guy. So you know, just it'd be great for Kieran to get that win on the board, but he's got to get through this incredibly solid, not just vitalized roster, but vitalized as an org. Whoever they've got coaching for them or running their Call of Duty side, consistently picking absolutely quality players to represent them.
Yeah, and a quick shout out to Mr. BB Connor himself with the follow. Thank you very much, Connor, and Sammy G as well, and Mr. Sam Rayn, one of the RAF boys. Glorious.
You just got the following.
A glorious man and a glorious group of lads, and thank you very much for the 6 months, Sam. New badge looks good on you, brother. Looks very good on you. And yeah, we're just waiting on 2 more players, guys, to lobby up, and then we should be good to go for map number 1. But I mean, Pablo, is there a particular player when we look at the teams on each roster that you're picking and saying, right, okay, these need to be the heavy hitters in this series if their respective teams are going to look good on this one?
I think it's obviously for Vitalize, we know the Vital and Zhao Cruz are going to play really well in Respawn, so you've really got to look to Rezi as that foundational player to put up good numbers. He doesn't need to go crazy, he doesn't need to be like double net, double positive, he doesn't need to be going absolutely insane, but he does need to provide that foundation. Obviously, Robbie Nevo is going to go big in S&D, so the other 3 players need to pick up. On the side of Team Ricochet, man, I mean, where'd you start? Jock has got to go huge. He's only just coming back into the side in this first bracket, so he's got big boots to fill in BB Connor, but then you've got to look at the likes of Fudzy and the likes of Ricochet, particularly, to go absolutely huge. Now, we know Fudzy's probably going to be pulling the strings a little bit, but we need that level head from the young man in order to see this out.
Yeah, and obviously, for anyone who doesn't know, Team Ricochet are the team that are coming from that winner's bracket, so they are going to have to be the ones that only have to secure 1 series, and Vitalize, they have to take 2. And I mean, as a neutral, wouldn't mind Vitalize taking the first best of 5, to be honest. But I know Kieran's going to hate me for saying it. But, I mean, regardless, the fact that these 2 teams have managed to get this far, you've got to commiserate kind of any team that manages to get this deep into the bracket and obviously loses at the end. Unfortunately, not everyone can be winners in these scenarios. But regardless, I mean, putting kind of a lid on everything that has happened in ACCL since it started, Pablo, again, we've had another banger of a series here, and we're ending in 2 respective teams that you look at and you think fully deserve to be here. May the best team win.
Yeah, oh, absolutely huge props to them. You know, getting this far against the kind of opposition, the kind of players that they are playing against. And it's not just about, it's the games when you're playing them, it's outside the games, there's tons of politics, you know, it's a huge amount to kind of circumvent. You come up against, you know, it's almost like you know, final boss battles. You come against players who will do everything they can outside of the game to trip you up. They will look for any reason to get you cancelled. There's so much work that goes on in and around just to get this far. So props to both teams for making it. And obviously going through a loser's run is probably the trickiest of the lot. Vitalize getting this far is absolutely monumental for them, but you can't write them off because they are a very, very good side. Team Ricochet, you've got to say, obviously, for getting through that winners bracket favourites, but I mean, literally, is there anything really to pick between these 2 teams? Again, we said it earlier on, and we've been wrong. But honestly, even this first bracket, potential Game 5 scenario.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if every map is close with these lot. One thing that you rightly highlighted, Jock is obviously, he's just got in from work, so he's pretty much going to be a little bit cold on the sticks. Hopefully the passion obviously still going to be there with a lot of money on the line here, but again, they're going to look to him. If he can hit the ground running, so I'll let the lads know that we're pretty much ready to go for map number 1. If he can hit the ground running fast, their team will be very, very thankful for it, because obviously with Connor not in the roster, he was obviously a really, really big contributor to them on respawns, so they're going to be looking to Mr. Big Man Jocker to really kind of pull his weight straight off the bat pretty much and hit the ground running.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the big thing for them. Jocko coming in cold. He's a great player, though. I mean, this is the kind of player. But I mean, don't get me wrong. you need the warm-up, you need the free-for-all, you need to get your centering perfect. I mean, there's not many players like, you know, you might get an Octane or someone like that who can drop straight into a game and center perfectly. At this kind of level, guys probably do need a bit of a warm-up, but Joker, I expect him to do well every time we cast over him. He has been a fine player. Maybe it's just going to take him a game or two to warm up. Well, Bocage hardpoint, you couldn't ask for a better starting map. You know, first rotation, he should be good to go.
Yeah, so guys, grand final time is ready to go here between Vitalize Esports and Team Ricochet. Remember that prize pool, whoever comes out on top walks home with 840 Great British pounds, so not a bad set of funds there to put in the back pocket. And it looks as though the boys in blue going to look to try and get some initial picks, but more importantly, Joker, the man coldest on the sticks, you would argue, Pablo, already looking to try and get some picks, and his team subsequently already looking towards that P2 early on.
Yeah, nice bit of movement. Nice to see him just flowing around the map. And again, that little coldness coming through as Zhao Cruz bodies him with a little bit of movement over towards lower grannies. So again, we know P1's going to be contested. This is all about rotation for P2. And right now, Vitalize coming off the back of that losers final. They look like the warmest teams from the outset, so already set up for P2, but a nice bit of a hold from Team Ricochet. They're going to get a solid bit of time, but it is going to be vital. And again, that one of the players we highlighted who could potentially go absolutely huge here, Robbie Nevo, controlling back Barnes, so it's going to be a difficult push right the way across the map for the remaining players of Team Ricochet. And unfortunately for them, Klausy is going to put that nade right into the back pocket of Footsy, and it's going to be Vitalized going back over to P2 with a little bit of control.
Yeah, so first arguable money hill on Bocage, if there are any. It looks as though the boys in blue will still have some presence over towards the hill, and Vital's going to get a couple of important picks to clear out the remaining few players of Team Ricochet that were just lurking nearby. And it looks as though a couple of players are still going to spawn up in the back. Klausy is just going to get on the time as he has his teammates just watching over the top of him, one of which is going to be Footsy. Nice shots there to take Vital down, and now Klausy will fall on the hill, so nobody currently on it as those purple arrows look to try and flood to at least maybe get the man off the time, maybe. Nope, looks as though Rezi's going to get a pick, and potentially another one here from Rezi. Good work from him. An important scrap time, Pablo. We talk about kind of fine margins between these two teams, and although only 10 seconds might not seem like a huge amount of time, the way these two teams are probably going to go in this grand final, it might be huge.
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned this actually if you literally the last game. Like, when you're struggling to get control of a hill, you do want to kind of maintain a contest as much as possible, but realistically grab that scrap time, you know, every 5 seconds, every 6 seconds, even the beginning of a hill, get your foot on that hill. Right now, it's control over to Vitalize Esports. They're going to tie things up, look to try and take the lead. We're going to see this break come in. Number 5 is going to be Joker, looking to get in behind that player. He does tag him up, although I did think he was going to miss that shot, and he's going to have that opportunity to come in behind door, but those shots are everywhere. And maybe that's just Joker going absolutely ham with the cold hands. Rezi's going to get a two-piece. Unfortunately, one of them is going to be Zhao Cruz, and the trades are going to go back and forth. But, you know, Major Team Ricochet with a nice break into back grannies.
Yep, big kills coming through from Klausy as he managed to clean out 2 players in the hill. Gets a third as well to help his team secure what remains. It looks as though of those 20 seconds or so. And now Vitalize is going to be looking towards the next hill. Again, rotation's important, even though as mad as Bocage can be, and already a couple of gunfights go in favour of Team Ricochet once again as they try and work their way in towards the hill. A big kill there from Ross, and you can see gunfights kind of here, there and everywhere at the moment. They will manage to get 2 players in the hill here, Vitalize, but now it's a case of trying to hold off one of the more difficult hills, arguably in the game, Pablo, to do it. There's so many ways in. Yeah,
this is an absolute nightmare in terms of entry and egress points, and you can see Joker looking for any advantage as he peers into those kind of side holes to get picks. Lovely play by Robbie Nevo there as he manages to tag up Footsy over towards the back. It's been a lovely hold by Vitalize. They managed to get themselves a handful of seconds. They're going to potentially be on the hill for the last 30. We're going to see only maybe one more push from the team in blue, because they're in purple. Sorry, because Team Ricochet have got to start thinking about that 3rd, 4th, 5th rotation now as we hit the end of this this first rotation of hills. Apologies. P5 definitely on the cards. No one making their way over. Finally, we do see Footsy just looking to get set up. He is going to just wait on the hill, finally making his way round to tree. But really nice from Vitalize Esports, Major, as they bring that back within 20.
Yeah, so they do have a bit of a run. Nowhere near the lengths of like a Gavutu, for example, or a Berlin, but they do have a little bit of a trek over towards the hill, and out the back is going to be Rezi. Manages to grab 1 pick onto Joker. They've still got number 7 in Ricochet, and more importantly, they've got control of that L side, and there's another pick coming through from Resi, just kind of lurking, being a bit of a pain. Nobody's still on the hill from Team Ricochet as of yet. They're just opting for this map control, but while he's being a bit of a pain, Pablo, he's just allowing his teammates to work their way up the map, and now the reinforcements come through. Can the trades be quick enough here for the boys in blue? And they are. Good work there from Vitalize.
Yeah, really, really nice play, and big plays by Resi to hold off towards the back. Well, it's got to be an incredibly difficult position. He hasn't got much of an angle to get the shots out, but now Vitalize is going to do what Team Ricochet weren't able to do, and that's steal some time off this P5 with only 16 seconds remaining. That's been a beautiful punch through. Really patient play from the team in blue, and right now the kills across the board very even. We didn't think there'd be much to separate these two teams, and right now, again, only about 20 seconds. Vitalize do seem to still be struggling in turning their kills into good time, which is something Team Ricochet haven't really, struggled at all, and that is a beautiful setup. That kill, though, by Robbie Nevo over towards the back is monumental. That allows them to get some backfield control and means that Team Ricochet can't see the way over towards back trench, and that could be huge for this P1 because Team Ricochet were very, very close to taking a good chunk of time from that.
Yeah, so only 30 points for the give or take a few, really, as we go over towards P1. We've seen a couple of teams do a good job on P1. By the grander scheme of things, even 10 to 15 seconds on this hill is usually a pretty decent hold of it, so can they manage to get a decent chunk of time here? Vitalize to work their way back in. The deficit, not a huge amount, but Ricochet are going to start pushing this lead out ever so slightly, and the kills come through. Number 2, Cruz, how many can he grab? Manages to take down one. He's still got the man in the corner, which he's not able to grab. Nevo's going to grab a pick, and already the foot race over towards the next hill is going to be on. He's going to try and go for the chow there, but Resi is going to take down one as Klausy grabs a second as well. Good work here from Team Ricochet and potentially Pablo. This is an opportunity now for Ricochet to really push this lead out.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got the player walking onto the hill at 57 seconds. It's going to give them a good opportunity to get picks. They've got to get these kills if they want this first wave of time to go their way. Right now, number 7 with a big kill, but he isn't able to get a big moment. It is going to be Zhao Cruz getting that pick. It's going to allow him through barn. This is going to be a big read right now. Is he going to get tagged up? Yes, it is going to be Fudzy there. That's huge play from Team Ricochet to get not just P2 control, but really get strong mid-map control, and they're still utilizing that strength right now. And with 30-second points, Vitalize Esports haven't even looked close to getting on it. Finally, Vital bullies his way, but Major, look at that scoreline from a player we're used to seeing dropping nearly 40 bombs on a map like this. He's not even halfway there. In fact, he's positively negative 16 and 24, being absolutely bullied by the team in purple.
Yeah, and Klausy, he's on 6 in a row. Rezi's going to grab a pick. This next pick's huge from Rezi. Needs to try and get it. Can he win it? Yes, he can. That's a big moment there from Rezi and Vitalize, because if they get a glide bomb, potentially that P5 becomes more and more difficult to maybe break. And now, can they manage to reduce this lead? It's a big, substantial one now by the standards of Bocage that we're used to seeing as players look to try and flood their way in through the front of the hill. Vital's going to be watching alongside his teammates. Cruz grabs a pick as well, so the first wave already looks as though it has been thwarted. Jocko, though, the new man, in addition to this team that's just come back, is now looking to try and work his way in. And by a man that hasn't played a huge amount of Call of Duty, Pablo, in the most recent hours, he's doing a very, very good job.
Yeah, Jun kill leader right now, slightly ahead in terms of KD. Jun kill leader in the lobby with Resi, just manages to pip him on the 25 kills with a solid 1 minute. So you're talking about cold hands. Well, it sounds like Jocko can play with any hands whatsoever, because he is absolutely decimating. Granny's is going to be a bit of a trade fest, though, as we see the kill feed go back and forth. Klausy doing his best to get control. We can't get that kill. Vital with a huge kill right there, but it is going to be the boys in Team Ricochet, and right now this is approaching 100-second lead. And you know, this has been death by 1,000 cuts again. They've managed to take 10, 20, 25 seconds off each hill, then contest it, and over time that has just added up to this huge lead. So a lot of work still needs to be done. And mate, you've got to look, the player, that foundational player in Reza, he's doing everything he can. He has given the players in Vitalize the perfect platform to try and go out and get kills, and unfortunately for them, they've not been able to do it. And right now we're seeing a classic barn hill as we speak.
Oh, big kills though coming through from Vital. He's awoken a little bit now. He was really struggling, but now only 3 kills in the deficit for him, just for closing out towards even, but now trailing by 4. And more importantly, his team are trailing by around 80 points as Ricochet edge their way over that 200-point mark. This is where it becomes difficult, and those players, they are just locking down lanes. You can see Vudsi and Jocko, they are just locked into position. They are not allowing anything. And Jocko, there's one, there's 2 from Jocko. The trades do come through as he gets 5 in a row. Vital doing his best, though, just to try and work his way in. But again, Pablo, the spawns are not very professional. They are not very preferable. I can't even speak, mate. I'm losing the will to live. They're not preferred for Vitalize. I'll leave it at that.
Definitely unpreferred spawns right there if you're a Vitalize esports fan. As Rezi drops over to the 31 kill mark, it is Team Ricochet in control of P5. And not just that, they've still got a player out towards middle. He has been dealt with, but that's just going to take a little bit of distraction. And the boys from Vitalize, they just walk onto the hill then, and they're going to get the picks. And right now, there's only going to be Ricochet over towards the back. He is going to try and nade it. He manages to get a pick, so the contest is going to go out, and that's perfectly. If you're a Team Ricochet fan, that is absolutely huge because you're able to jump back on. You've got a player over towards back, maybe a little bit too pushed up. Fudgy does get the kill on Zhao Cruz. Klausy backs it up, and Team Ricochet, with 15 seconds remaining, not going to be able to do it on this P5, and they're going to need to be set up, Major. More importantly for P1, look at those purple arrows.
Yeah, and Joka, he's ready. Whoa, he's ready. Manages to clean out Nevo as well. Vital will be there to trade him out, as Vitalize now desperately and frantically try and get their way over towards P1. Only 9 seconds remains here for Team Ricochet to take the lead in this grand final in the first best of 5. They're just waiting patiently just to get someone on the hill. P1, we know how difficult it can be to keep players off because it's so easy just to trickle a couple of seconds in here or there. Off the top rope goes Fudzy. Takes down one. Vital, though, again, ever present. Takes down another player as they go back and forth. P1 still, we know it's been scrappy. Team Ricochet haven't got anyone on the point. The boys in blue are not willing to give them any sort of second of time here as the contest comes through. Big gunfight for Joka. He gets taken down. Big trades come through from Rezi and Vitalize. Jeez, they still hold on.
Oh, that's a big kill. Rezi manages to get a two-piece, which is absolutely huge. That's going to allow the team of Vitalize to pressure from the front. They're going to be able to pressure from front, Tim. This is going to be a huge fight that Klausy needs to win. He gets one pick, but he's still going to have another player pressuring him. He's going to be having to fight from the front. You can see number 2 in Zhao Cruz making his way around the back. That is a massive kill from Fudzy from the back, though. And this could be huge right now. You can see Vitalize trying to storm onto the hill from the front. These are big, big kills, but Klausy has been monumental at the back, and that is going to be huge. You know, if Team Ricochet do that job there, that is entirely down to Klausy. 1 second lead, and they've still got tin sports. Number 7 is going to be making his way. Ricochet gets onto the hill, but he's contested. He manages to get a pick, but Nevo drops him. This is insane plays right now, and they've got Joka right on the hill. Can he jump on? No one can get on. Vitalize Esports Major is still defending right now.
Oh man, that could have been the final moment, though. That could have been the final moment. Cruz goes on. Can he stay alive? No, he can't. Team Ricochet, Jesus. I mean, they cut it fine in stages, but they just gave themselves so much to do. Vitalize that they couldn't get that one over the line. Team Ricochet's lead really came through for them there. Vitalize kicking and scrambling at the end of that one just to hold on. But unfortunately, the boys in purple, Pablo, they clutch up right when it matters.
Mate, do not tell me that all seconds are equal. That was the longest 1 second. Joka, we were worried about his performance potentially coming in cold. Well, 26 non-traded kills and 40 kills in total on that map tell a completely different story. And, you know, Vitalize are able to win this first bracket. You know, Baby Connor's going to have some big shoes to fill because Joka has absolutely gone off in that Bogage hardpoint. But boy, did they make it difficult. That 1 second lasting for at least 35 seconds at one point. Bogage hardpoint, though, very convincing win from Team Ricochet. They're looking solid for the hardpoint, looking solid in the respawns. Big question is, though, what is going to happen in this Bogage S&D? Can Robbie Nevo step back up to the plate? You know, the last S&D we cast over from Vitalize, they had 3 players drop 9 kills. That could be big for them right now. They need to tie the series up.
I was going to say, we talk about big moments in the series, and again, Map 1, how many times do we see it where one team looks good in Map 1 and then all of a sudden the other team comes straight back in Map 2? So don't count the boys out just yet of Vitalize. Obviously, as mentioned, they are going to have to force that second best of 5. But Joka, that's the talking point. I suppose Pablo, he's just got back and he looked like he didn't even leave, to be honest. He looked very, very good in that one, and his team have got him to thank for putting up some big numbers in one where he's potentially got cold hands for it. So if he's starting to warm up now, I mean, he's only going to give you more and more.
Oh, man, 40 kills in a Bogage hardpoint in a game that was massively back and forth. In a game where everyone was dropping decent numbers, then that is a step above. Do not worry about this man's hands. They are definitely warm enough to drop 40 bombs in your first hardpoint back after a long day at work. So no one wants to be working Sunday, so hats off to Joka for getting back. BB Connor, you know, if the boys from Vitalize have managed to turn things around, You're going to have to, I expect you to be in dome, free for all right now, just absolutely going ham because you're going to have some warm hands to fill. But huge praise from Team Ricochet, and we know they're going to be happy with that performance. Not looking so good for Vitalize Esports in the respawn. So big moment for them. They're going to need to win this S&D, or this is going to be really difficult for them in this first bracket.
Yeah, so map 2. Bocage, search and destroy. Everyone's love to hate map really, just in general, but man, search and destroy regardless. We know, we talk about first bloods all the time, Pablo, and the importance of them, but on a Bocage we can kind of justify maybe that it's potentially more important because the rate of the trades at this kind of level of Call of Duty, if you have that additional man pushing into bottom grannies, kind of pushing over towards that B site, it can really be the game changer. And normally the teams that we tend to see get consistent first bloods, not always, but quite frequently, are the team that look the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I'd look to the likes of Robbie Neville right now from Vitalize to really lead the charge. Although, I mean, I guess it's unfortunate for them that they're starting on the attacking side of things. Much more difficult. They're going to potentially, I mean, we're going to see them push to 8 an awful lot of the time. B tends to be that transitional kind of bomb site. You can see the caution coming out of Team Ricochet, though, very far back, looking for players potentially pushing across to that A bomb site. Big job on the hands of Fudzy over towards back tank. And again, you've got that player up towards top grannies. It's a difficult one. You can tend to get picked off there. Xiao Cruz, very brave there, drops down to the stairs. And as we hit that 1 minute mark, there's no first blood just yet.
Oh, and you can see kind of how they're etching over there, over towards that A site. Again, the standoff is real here between these two. They are just waiting for that moment to get that bomb down. They're just making sure that nobody can get caught. And again, this time Cruz is going to get tagged up a little bit as he gets out. And meanwhile, his teammate Vital helps him out. And now Fudzy, he knows that Vital's over there. He just needs to try and help him out and at least get a trade here because now they don't have that man advantage. Can they manage to get the next pick? Oh, the glint of Never there. You can see Jocker wants nothing probably more to do with that. And the call looks as though bomb's going to go down over towards this B site.
Yeah, that really did flip on its head. Jocker making his way across, manages to get bombed down. We're going to see 2 players drop, though. Klausy and Jocker now out of the equation as they head into round 2. It's going to be Fudzy joining them. Ricochet with a big job. 1v4, he does get 1 kill, but Vitalized looking really good. Cautious, they managed to transition mid-map. Knew that A was probably not a good site to go to. Get bombed down, get time control, and more importantly, very accurate with their kills. And Major, the one key thing that they didn't really do in the first map was get trades. So nice, effective trades as well. Going to give them an advantage early doors in this S&D.
Yeah, and nice attacking round. They managed to get it done, so good work from Vitalize. And now Team Ricochet are going to get ready for an attacking round of their own. And Klausy's going to be the man with the burden of grabbing bomb. And where are they going to take this? This is a really different approach here from Vitalize. They're sending 2 players right away on the flank here. And it looks as though, likewise, a Team Ricochet, they might try and wrap this bomb all the way around the back here. It's a really bizarre kind of approach here from both teams, as we've almost got a 50-50 split, but rather than it being that line going vertically, it's running horizontally as Nevo gets the first blood with the sniper and cleans Klausy straight out into the next round. He goes.
Yeah, it looked like there was a battle for information. So obviously the boys in blue looking to try and wrap, get a flank, get in behind players. So big job right now for Jocker as he's potentially going to face 2. Is he going to read this? He's going to get a really easy kill. That player who was joining number 4, Rezi, was joining that player on the flank, has decided to make his way back. And a big fight is going to go down over towards mid-grannies. Still, I would suggest a little bit more bomb site control, but that kill changes things entirely as Robbie Neville cracks that player. He was so close with the quick scope. It is going to be Rezi on his own in 1v2. Ricochet has got bomb.
So, bomb's going down. Ross and Jocker are going to call it to go A. Rezi's quick, though. If he can get there. Oh, he's just going to miss out on that man. Hello? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, they're not going to read this. Surely. Jocker, hello? Anyone? Eyes on bomb? Boys? Jocker? No! My God! You do not want to see that. In a grand final of all things Vitalize, they managed to slip that round away. And Team Ricochet, oh my goodness, Pablo, they are going to be kicking themselves for that one.
Right, that is absolutely beautiful. We've time and time again screaming at the screen, get on the bomb, get on the bomb, get the defuse. Well, right there, Xiao Cruz is like, whatever, I'll get down, I'll get the defuse, and it's not a problem. Huge plays by Vitalize. Nice decision making as well. He had the opportunity to get a shot in on a player, decided against it, went for the ninja, gets the ninja. The hats off. Vitalize looking absolutely solid and major. Rezi Nevo with the first blood, with that sniper, and it's advantage Vitalize again.
Yeah, I tell you what, we We called out Super for being brilliant with the sniper on this map, but at the moment, Nevo is really having his way with it. Obviously, the bomb site's now a little bit less aggressive in towards those buildings. It's more kind of on the perimeters of the map, and it's allowing Nevo to really do some good work here with the sniper. And the bomb in the hands of Cruz. Looks as though it's going to be another A plant potentially here for the boys. They've obviously got that first blood. They've got the man advantage, Pablo, and now it's just a question of when they try and get this bomb down and one pick comes through. But Fudzy, quick response.
Yeah, nice 2v3 though as we hit that 40-second mark. And it's going to be a 2v2. Fudzy and Ross J with a big job to do. Rezi and Zhao Cruz going to be looking to try and get set up. You can see that split though. They've managed. They're looking like they're going to try and get some information. That's a beautiful kill right there. The trade goes out. That's going to be Ross J and Rezi in a 1v1. It looks like they're going to meet in the middle. Big moments right now. Ross J reads it, but he gets absolutely bodied with the jump shot through the wood. And that is huge for Vitalize as they go halfway to a 6-0, 3-0 right now. Huge plays from the team in blue.
Oh my goodness. Big round there from Rezi. So that 2-round cushion now becomes 3. Vitalize looking very, very good here on this search and destroy. Obviously, if you guys did miss the previous series, they managed to take it 6-3 against the boys of Clutch Rayn, so we know they're very adept at this one. And I believe that series, they did actually go 5-1 up in that map, so we're not too dissimilar in this so far as they edge this lead out ever closer. But it just feels as though the boys of Team Ricochet need a first blood, and there you go, Pablo. Commentator's curse straight away.
Yeah, I think they read that Robbie Nevo's looking to get those picks down long, so a huge plays right there. Zhao Cruz manages to take things up, and it's going to be a 2v2. Jocker and Ross J. Jocker, in fact, with that big kill, Ross J does drop Rezi, so Cruz now, last player alive in a 1v2. We've already seen this. It looks really good for the boys from Team Ricochet, but we've said this before, and Vitalize have just pulled this out the bag, so 53 seconds, Major. Zhao Cruz just going to play this very slowly, but he's going to get traded out. And just as I was about to segue over to you, Team Ricochet, get one on the board, and they're back to a 2-round deficit.
There you go. They finally get one on the board, and it's the teamwork there of Jocker and Ross. Just team challing in towards Tower, making light work of him there. And now an opportunity, potentially, to hit a bit of a regain here in this middle portion of the search and destroy. Vitalize obviously taking those first 3 rounds, looking pretty comfortable still with that 2-round cushion as they go back on the attacking side. They've obviously been very, very good so far on the offensive. Let's see if they can manage to do it again. And just feels, Pablo, as long as the man in Nevo is getting first bloods, you can kind of argue that we talk about it all the time, really, that if you're getting picks with a sniper, you can justify it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been a feature of his game in every single S&D that we've seen. He literally doesn't just get picks, though. He's consistently getting kills, whether it be, you know, these long-range, very cautious kills, or whether it be a quick scope in close quarters. He just seems very, very capable with the sniper. And again, across the board, I mean, you've got Vital getting 3 kills, and it's 3-1. You know that your team are playing really well. He hates S&D. You know, he always seems to struggle, and that's going to be a huge first blood as Fudzy leaves himself a little exposed towards top tank, and it's going to be a big kill from Vital to put himself in the positive early doors.
3 versus 4 for Ricochet. Obviously still waiting for the bomb to be planted. Oh, Jocker playing with fire a little bit here, but it is going to be a really quick change of direction and movement here from Nevo. Does he hear the man push out? Meanwhile, Ross J is going to manage to get a pick here, so they've got to try and work a trade quickly here. Rezi, he doesn't anticipate the number 6 Klausy is right behind him, takes him down. Klausy with 1. Nevo, though, is going to take him down, so now 2 versus 2. But that bomb is going to be the difficulty now.
Yeah, this is all about the plant. Can Team Ricochet really put them under pressure? I think this bomb plant's going to go down. Number 3, and Robbie Nevo's read that perfectly. He drops Shocker, and that's going to leave Ross J again in a 1v2. He's got 40 seconds to deal with it, but again, he's in this very difficult position. He's got 2 players around him. The shots go out, but he's not able to tag anyone up, and the chase is on. And the question is, can he get the pick? He dips back into Granny's. So now, Major, it's going to be Robbie Nevo with 20 seconds left behind. And Ross J, is he going to check his corners?
Oh, Nevo surely saw him there. He's just got to play the timer. He's just got to play it smart here. When he's got this in his back pocket, you do feel for the poor lad that's got to try and defuse the bomb. In this occasion is going to be Ross. 9 seconds remaining. Surely this is going to be inevitable. Spots him. Oh, the quick scope isn't going to be enough. The MP40 shots are, though, and there's another round on the board for Vitalize. They look very, very accomplished on this map, Pablo. Obviously, map 1 was a bit of a brutal one on their part on the receiving end of it, but this one at the moment, they are running away with it.
Robbie Nevo's an S&D glitch. He puts the sniper away, gets an MP40 out. Doesn't matter the distance. Nice mid-range. Gets the kills on Ricochet, who I've heard described as being one of the most naturally talented SMG players that people have seen. So huge props to Robbie Nevo there. 7-3. Carrying Vitalized through another S&D. 4-1. It's still not impossible for Team Ricochet to come back. This is still not, that psychologically jarring 4-0 or 5-1, but it's about as close as it's going to be. A lot of work from Team Ricochet, and that's going to help Major as Rocket takes down Vital early doors.
Oh, and big pick from Resi. Takes down Ross, so now makes it a 3 versus 3. You can see that Ricochet... Oh, what a nade there from Fudzy. Hold that. Puts it right in the back pocket of Nevo from God knows how far away. So now 2 versus 3. Jock is going to take down Resi. Now it's all on Cruz. Lost the man. Takes down 1. Goes for the second. Oh my goodness, he gets 2. Hello, Cruz. He's going for the defuse. Jocker frantically running over to potentially make the trade. Is he going to get the 3rd? Oh no, Jocker.
Oh,
my goodness, he's late to the game. But my goodness, he's not late to the party. Big kill there and keeps his team in with a much more realistic shout at this map.
Absolute plays. You talk about late to the party. Jocker, the Joker, straight in with the kills as he bounces up and gives his team Ricochet the round. And that round deficit now is it's so much better if you're a Team Ricochet supporter. 2 rounds are eminently possible. And right now you've got Jocker going off 7-3. So this has been huge. I don't know whether the players just dipped out of Vitalize Esports. So we might well see a game restarted at 4-2. We did see this the other day actually, as Mistaken Esports had the same issue. So it's not entirely, it does happen. I mean, I've had scan and repair a couple of times this week as well, so it is eminently possible. Right now, Vitalize still looking great, 4-2, looking really solid in this S&D, and they've looked solid in S&D throughout the whole week. They've looked really good. So right now, Team Ricochet with a bit of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, so well, 4-2 down. I mean, if you're wanting a bit of a regain, potentially, kind of a bit of a break to sit down and try and cool off a bit, because Vitalize, they did look very, very good in large portions of that one. I think it's just kind of a case of whether or not the boys of Team Ricochet can kind of adapt to what Vitalize are doing. They seem very, very patient, but very, very structured in getting those first bloods, approaching kind of the bomb site as a team so that somebody is nearby for a trade. It felt as though in the early stages, especially Team Ricochet, a little bit disjointed in some of the pushes and kind of some of the defensive holds, that it just kind of allowed the boys of Vitalize to kind of pick them apart a little bit.
A little predictable at times. We saw Fudzy getting taken off back tank a number of times, and he's just not playing his life really very well, and not great transitions either during the middle parts of each round. Vitalize, one thing I've noticed as they play, they transition really well. They react to situations really well, but the other thing that they've got in abundance is Pei is capable of getting 2 kills without that trade needed. You've got Zhao Cruz, who can go absolutely huge. But Team Ricochet, Joker looking really strong again in the S&D, really putting Robbie Nevo under pressure. And now that sniper is just starting to look like a bit of a burden as the boys from Team Ricochet start to read potentially where that player is going to be and know how to deal with them. It's going to be interesting to see, what they're going to play like once we come back from this little break, how the teams are going to shape up, who's it affected. More importantly, Team Ricochet need to stay warm, need to stay focused if they want to bring this back. But right now, Vitalize looking really, really solid to take the series and tie the series up 1-1.
Yeah, so fortunately, it's not a case of the map has ended and we're kind of in a difficult predicament where somebody's got streaks or something a little bit more awkward like that. So obviously it should be a fairly smooth running for cracking on back in this one. But obviously for anyone who is just joining us, we are just waiting for the restart of map number 2 here in this one. We'll take a look at the maps again, Pablo, for what we've got in the series. So if the boys are Vitalized, which the way they've been playing, you would maybe expect them to take map number 2. I mean, don't count out the Team Ricochet lads by any means, because when we come to predictions on this game, my God, how many have we got wrong? But if it does go back to evens again, then obviously we go to a much more slower approach in maps 3, 4, and 5, and potentially one where, again, those AR players are going to be breathing a bit more of a sigh of relief as we go to Gavutu and Berlin.
I'm just really looking forward to the Gavutu control, because I think this is a good opportunity Vitalize to really step their game plan up that they had last time, because Team Ricochet, I think, are going to put them under more pressure. They're going to hit B a lot more than maybe Clutch Rayn did. I mean, it's a difficult one. Team Ricochet can be a little pig-headed and really just kind of like, they can also be in that position, but hopefully they're going to mix things up, put Vitalize under a little bit more pressure than Clutch Rayn did. I think Vitalize could actually do quite well on the control, especially if they can get Vital firing and Zhao Cruz maintaining the pace that he does. The big one for me for particularly for Vitalize Esports, is going to be that second hard point. They, regardless of how it goes, if they want to reset the bracket, they need to win. I think the greater S&D with the hard point is going to be the problem for them.
Yeah.
So if they do take this and they struggle on control, I think it's going to be difficult for them potentially to see the series out.
Yeah. I was literally about to say that obviously Team Ricochet, the Gav kind of control that they had was close with Clutch Rayn. They won that 1-3-2, and then they had the Gavutu hard point, which was close again with Clutch Rayn. So potentially one that obviously Vitalized, when they played the control, they looked very, very good at it. So Team Ricochet obviously going to have a slightly different approach, I would assume, against this lot. Maybe than they did with Clutch Rayn, and maybe try and get a bit of a feel around out, maybe round 1, round 2. But just kind of on control in general, you bank really on just being solid on the defensive side and then trying to work something a little bit more different on the attacking. We haven't really seen so far anyways. Obviously, we're still currently in map 2 in the search and destroy, but kind of looking into the controls today anyways, we've not really seen much variety or creativity in teams attempting to take the B point first. It's been one where every single round pretty much has been A and then trying to get the B point after. It's not really been a huge amount of variety and approach from these teams so far anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've had one instance where one player, I think it was actually Zhao Cruz, made his way across to B, managed to get one tick and a couple of kills, but what it did do was it stretched the opposition so that the Vitalize were able to then go over and get A in good time. So I think we've seen it once, and I mean, that really tells a story. If you... I mean, no offense to these guys, but if you go up into the next echelon of players, so we are talking about those top 7, top 6 seeds, we're talking about constant pushes to B. Some teams, it's been a feature of Steve Vortex's side. This Vanguard, they will push straight to B and try and get control of B as quickly as possible, knowing that it is a little bit more of a TDM-esque nature towards that A side. And when you've got players with that kind of caliber, they know that they can go toe-to-toe with anyone, then they're going to feel confident they're going to get A. Right now, I think this is a confidence issue with these teams. I think they just know that they need to get A as soon as possible and give themselves the potential, because they know they've got three ticks right there. They do that a handful of times. They might potentially be able to get one tick over towards B, and that's going to give them the advantage going into the final round if it goes right the way through to that 5th round. So there is a little bit of psychology at play, and it is a risk. We talked about it earlier on. This is now for real money. This could potentially be really important in terms of your income for Sunday evening. You're spending money for the next week. This is a big time for them. And the risk is sending someone to B potentially just to get killed and then have one less player dealing with A. That's a risk that at this level could potentially backfire.
Yeah, I think you're looking again to the likes of Joker, especially on those long range gunfights, to really kind of lock down lanes. We saw BB Connor was very, very good at it. Excuse me, I'm imploding as we speak. But yeah, BB Connor was very, very good at kind of locking down those important lanes. We talk about kind of getting a lot of gunfight wins, but on sometimes, like especially now it's ticks not kills, it feels like it's more based on important kills rather than just volume of them. We've seen so many times previously where teams will literally just try and farm kills to get the defensive side, whereas now it's almost like you can give away as many lives as you want, but I'll tell you what, you get 2 ticks at B and the other team struggles, then boom, you're on the defensive side. So it's one where that importance has shifted more from volume to more kind of like the quality of the kill that we tend to see on some of these maps, and the likes of Gavutu. We talk about, I mean, Clutch Rayn on the map that they managed to win against Vitalize, if memory serves me well, was the Gavutu hardpoint, and they were getting heavily outslain on it. They just managed to rotate efficiently and kind of get those important kills.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we talk about all the time. No, hardpoint is that one. Like, you've got to get kills and control to win the game. It doesn't matter. You can, you can rock over to the A point and get it really quickly. Rock over to the B point and get it quickly. But you're still going to need multiple team wipes in order to do that. So kills are vital. You can go negative in hardpoint and still win the game. But you still got to defend fairly stoutly, and you've still got to have players that potentially are going to be pushing out, and they might get tagged up in transition. But as long as you've got the spawns, you can get that defense. And this is why we see a lot of these quite widespread, especially on small maps like Bocage, where say you get kind of like bottom barn control. If you push your players right the way across maybe P1 over to tank over towards that P5 side and get that control, then you don't need a ton of kills. In fact, you can potentially get wiped out and still claim 15, 20, 25 seconds. And then if you keep rapping and rapping like that, make sure the other team doesn't get time, you can go into a kill deficit and still win the game. We've seen it time and time again. It doesn't work that often, though. You are genuinely going to need one player dropping a 40 bomb, at least dropping 35 on these maps in order to get that time, because those transitional kills are so important. And going into, especially if you take a move away from the hard point, this is going to be massive, especially for Vitalize in that Gavutu control. They've got to get their players like Vital, like Xiao Cruz going absolutely ham in this game. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem for them resetting the bracket.
Yeah, and we have now got everyone back in, so I was just just being told that I believe it was Rezi's computer went bang, so he is now back in the lobby, and we should be good to go very, very shortly. He just said he went to PC World and bought a new GPU, so oh man, that he runs quick, I tell you what. So yeah, we should be good to go for Bocage Search and Destroy, and we are now going to load straight back into it. But yeah, at the moment, Pablo, obviously the boys are Vitalize, looking good. 4-2 up for anyone who is just jumping on board with us, so they only need 2 more rounds to get this one done. And an important map for them here, Pablo. If Team Ricochet somehow form a resurgence and go 2 up in this series, then you don't like to call things too quickly, but you would worry a little bit for Vitalize if that were to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're up against a player like Fudzy, who's got a ton of experience and has been around a lot of teams, he's also been around a lot of players with good game knowledge. Going into a Gavutu control, 2-0 down is not where you want to be, especially if Ross J comes to life. And this is the other thing, Klausy's had an absolutely steaming game so far. The S&D's probably been the worst, but you know, that hard point, he was unreal at times. So this is huge. They need to see this game out. Vitalize just got to get the rounds. They need to see it out. They're on the attack. This is huge for them right now. And as we do get into this, don't forget, guys, just watching, it is 4-2, and Vital is going to be super aggressive, and the trades are going to go out, but it's going to be advantage Team Ricochet, Major.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Ross punished them straight away for that one. Fudzy's going to take down Rezi, so now all of a sudden, Nevo in the midst of a rough round. Phew, that was a good one from Ricochet. So now it is 4-3 to Team... I was going to say to Team Ricochet there, to Vitalize Esports, as it did finish 4-2 for anyone who did miss it. We are working on a map restart here, so now currently 4-3 up, and Team Ricochet, first round on the board, Pablo, and the aggression of Vitalize coming straight off the blocks was quite shockingly surprising and quite shockingly bad. It didn't really go too well.
We watched the strategies out the very start of the first few rounds, and Team Ricochet were very cautious, and I think they were expecting that aggression from the first few rounds, and we never really saw it. For Vitalize Esports to suddenly decide after a reset to just push and push and push, that's crazy plays right there. And they've managed to, you know, we see the trades go out. Vital is going to drop Ross J. Klausy is going to fire back though as he drops Vital. It's really weird that they've just gone out with such aggression, and that's cost them dearly, because now it is only a map, and Klausy is going to get bombed down. It's 3 versus 3, Major, as we hit the 44-second mark as the boys in purple take control of time.
Yeah, look at Nevo round the back. It looks as though Vitalize are waiting for him to make the play. Needs to make sure that he checks all the corners. Did Jocko hear that? He doesn't. He flies straight through. Nevo manages to take him down, and he gets eyes on Fudzy as well. So 2 big kills coming through from Nevo, and a good retake there from Vitalize. Team Ricochet, they just didn't read the flank that came through from Nevo. And again, the man who makes the plays manages to punch straight through Team Ricochet, and now they are only 1 round away from tying up the series.
You know, if we're going to give one criticism about Team Ricochet, at times they can be so kind of bullheaded. They just don't seem to have any kind of like subtlety to them. They just get that bomb down. It's all about getting the bomb down. No real bomb site control. Fudzy not even reacting really very well to that push towards Tin. And, you know, they've got no information. They're not able to count players. They're not able to understand where they are, and no one's watching the flank. They've potentially got 1 player sat in Tin. I mean, it's not wildly surprising to think a player might flank through Tin and try and take you out, but right there, Team Ricochet showing one of the weaknesses that they do have in S&D, which is maybe a little lack of imagination.
Yeah, so can they manage to hold strong on this defensive side? As mentioned, Vitalize are now 5-3 up. Anyone wondering if you did miss the restart? And Nevo, again, he's been so good for getting picks here for Vitalize. Looks as though he's going to be the man potentially in charge of it. Does get info. Oh, and he cracks Ross, who just jumps across the screen like a hare, but just cracks him straight in the chest with the bullet, gives him nothing to work with, and first blood again goes in favour for the boys in blue, and there's the second.
Honestly, I think we need to go on like a hunting trip or like clay pigeon shooting and take Robbie Neville, because he absolutely bodies Ross J as he flies across. It's going to be 4v2, and this is a big moment for Team Ricochet, and an even bigger one for Vitalize Esports, who are 2 kills or potentially 1 bomb plant away from tying the series up 1-all, and what has been a reasonably spectacular, if not almost exactly the same kind of performance in S&D that they had in the losers final. So big moments of Vitalize, proven to be a very strong S&D side, and in particular Robbie Nevo, who does fall, and as we hit 29 seconds, Major, it's a 2v2.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'll tell you what, Vitalize, you've got to be careful here. Rezi's going to try and cross over, but he does manage to take down one. Can he take down the trade? Comes through Klausy, but Vital's there, and that is going to be that. Vitalize, geez, got a little bit close there. Probably a little bit closer than they would have liked, Pablo. They do manage to get it done in the end, but my goodness, it was a bit of a close one.
Man, that little bit of an intermission is just completely threw the cat among the pigeons. You know, Vitalize didn't look nearly as strong as they did in the first part before that intermission, but they managed. Most important thing is, you know, put that game behind you. You've got the round on the board. You've got the game on the board. You are at 1-all. Bracket reset is still a possibility, so just put that behind you. Concentrate on the Gav control now. But you've got to say, hats off again to Robbie Nevo, just putting up massive numbers in the S&D and proving to be an absolute world star with that sniper.
Yeah, so we are tied up in the grand final. Vitalize looking to continue the almost the whispers of a lot of people saying how good this team is at Search and Destroy, and they are showing it again there. So they've managed to slap both Clutch Rayn and Team Ricochet in Search and Destroy, and we talk about it all the time, Pablo. Search and Destroy wins you search and destroy. My god, my brain is gone. Search and Destroy wins you search and destroy. Hashtag facts of the day. No, Search and Destroy wins you series is what I meant to say. But yeah, at the moment now, Pablo, if they pinch this Gavutu control, they're probably looking at it and going, right, well, we can kind of play for what we want in the hard point and then lean back on our Search and Destroy in Berlin here and potentially take the first best of 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this Gavutu control is monumentally important for Vitalize in this final. They have to win this. If this goes the way of Team Ricochet, Vitalize are going to have to do something really, really special in that Gavutu hardpoint. Don't get me wrong, there is enough firepower on that side to provide us with a surprise in the hardpoint, but you know, just in terms of percentages, in terms of the most likely outcome, they need this Gavutu control. It's been a difficult one for them. They've gone kind of right to the wire in these games before, so this is huge for them right now. And I think just that little bit of luck, are they going to get that defensive side to start with, could be massive. But the real question is, are they going to be able to keep quiet you know, Joker? Are they going to be able to keep quiet Ricochet? And if Fudzy goes to have a game like he did in the first one, this could be a very, very difficult map for them. They've definitely got the firepower, though, to do it.
Yeah, so Gavutu control. We are just waiting on the big rep button. So a big shout out to the players. They're being very, very quick today. I'll tell you what, they are cracking through the maps at the moment. But obviously, this is potentially the first of 2 best of 5s here. If Vitalize do manage to take this first series, they're obviously coming from that losers bracket as we get ready now for the Gavutu control here between these two. And we just like to see something a little bit creative, Pablo, I think, over towards the B side at this point. We still haven't seen kind of an initial B push from anyone so far today.
No, we haven't seen a full team push over towards B. We've seen occasional half-hearted attempts in transition. We've seen one player kind of strategies where they're looking to try and split the defensive team up, but we've not seen one huge push. And the way the defensive teams get set up, there's a great opportunity to get that one pick from Ring and really flood the hill. And you know, if you can get two ticks down, that's going to leave you the opportunity to get the much easier A site. And you know, when it comes down to it, that's going to matter as we hit those later rounds in control. So big moment right now. One, I feel Vitalize have got to win though. This is huge for them right now. If they don't win this could be a very, very difficult map and bracket to reset.
Yeah, so nothing creative. Once again, A point is going to be the point of call here between these two. Vital going to take Klausy down for the first opening pick. It looks as though they do have quite a big presence here, as Rezi is going to manage to beam Fudzy on that occasion as well. Don't currently have anyone on the hill. Rezi is going to finally get on towards it. It looks as though they are going to allow Team Ricochet potentially a bit of an opportunity to work their way up the map, though, and maybe take these players out. So it looks as though they had quite a bit of control, Pablo, but they kind of hesitated a little bit. But one thing they do have in their arsenal is that Cruz is now over towards his B point, and look at those purple arrows. They want him gone ASAP.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what they did last time. Zhao Kraus did it reasonably effectively. Was able to get 1 point. He needs that kill, though. But Klausy does go big and drop him before they're able to get a tick. Expect that to be drained back at some point. But right now, they've managed to get a little bit of A control. So, again, it's a basic strategy. Stretch them over to B and then potentially start to get control over towards that A side. Although right now, No one actually sat on A, and they finally do get a player on it. But again, Major, we talk about this reticence sometimes. I know it's important for teams to try and get control, but the kind of slothiness from the boys in Vitalize has allowed Team Ricochet to get picks and take A control back, and that's really surprising, that kind of reticence to get onto the point.
Yeah, it's almost like that hesitation to get set up almost has allowed Team Ricochet a bit of an opening to get straight on towards the point and clear the players out. As more players will fall, there's going to be a double stack over towards kind of this lower cliff area. Rezi will manage to take Ross down, but his teammate Vital will fall. And with 22 seconds left on the clock, this is looking a little bit brutal here for Vitalize. They've really struggled to get any sort of map control here in statages where they can opt to get on the point. But again, more important gunfights go down, but this time in favour of the boys in blue. You can see Ross going to try and do his best at staying alive here. Over towards this cliffside, will take down Nevo. Can he get the second as well? No, Vital's going to be there to trade him out, and there's still players lurking. It is getting like a bit of a bloodbath here, and the last men standing are going to be Team Ricochet. It looks as though Nevo's going to be the last man who can even touch the hill, and there you go, Pablo. Vitalize hesitation really comes back to bite them.
Yeah, really strange plays from them, and again, just a communication issue. I don't know whether the comms are nearly as effective as those of Team Ricochet, but they've got an opportunity, a clear hill. No one gets on it. They've got complete control of that boat, and no one steps onto the hill for a good 10 seconds. I mean, it might be exaggerated. It may have been, 6 or 7 seconds, but it was an enormous amount of time in the scheme of things, and that's cost them massively. They did the hard work. Xiao Cruz stretched Team Ricochet. They were able to get onto A. Our mind is blown, and that does not bode well, because if Team Ricochet, they are going to be solid in this, and Major, we are finally going to see this B push.
Oh, refreshing. It's like a nice cup of water on a sunny day. We finally see something different. So Ross is going to head over there, and he does have help in the form of Klausy nearby, and they're going to back these players up, and already looking a little bit worrying here for the boys of Vitalize. They are going to try and work their way in. Number 6, Klausy, though, just going for a pinch, potentially where he might not necessarily have needed to, but it does at least allow his teammates up the map. You can see number 5 here, Fudzy, over by P5, will catch Vital with his trousers down there. Doesn't expect him to be in that position. And Ricochet, this is what we talk about, Pablo. We've mentioned it before. If you go B and it doesn't work, you at least give yourself a bit of a window to get on the A point, and that is exactly what Team Ricochet are doing.
Yeah, and you've got to look at that absolute nightmare scenario. Fudzy over towards that dock building. He's 7-4. He's on a 5 streak. He's been an absolute pain in the arse for the boys of Vitalize Esports. And Team Ricochet doing a massive job of getting that A point. Now, finally, Rezi has made his way over, looking to get that kind of point transitional kills over towards spawn. But you can see Fudzy just a little bit cautious. I think he realizes that there's a potential, large map control for the boys from Vitalize. So, big moments right there. He does push out. He does get taken down. Rezi with a pretty easy kill. Rezi trying to get those shots with the auto across the map. He is going to get dealt with. That is going to force everyone to retransition. But Major, we're 1 minute 39. A is captured, and they're 3 ticks the Vitalize Esports do not have in this game.
Yeah, I'll say that first round was very, very brutal here. So they have to make sure that they don't get absolutely anything going on this one. I'll tell you what, though, number 8, Ross, is going on a bit of a man-mountain mission here. He will get on the point, and he will spot Nevo on that outer lane. Well, there you go. That was a very, very quick delete of him off the point. And they will try and work a bit of a pinch to get some kills here. They've got to be careful, though. Still 1 minute left on the clock. Vitalize can't afford to throw too many lives away here and open the door for Ricochet to maybe get the round win just off of lives alone. There's still a bit of time remaining. They don't have anyone currently on the hill as the gunfights go down here, there, and everywhere. You can see Vital going to take Ross down. They've still got number 7 Jocker, though, on the point, and more importantly, Fudzy is going to look to try and transition over himself, but Vital, good work, takes him down.
Yeah, you would suggest potentially not enough time to make this into a TDM. 11 lives plays 11. I think Vitalize Esports are going to try and get positioned up and slow this down a little bit, but I've got Ross J just pushing his way forward. He's very advanced. He is going to potentially need to pick any second now. He doesn't get that pick. He gets taken down by Vital, which is probably the most important kill for the boys from Vitalize right now, is they get some nice coverage across their spawn area, and with 27 seconds remaining and 8 lives, this is going to be absolutely huge for them to get 1 on the board and really stem what has been a really nice aggressive push and some inventive opportunities from Team Ricochet. Not been too, it's been a very kind of standard defensive hold from a team in blue, but again, just Joker going to get onto the hill and just cause a few problems. Joker gets into the hill. Major 9.4 seconds, just doing enough to stop the clock.
And all they got to do is look over the top of him. Cruz is going to get caught out. Joker surely going to maybe fly out for a trade there. The call that he's weak, and they managed to get him off the hill, though. Vital takes him down when he goes to chal him. So good work there from the boys of Vitalizers. The shots are coming here, there, and everywhere from Fudzy as he's getting absolutely battered on the beach. And it looks as though Joker, he's going to be the closest man nearby, the last man standing as well, but it won't be enough. And really, really good work there from those lads to be able to take that one. And they managed to tie it back up.
Really interesting round, actually. I mean, Vitalize made it very difficult, but they were penned in, and it was, shows you the strength of Team Ricochet, consistently getting right the way across to that P1 area, sorry, P1, that ring area, and right the way across towards that docks building, and Vitalize having to do a steady job of defending from the back. Good opportunity for them now, though. Very slow push out from the boys from Team Ricochet. I think they were expecting that push right the way across the B, but it is going to be a big battle over towards bottom boat. Resi gets top boat control, and that's going to give him the opportunity to watch potentially over, but Clicey with a big opportunity. That's major. That is a beautiful trade. That's one thing we have not seen Vitalize do effectively in the whole round so far, is get some nice trades, and they've got a 3-life advantage.
Yeah, so got to be careful, though. I don't think they know Joker's here. 1 for Joker. 2 for Joker. There's still another man below him as well. Is he going to get a 3rd onto Vital? Hello. Joker, there's all 4. Oh my god. You wouldn't have thought this man's just got home from work with the way he's playing. 19 kills on the board. 5 in a row now from Joker. And Team Ricochet, they are really putting Vitalize to the sword there with just a really, really swift approach there, Pablo, to go on the flank and pick those players off.
Yeah, I think Jock has decided he doesn't want BB Connor to jump on board and steal any of his limelight. He's played so well for Team Ricochet over the last few weeks that I don't blame him whatsoever, but Major 20-9, well above double positive. The only player even thinking about 20 kills right now. He did get that 7 though, so the glide bomb is going to be in the back pocket. And we do see 2 kills go the way. It is, yep, he got it. So Clousey 12 and 14, a little bit negative. 29 seconds remaining, and it is Team Ricochet again doing a very solid job of defending. We do see 2 players, in fact 3 players from Vitalize over towards that A, but they're going to require some big kills and some big trades. Ross J does well, plays his life, gets a pick, does get tagged up from top boat though, Major. But is Vitalize still playing for their lives right now with 14 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Clousey is going to try and stay alive. Won't come to any avail though. Nevo, he's got to work his way towards streaks here because we know that Joker's got the glide. And Vitalize will desperately be wanting one of their own here if they can get it. Nevo still just waiting for that next pick. You can see Ross just right underneath the both of them. I'm amazed he's not been spotted just behind those blocks there. Ross is going to make a U-turn though, and he's still not been seen. Nevo, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, look at the timing at the moment with Ross J in mid-map. He's going to manage to grab one. The trades come through, though, from none other than Nevo. So now 6 in a row, 1 away from the glide bomb. This is a huge moment for Vitalize here. If they're not able to take the attacking round, at least get the streaks, and that's exactly what Nevo does.
Yeah, and you can see towards the back, we've got Jocker looking for transitional players going towards ring. I think he is going to have sight on one. He manages to get a pick. I don't think he realizes there is another player top ring. He is going to just be watching potentially for that push. But right now, number 2 in Zhao Cruz manages to flank all the way around. Does look like Fudzy's read it, but that is going to come in for Robbie Nevo and give them a tiny bit of control. But unfortunately, it is going to be Zhao Cruz who falls. So that initial attack and that glide, again, just proving a little bit fruitless as they don't get any control. It is going to come down to Zhao Cruz pushing from the front. He gets tagged up though. Clousey doing another fantastic job. And Major, we talk about players who get important kills. Clousey only on 15 and 18, but some of the kills he has got have changed this game for Team Ricochet, on its head. Huge plays from the young man despite being in a deficit.
Yeah, one thing is though, they've used that glide bomb. I think they banked on the fact that they could get something working with it, but they're not able to, and Ricochet didn't use theirs in reply. So just to double check that I'm not talking absolute waffle. No, Joker still has his glide bomb. And Team Ricochet now with an opportunity to take this map here with an attacking round. Potentially. We know how hard this one is, but with that glide bomb, Pablo, it makes it a hell of a lot easier, and it's going to be another B push here from the boys in purple.
Yeah, absolutely vital, doing everything he can just to play his life and just try and read that. He's going to get a couple of easy kills there, and that's huge plays from Vital. I don't think he realises there's one more player in ring. Fudzy is going to tag him up with some nice headshots there, and Cruz fires back for the trade. That's one thing we talked about Vitalize needing to do, is to maintain those trades. Clousey again, 16 and 19, just getting some important kills. He's going to make his way finally on. That's a big kill as he manages to get a control. He can't get the kill over towards bottom, and Vital manages to push through 20 and 18. Only on a 1 streak at the minute, but 51 seconds remaining. Been a nice defense so far from the boys from Vitalize Esports. Team Ricochet being limited to just half a tick. Fudzy is going to be on there potentially to see that over to 1 tick. But a little bit of control needed. They do get it. The body shots go in. He manages to get naded. Immediate response, Major, right there with the nade. Don't shoot my mate's body. I'm going to blow you straight out the game.
So a little bit of COD karma there coming through there as Fuzzy's getting a little bit riled up in this one. And Ross, good work. Another big kill on the point will allow more progress, but Resi with the wall bang takes him down out of that contest spot. And now, still a few players lurking in and around the middle portion of the map here for Vitalize to clear out what remains of those players, and Cruz and Vital do exactly that. You can see Ross is going to be over towards this side, and meanwhile, they've actually managed to drag the attention of a few players of Jocko, who is getting absolutely leathered with bullets, so he will fall. But now a potential opportunity to maybe get something working as Ross gets another important pick over towards the A site. So that timer has been stopped, but he doesn't have a huge amount of help.
Yeah, again, he manages to play his life. He does get tagged up. Zhao Cruz makes his way into bottom boat, and we're going to see a partial team wipe there as 3 players fall for Team Ricochet. 15 lives plays 12. Vitalize doing really well on the kill count so far, going toe-to-toe. It was one of our fears going into the game that they wouldn't be able to handle the slaying power of Team Ricochet. Well, we've been made to eat our words, as every player made either 21 and 22 kills. That is beautiful. If you're a Vitalize coach, that is teamwork at its best. And I guess their non-traded kills as well are going to be reasonably decent. Progress is going to go down towards A at 24 seconds. The clock is going to stop, and it's going to require the boys from Vitalize Esports just to look to break in. As we see the trades go out, Klausy is going to secure that point. Another big kill. Despite that deficit, Klausy getting some important kills still in this game, being a feature of his play so far, and he's going to look to try and wrap around. He's finally going to get dealt with by Vital, who's just sat tower, and it's going to be down to Vitalize now. Really got the advantage, 3-man advantage a minute, and only a collective 13 lives on both sides.
Oh, Fudzy. See you later, buddy. No more respawns now for Team Ricochet, but all they need is a wipe. There's one. Unfortunately, though, Ross will fall, and so too will Klausy alongside him on different sides of the map, but now it's down to Jocko and Fudzy. 2 versus 6. Can we get some top-tier duo stuff here between these two? The trade comes through, so now Fudzy is the lone man. I'm pretty sure he's just got really bad timing there, and he has been spotted. He's getting chased, and number 4, Resi, will take him down. So Vitalize, they do take the round, but I believe, unless my memory serves me incredibly badly, that it should be Team Ricochet on the defensive side, and obviously they've still got that glide bomb to work with, Pablo, so good signs if you're a Ricochet fan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the stretch over to B and then being able to get, round after round in terms of just capturing that A point is going to obviously have just helped them no end. And now they're in that favoured defensive side, and they've been so strong in terms. But look at the scores, Major. This is one factor. Look how close the kills are across both sides. No one really absolutely shining. We've got Resi on 26, Jocko next closest on 25. It's been an absolute war of attrition, and it's been a real thing of joy to watch. Nevo gets first blood. Can Vitalize go absolutely huge now and throw the cat among the pigeons, but more importantly, get this very, very vital game they're going to need to stay and reset the bracket.
Yeah, so one thing they do have is Cruz over towards the B point. Got to try and stay alive, though. Oh, there's some jump shots. Got to just try and at least maybe be a bit of a pain here. I mean, my goodness, what a mission he's got over there. No, nothing comes of it, and they've got to be careful because Ross has actually got in towards the spawn. Good work, though, from Nevo. Has absolutely no more of that. Jocko has managed to get himself in an advanced position here to maybe cut down a couple of players in the transition. They've still got to deal with Klausy, who's over here as well, over the A point. You can see the players in blue are desperately trying to get him out of this position. Vital surely knows he's there. Ross J, though, is going to be there as well, and the trades are looking clean here for the boys of Team Ricochet. They look very, very efficient when they know where the boys of Vitalize are spawning. That's exactly what they're doing here. There's another one for Klausy, and it looks as though he's going to call upon some help with his teammates here, but never mind. They both will fall, and Team Ricochet cutting down players left, right, and center at the moment. Pablo, that life deficit is looking very, very brutal.
Yeah, absolutely horrible right now. They've got a 6-7 life lead with 33 seconds remaining. Vitalize battling for this control. They managed to get someone into both, but again, it's potentially just a little bit too stray. Finally, we do see Robbie Nevo with the big brains now. He's pushed his way over towards B. I think he's going to wait for the players from Team Ricochet to set up. Big fight going over towards Ring. That is huge from Zhao Cruz as he drops Jocko. And we see Resi drop fades. This could be monumental as a 2-stack over towards B at the 21-second mark. And they've got a player still battling towards A. So they really, really do need to go big right now. But that is really unfortunate. 18 seconds remaining. Team Ricochet looking very, very solid in the defense.
Yeah. 12 seconds remaining on this one for Vitalize to stay alive in this map. Otherwise, Ricochet will take the lead again in this series. Klausy just doing his best to stay alive. The team shots come through, and they breathe a sigh of relief because they do manage to stop the timer But again, as mentioned, Ricochet, look what they've got. The glide bomb, they can still work with it. But more importantly, Rezi's on a 6. If he gets this 7th kill, this might be huge here for Vitalize. Jocker's going to take Vital down. And oh, he's got to stay alive, but Jocker takes down another man, and that man is Rezi. No streaks for Vitalize now, and they're going to have to try and retake this B point and get those ticks coming through, Pablo, without a streak to work with.
Yeah, they really need to concentrate on getting kills now. It's 10-10 and it's 56 seconds remaining, so big opportunity for them. They need to concentrate on getting picks if they want to see this round out. This is the best opportunity they've had. They don't really need to worry too heavily. Klausy not able to get those kills. This could be huge. I don't think the comms have gone out at the players there. Finally gets dealt with by Robbie Neville, but Jocker gonna get the trade in. It's gonna be 9 lives, plays 7. And it's still a good opportunity. Vitalize take a 2-life lead. They've got some P control right now. With 36 seconds remaining, they're cutting the team down. Joker is going to take glide in. It's going to land straight on Vital's head. But more importantly, team Vitalize Esports have still got control over towards the B point. Major, this is insane plays coming out of them. And Ross J finally deals with them. But 5 lives, plays 5 and 25 seconds remaining.
Yeah, not a huge amount of time now and not a huge amount of lives. 5 plays 5. This is going to have to be perfect. Oh my god, and Nevo just nades his own man. That is not what you want to see. If you're a Vitalize fan, 3 now, plays 5. There's 1 kill for Vital. Can he manage to clutch up right in the later stages of this map? No, he can't. All his teammates and himself falling by the wayside. 5 seconds remaining. Rezi is a man on a mission. 3 seconds. I don't even think he's going to be able to get it done. He's not. And Ricochet take another respawn.
Ooh, that was really, really unfortunate for Vitalize. A good opportunity for them to maybe take the early series lead. More importantly, going into a hard point with Team Ricochet are potentially the favourites. The big opportunity at 10 lives plays 10. You've got to play as a team and get your trades. It's probably been the weakest part of Vitalize's game, has been the trades. But look, across the board, every player doing their part. It was margins at the end of the day. And you really can't knock any of the players from Vitalize Esports. You know, everyone doing their part. But again, it was just a little bit too far for them. Team Ricochet do take the lead 2-1 as we hit the Gavutu hardpoint, and right now it is an uphill struggle. We can't write Vitalize off. We know how good these players are. Hardpoint's a completely different game for them. Zhao Cruz and Vital gonna need to step up to the plate now though, Major.
Yep. Now this is where you separate the elite from the good, really, I suppose. If you're Vitalized, this is where they really need to kind of work some magic in a map. As you mentioned, Pablo, they're not the favourites probably going into this respawn. We saw how good Team Ricochet were with just kind of raw gunpowder and ability in terms of just slaying. It's one where they're going to go into it and thinking, right, okay, it's going to be a slower paced hardpoint, be it that, but one thing they need to nail down, this Vitalized roster, is being efficient on the rotation, because we've seen moments where they've allowed themselves to kind of go fall a bit behind and then lent on their ability in respawns and kind of slaying ability in the past to punch their way into hills. But on Gavutu against a Team Ricochet that look very, very good, that is not going to be easy on this map, and they really need to try and be a bit more structured, I would say, and not really, they can't afford to put a foot wrong, I would say, in this one. I think if they fall behind, that's when they're really going to struggle.
Yeah, I think this is one of these weird maps where you can't really afford to chalk a hill. It's just that you can string so easily, you can string the odd hills so easily together that, you know, if you fail on the P3 and then think chalk it will go to P4, well, if you're not fighting, if your gun skill isn't quite there, or for whatever reason you haven't got the rhythm, you're going to get punched through, you're going to get taken down, and you're going to spawn out. And that's been the problem for Vitalize. And it all comes down to this problem again, effective trades. Now, a lot of the time, you're going to see the likes of Vital and Zhao Cruz with a free roam and roll. They're going to be looking to get as many kills in transition as possible. Well, I think it might be time for one of those players to just step back, use that gun skill to hold the kill. That's one thing, you know, we see Vital just bopping around the map, but we really need to see these players getting the kills in the hill so that they can hold on to that first chunk of time. If they're able to do that, Vitalize could potentially do really well in this map. The problem they've got is that the one thing Team Ricochet are going to be is very efficient on the rotation. They've got, you know, Fuzzy right there with a good deal of experience, just going, no, you need to be moving now, lads. You need to be back at that spawn, and they're going to be able to get it. And then married up with the kind of like extreme efficiency in terms of kills, it could be very difficult. But the power is there. We've seen just how equal these two sides can be in terms of slaying power. So good opportunity for Vitalize to bring this back to 2-all.
Yeah, I say it's not the slaying power that concerns me for Vitalize. I think it's just that organisation and the important kills, because when we saw them play Clutch Rayn, they battered Clutch Rayn in terms of kills, and they still dropped this map. So they really need to be thinking, right, okay, we need to make this structured, we need to make it efficient, and we need to get the kills to go with it. Ideally, it's kind of a case of, well, yeah. But it's just when you're coming up against Team Ricochet, who look very, very organised, and they've got the gun skill to go with it, if you miss one of those factors, that mountain to climb just becomes even more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is going to be solid concentration required for Vitalize Esports right now if they want to reset this bracket. And more than anything else, a good game plan. They're going to need, pick your in-game lead. And the one thing, we don't get to see how it sounds, but there's the occasional moment where we get kind of insight into the communications. And right now, I think Vitalize, just every now and then, a little lack of concentration. We'll see a player on the flank take 2 players down, third player doesn't respond. So you just got to think maybe communication's not there, or a little bit of concentration isn't there. They need to be 100% focused if they want to reset this bracket right now.
Yeah, and obviously you don't want to look too far ahead, but man, if Vitalize take this map, you're looking in the search and you're thinking, probably Vitalize's map, to be honest, the way we've seen them in Search and Destroy. It's just this huge hurdle to take the respawn off of the boys of Team Ricochet. We know how good they are in respawns, and it's just going to be one where if they start off hot here, Vitalize, and they keep it on point for pretty much what would have to be the whole map, I feel, at this point.
At least 2 rotations and a P1.
Yeah.
They've got, look at that clutch Rayn in the previous game, Tuscan Hardpoint, where they absolutely flew out the blocks, got an 80-second lead, and then just dipped. I mean, they literally just a complete complacency. Whatever the lack of stamina when it comes to maintaining that, it's not just about kills and pace, it's communication and strategy. That gets eroded the deeper you get into the hardpoint. Well, right now, Vitalize Esports need that pace, need that strategy, but they need to make that last across 2 rotations and potentially 2 or 3 kills. This is going to be huge for them right now, otherwise they're going to get bodied by a very, very strong Team Ricochet side.
Yeah, so we do have everyone in the lobby. We're just waiting on the button to be pressed, and the boys have now pressed it. So Gavutu hardpoint here, potentially could be our last map of Season 3 here if Vitalize can't come out on top. If any of you guys are joining us here, this is for a £1,000 prize pool here, and Team Ricochet looking very, very good. They are 1 map away from getting this done. This is a first best of 5 here, guys. Vitalize are the team coming through that losers bracket. So it's just going to be one where, I mean, if it goes game 5, we won't complain. But Vitalize obviously will be a little bit upset here, potentially not going to be able to win in the grand final again. But I mean, wow, Pablo. I mean, it's been a good series. It's been a good afternoon of COD all game long. If it does end here, we've had pools of talent again that we're just so blessed to have as per usual. And if it does end here, hopefully we end up with a 250, 249.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better, losers final. So, but then you look at the winners final, even the grand final is going to be an absolute spectacle right now. Vital doing everything he can, but it is going to be the boys from Team Ricochet with a 3-man wipe. Only Vital responding in any way, shape, or form, and that's the worry that we had. They can get the kills to Vitalize Esports, but can they get the trades right now? Team Ricochet with early control of P1. Still plenty to play for right now, and that is going to be heavily contested. Robbie Nevo is going to make his way in and get the 2-piece. A little bit of time goes his way at 15 seconds to 6. We're going to start thinking about P2 any second now. In fact, number 6 in Fudzy, that player we do see always on the rotation, is going to be pushing right the way across over towards that side of the boat and looking to get picks and majored as we hit the end of P1. Team Ricochet already looking to get set up for P2.
Yeah, and Nevo we'll have Ross J right next to him as he cleans him out. So currently, a bit of a 50-50 going over towards as they go back and forth in the kill feed. Cruz will know where Fudzy is over towards this P5 side, but meanwhile, his teammates getting towards the hill. This time, it's going to be Klausy on the objective, currently performing all those objective duties, soaking up the hill time. They are going to get a couple of nades through the doors, though. The boys are vitalized, and they do clear the man out. So 3-man wipe. They are just going to have to still deal with the lone man up top, and Fudzy will fall. So good work from Vitalized. They just need to try and hold off the pressure that the boys of Team Ricochet, we know they bring to pretty much every single hill on every single map. And good work from the boys in blue, Pablo. They wipe everyone out, and this is exactly what you want to see from Vitalized.
Yeah, you got to look to those players that potentially in respawns don't have big games. So Robbie Nevo 6-2, Rezi on a 5-3. In fact, surprisingly, Zhao Cruz on the struggle bus at 2-4 with only 7 seconds. But Vital is that player, I guess, that talismanic figure for vitalizing this team who just needs to go big. I think if he drops massive, it's going to be huge for Vitalize Esports. And there's a certain confidence in the Vitalized team right now. Robbie Nevo just bopping around. He's playing this very, very well. He does finally get dropped, but they've got control of P3, and it's something we didn't think was potentially going to happen. But more importantly, Major, they're about to hit 40 seconds in terms of a lead.
Oh, one thing, though, that Ricochet do manage to do is take Resi off of streaks. So good work there from those lads. Crusoe going for the pinch up towards P1. Manages to grab one pick. There's still a few more players nearby. Klausy will grab him, though, and it looks as though Ricochet, they're going to have to try and punch their way in towards this hill. It's not an easy thing to do, and while all this gunfight action is going on, that clock is just ticking up and up and up for them. The points tally is going up and up and up as well, and at the moment, Vitalized, they do look very, very clean on this map. Only 20 seconds remaining on this one, and the one thing that Team Ricochet, Pablo, have to do, obviously, get them out the hill, but more importantly, hold that next rotation, and big kills coming through from Ross.
Yeah, this is huge. They get a little bit of scrap time, and we do talk about how vital the scrap time is in this particular map as well, because every second is going to count, and if you can grab 10, 15 seconds off of your scrap, add it on, but more importantly, get control of the next hill, which you're seeing in number 7. Klausy is sat on P4 right now. Huge plays from Team Ricochet. They've got the spawns, but right now they need to get set up. Number 2 and Zhao Cruz is looking to provide some pressure. He isn't going to be able to do it, and they're going to have to just sit tight while they wait for the players to do that, but Zhao Cruz is going to spawn out right towards that bottom cliff edge, so he's going to be able to push through. You can see him just going around the front, and they managed to dip onto the hill, and more importantly, though, that has come back to around about a 40-second differential. Joker just looking to be a pain at the back. Don't know if he realizes those players are spawned out. Joker gets one pick. It is a 3-man wipe, but Robbie Nevo still with spawns, and that's going to allow the entire side Major of Vitalized Esports to continue to spawn out. But this might work in the favor of Team Ricochet as they fight from the front and potentially still get spawns for P5.
Yeah, that's the main thing. That's the main thing. If they can just try and disrupt as much as possible. But now the foot race is on. Klausy's going to try and catch at least a few over in transition to stop those players. And Ricochet, just a little bit hesitant there. They just waited over towards P1. And now all of a sudden, Ross is now the lone man over here. He's going to get caught in the crossfire. And now this is an opportunity for Vitalized as they are getting taken down a couple. And Vital will now get on the hill. But my goodness, it's an opportunity for them here. Team Ricochet spawning out the back. Vital gets shut down, though, and now they've got number 7 Klausy on the hill. Resi again on 5 this time. Can he make it 7 and get that glide bomb?
Yeah, he seems to love this top boat area. He was in control. He was doing really well on it. He managed to get some big numbers. And again, he's on that 6. So a good opportunity potentially to just get picks in. He's going to look to a player maybe to tag him up. He gets that kill. So it's going to get the glide. That could be huge for Vitalized Esports. Another team wipe. Zhao Cruz and Resi team up to drop the team in purple. This could be absolutely monumental if they're able to do this right now. Again, it's about 45-second differential between the two sides. And look, again, the kills across the board. The Vitalized Esports are very, very similar. Only Zhao Cruz, who's struggling on 11 and 14, but still in double figures. Has been a really nice performance so far. And not just that, they're continuing to get time. And they look good for the money as well. Getting picks, playing the lives as we hit the second rotation P1. Team Ricochet looking to try and get set up, looking to break the rhythm of the team in blue. And there's a big job to do right now as they manage to get that. But number 2 in Zhao Cruz looking to throw a curveball right into their plans.
Yeah, and they now have control of P1. Nevo, though, will take Klausy down. Joker is going to be on his lonesome in towards that hill. But now his teammates getting the picks, and more importantly, a team kill comes through there from Resi to take Vital down, which is not what they want to see. And now, when you look at the slaying again, Pablo, it's just exactly what we saw before from Vitalized when they played Clutch Rayn. They were getting kills, but my goodness, they just couldn't get the time to go with it. And Ricochet, at the moment, every single player is getting battered in terms of kills, but they are pretty much going to be back on evens after this hill, and they get more important kills to get the scrap time. Look at the scores. Look at the kills. How on earth does this add up?
I mean, it's one thing we talk about. One of the things about hardpoints is literally your kill to hill efficiency. Right now, Team Ricochet at their pinnacle, probably the most efficient in terms of how many kills to how much time they get, and that is entirely down to the likes of Ricochet, the likes of Klausy, and the likes of Joker getting good time, and they make good use of it as well. They're getting the first 15 seconds, the last bit of scrap, and we talked about how important getting those final bits of scrap time can be ultimately in this game. Well, we're back to 10 seconds, and this has been an absolute blowout for Vitalize Esports, who had a monumental lead at the start of this game. They are going to look to try and get some top vote control, but they've got to deal with Ricochet, who's coming round the back, and it's just causing absolute problems. He can't get any tags at the minute, and it is going to still be Vitalize with control. Never with a huge kill on Ricochet, but we do see Joker and Klausy manage to get a two-piece, and it's going to be Team Ricochet again. There's nothing to Vitalize, just seem to have gone off the boil a little bit, Major, and they're just not able to get as much time as they were initially in the first rotation of hills.
One thing they do have, though, is P3, and we know how important this hill is on Kavutu. So where are these next picks going to lie? They've got everyone in position here, Vitalize. They've got no excuse not to hold a huge amount of time. Oh my god, okay. Well, that's probably going to be a bit controversial. We'll obviously have to keep an eye on how that one's happened and what's going on the scores there, because that is not what you want to see if, for our perspective, because it gets a little bit messy. We will just have to keep tabs on what the score was. I'm not sure if one of the lads potentially might have timed out or wasn't actually moving. I'll try and keep an eye on it. I think potentially it might have been Joker that actually died. Oh, and Pablo's done a runner. All right, Pabs, I'll see you in a bit, brother. Have a good one. So, yeah, unfortunately, guys, let me just keep an eye on the score and see what it... Oh, so apparently one of the players' internet dropped. I believe it was 160 to 160, so I don't think there was actually anything separating those lads. But yeah, that's not what you want to see. So we'll have to just keep tabs on what's going on there. Yeah, mate, you went for some grub.
Well, it's what happens when your wife realises, even though you're casting and she goes to take the dog out, she doesn't take her keys with her, because that's the sensible thing to do, isn't it?
That's all good, mate. Yeah, so I think it was pretty much evens at that point. It was 160, 160. So it's one where I don't really know what's going to happen with this one. Obviously, map restart. Are they going to go back to 0-0? We'll have to wait and see, really.
I can't imagine it's so deep into the game. Did you see the face? She literally went, shoot your face. We're so deep into the game, I can't imagine they're going to have to reset at that. They're going to have to play it from the scoreline. I think it was still pretty close, though. I think there was only about 10 seconds in it. Maybe a little bit more, maybe, but it was still a pretty close game. I don't know how that's going to work, whether someone can jump onto Major's timeline on Twitch and just run it back and see what the score was would be super helpful, I guess. It's difficult to know whether any of the players are paying that much attention to the scoreline. They're just going to be concentrating on kills and rotations, so this could be very, very interesting. They can't start from scratch, I guess. It's way too late into the game for that to be the case, but it'd be interesting to see what happened. All we did is just see the lobby close, so it'd be interesting to see what the lads say, whether Rezi's got a problem again with his PC.
Yeah, it
could
was
be an ongoing issue.
Yeah, so it was, let me just double check. So yeah, one of the lads' internet literally dropped, but obviously the boys have vitalized. They're basically saying that they had P3 rotation and they had 2 streaks, which is a very valid point. So yeah. I'm not quite sure. We'll obviously keep you guys updated as to how that one comes through. Because, say, 2 streaks and a P3, it's looking pretty good for whichever team has that. So we'll just have to wait and see. But the way it was going, Pablo, again, it was kind of another story of Vitalize. They were getting a lot of kills, but they weren't getting a huge amount of time to show for the kills. It was one where Ricochet, if they got a bit of momentum going in that one, you would have worried for Vitalize, because they were getting battered in kills and they were still tied.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of the features of this is why it's really good to just rotate effectively, you know. And you can get a hand. This is another thing about map management. You can get a handful of kills in the hard point, in your hard point. Get hard point control. The other team spawns out. You're getting a free 15 seconds. Get one player on the kill. Push your team out to get some more map coverage. Get a few more kills. What are you on? 8 kills across the board. Every player might be on 2, and you've got yourself 40 seconds. The other team might get a ton of kills in transition. All kinds of work outside the hill, but if they've got no one getting time and you're maintaining a contest, you can put up 20 kills and have nothing to show for it. And this is something you highlighted before we got into the game. You were fearful that they would go toe-to-toe or even better in kills, but they would struggle to get time, and that is exactly what's happened in the second rotation of hills. They were great in the first rotation, but as soon as Team Ricochet started to warm up, started to get a rhythm, that time just started to ebb away slowly but surely.
Yeah, so I'm just staring at the chat now. I'm going to look to see if the guys do confirm anything. They're just literally deciding now. It looks as though Fudzy has pretty much said to them, are you guys down to replay or are you taking the map? So it looks as though Fudzy's being a very good sportsman here and just saying, if you want to take the map, you can take the map. And then obviously, not quite in the fashion that we would have wanted to see it, Pablo, but we will get that game 5.
Yeah.
And Vitalize, if that is going to be the case, going into a game 5 as Redtastic with the 2 gold biddies. Thank you very much. But yeah, it's one where they're looking at that search and destroy and going, right, okay, time to reset the bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the cushion the winning team have got. They're going to go into a game 5, still potentially with an opportunity to win. It's a good opportunity. Well, Berlin at Search and Destroy really is completely different to both the other the other 3 Search and Destroy maps that you can potentially play. But again, that they've got that cushion. They can reset the bracket and then look to maybe do things over in the second set of 5. But again, I guess it comes down to confidence. I think Robbie Neville going into an S&D for a game 5 to reset the bracket is going to be superbly confident with that sniper on what is probably the best sniper map to do it on. So a good opportunity for Vitalize to stay within this. And yeah, if those guys do accept to take it, it is going to be 2-all as we hit that game 5. Nice opportunity for Vitalize to reset, and this is going to be huge for them right now. And this is potentially, you know, £840–850 on the line this evening.
Yeah, so just confirmation of it, guys. Unfortunately, it's obviously not something that we want to see, but the boys have vitalized. They've decided that they are going to take that map. So we're getting game 5, Pablo. We're getting that Berlin search and destroy. Obviously not in the most ideal way, but it is what it is. We move on and now vitalize with a potential opportunity to reset the bracket here. So Team Ricochet going to have to look a lot better on this search and destroy than they did in that Bocage search and destroy, to be honest, because the boys have vitalized. They did look very, very menacing on that one, and from what we've heard from previous games that have been cast of them, they are very good at search and destroy pretty much throughout the whole time that this has been going on in Season 3 and this team. So, man, Vitalize Esports looking good for potentially resetting the bracket now.
And the thing is, Team Ricochet have got, you know, great firepower. They've got some great characters in the side, but one thing you cannot say about them is they're not very elegant. There isn't quite a lot of subtlety to their gameplay, which Vitalize definitely have got in S&D. So big opportunity for the team in blue to really, really set the cat among the pigeons and reset the bracket. Team Ricochet really with an uphill struggle now in this S&D because they don't have someone in the same kind of ballpark as Robbie Neville. We know we've got players who can use a sniper, but nowhere near that capability. And again, they're going to have to rely on a lot of this kind of close quarter kind of plays coming out of the likes of Ross J, coming out of players like Footsy as well. So big opportunity for Vitalize. If they reset the bracket though, the big question is going to be, what are going to be the maps? You know, I know I'm way down the line in this, but what are the maps? They could absolutely be huge going into the next set of 5, but still a job to be done. We've still got a long way to go. We've still got a Berlin S&D potentially to see this game either in the hands of Team Ricochet as the ACCL Super League champions, or potentially as Vitalize look to reset the bracket from what would be an incredible losers run.
Yeah, so it's one now where Berlin search and destroy. Oh, and Bonesy with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. First month. Thank you very much, brother. Welcome to the stream. And, one of those as well. Thank you very much, guys, for your continued support and your continued patience as well. We're obviously waiting for the guys to pick their respective sides as we go in towards our final map of potentially the first best of 5. If it does go in towards the second, we've got a hell of a lot more of this to come potentially with these two guys. But a prediction, Pablo, we anticipated it would potentially go game 5 between these two. Not quite in the fashion that we anticipated it, but now obviously going into a Berlin search and destroy, we're kind of that B site. Obviously the roof previously where you could glide bomb through the top of it, you could nade through the top of the roof as well, that's been patched, so that B site is a little bit more secure for the team attacking. I've noticed a lot from some of the teams in the ACCL that the B point is a lot more opportunistic to get the bomb down, because obviously the player who's planting the bomb can't just get slapped with 2 nades and they're gone, and then all of a sudden you've got a man down and you've got to try and retrieve the bomb. So with that kind of that roof patch coming through, we are seeing a lot more B pushes, but still a map where you can justify A or B really with these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the one map where we do see particular pushes to either bomb site, which is nice to see. One thing I would say about vitalizing this game, just keep your eye on Zhao Cruz. Very interesting character in both defense and attack. In attack, he tends to get into the bomb site reasonably quickly and stays in the B bomb site, looking to get picks on anyone trying to get that early defuse. But in his defense as well, he uses the kind of B bomb site to use as cover, and he will sit in the window on the other side of that B bomb site, wait for the player to push into plant and get himself an easy 1 or 2 kills. I've seen him do it time and time again. Now, you know, this is a perfect team to do it against. Team Ricochet can be a little cautious in attack. You know, they look to try and get a pick. Look to try and, you know, utilize the geography of the map to try and get control. Well, this could be a great opportunity for Vitalize, and in particular Zhao Cruz, to really utilize the capabilities of Robbie Nevo's sniping to just get into that B site and potentially get a couple of easy kills. Could be very interesting. We've seen it do before. The question is, will he do it again?
Yeah, so guys, game 5 here in the grand final for all the cheddar on the line here for both teams. So Vitalize, as mentioned, they have to take this map and they have to do it all again in the second best of 5, as they are coming from the losers bracket. But a team that is very, very accomplished at search and destroy is probably going to be a favourite here in this one. And at the moment, the boys of Team Ricochet, good sportsmanship, fair play to those lads, and a big shout out to them, because they could have really kicked their toys out the pram. We've seen plenty of players have a moan about this kind of stuff at various levels of Call of Duty, but we get what we ask for, Pabs, the old Game 5 search and destroy. And as mentioned, Vitalize Esports looking good for their money. We'll have to see if they can do it again here on a map that we've not seen them play.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a big moment right now. Team Ricochet going to be looking to see the series, the game, and the ACCL Super League out. Vitalize Esports looking to get that reset of the bracket, and again, super aggressive play. We see Vital this time though, looking to push right in, and don't be too surprised if he stays in and around that. Zhao Cruz very, very far forward, looking to potentially get any players coming out of that mailroom area. Number 5 is going to get tagged up, so Zhao Cruz does have the angle on that, and that is going to be the first blood. As we hit the 30-second mark, it is going to be a 2v3 with advantage towards Vitalize Esports.
Oh man, there's some timing for Ross. They're going to try and command back over towards this warehouse, and now Vital. This is a difficult spot for him. It looks as though he's just going to go for the wrap of the wrap here as he goes round the back. They're going to have to try and hop the bomb shortly. 13 seconds on the clock. Can they keep Foodsy alive long enough? Oh, the shot's going to be crisp enough. He needs to try and get the kill here. He takes Ross down. Is the defuse going to come through? Yes, it is not. Apology. I was about to say, yes, it is. No, it's not. He gets the kill. The man off the bomb will come through and Vitalize. Vital with a huge moment for them.
Mate, you know, if Vital's playing like that, we are getting a bracket reset. Vital hates S&D. He's never, you know, the previous S&D did quite well, but S&Ds against teams who have been particularly good, he's absolutely been terrible, and he's already 2-0. This is a great sign if you're a Vitalized fan. Robbie Nevo not even in the game, normally at least one sniper kill by now. Team Ricochet looking like they're going to be on the struggle bus. They have got the attacking round right now, but Vital, reading this, is going to be making his way right over. It is a split push. There's a split defense from the boys in blue, so this could be a little advantage to the boys in purple. He is going to make some noise, look to try and pick out any players. Vital again with the first blood. Oh, that's a big, absolutely huge from Zhao Cruz.
Oh,
he
man.
Manages to get that kill. Vital again, Major, with another big kill.
Well, a big moment from Vital in this round, and a big moment in the previous one now leaves Jokka last man up. He's getting flooded from everywhere at the moment. He has been spotted, and he will get dropped. So Vitalize Esports, 2 rounds to the good. A clutch moment from Vital in round number 1, and a clutch moment from the team of 4, really, as they only drop 1 life in round number 2. And pretty bread and butter for these boys in blue at the moment, Pablo. They're looking very good on this map as well.
Mate, Robbie Nevo going from probably the longest weapon in the game to the shortest possible sighted weapon in the game as he tags things up. Vital on a 4 right now. He's gone absolutely huge in this game. 2-0 to Vitalize Esports, and he's on a 4 streak this early into the game. This could be monumental. If he's able to get himself any more kills and get himself a glide, this could be seen him Vitalize very strong. But Major, again, they just look impeccable in S&D.
Yeah, they just look so good at first bloods and just kind of clutch moments. They just always seem to make it work here. Woodsy has managed to get his way in towards the site, and this is a really, really slow B push hit from Vitalize, which might come back to bite them if they can't get a pick. Vital is at the top of 3rd here. Looks as though... Oh, does he spot Jokka behind the truck? Doesn't. Oh, Jokka spots him, though, and Jokka gets the first blood. So, 3 versus 4. They don't have the bomb down, Pablo, and more importantly, if they're going to try and get it down at the B bomb site, Foodsy is going to be ready and waiting for them.
Yeah, this is exactly the opposite kind of thing I was talking about. Zhao Cruz, usually in this position, Foodsy is going to take that position up. He's going to get flooded very, very soon. I think he's seen the gun of that player. He does manage to hold off, but only able to tag him up. He's going to push out, be aggressive, play his life, and that is huge plays right there. I don't think they realise that play's there. Klausy's going to drop him. It's going to be Nevo in at 1v3. He manages to get a pick, but with 23 seconds remaining, he's going to have to do a lot. Oh, the COD timing is unreal right there. Team Ricochet are going to get 1 on the board, and Major, this is important because this is the first time they've managed to do this early in an S&D series.
Yeah, for a second then, when that man
you were thinking it
back right, I just got a little hint at the back of the mind, you know, just like surely not. But no, they do finally get around on the board, Team Ricochet, and they do reduce that deficit just down to 1. See, Nevo not going to use the sniper on this occasion, and we'll see where the boys in purple decide to try and take the bomb. Klausy and his lads. It looks as though it's going to be an A push here. And it looks as though the boys of Vitalize just going to go for a bit of a 2-2 split here. But Cruz inside the site might have quite a bit of work to do unless Vital manages to pick this man. Are they going to check their corner? Klausy, yes he is. That's the answer. He just flies round and kills Vital straight away.
Yeah, that is insane reaction time from Klausy. Huge plays by João Cruz, though, as he manages to attack that player up. But you've got to say, Klausy gets the kill and manages to play that like behind that pillar so he doesn't get killed. Huge plays, but again, it's going to require a little bit of a retake. Huge plays by Joker as he gets that kill, and that's going to potentially allow Team Ricochet to get into that A site. And it's a 2v3 right now. And again, you've got to ask the question, Major, what is the reticence right here about getting that bomb planted? They know they've cleaned out the A site. Two players completely split, so it's a good opportunity for Vitalize Esports to get some information. But this is such a slow control round right there. It's slow in terms of control. It's slow as a round.
Yeah, so Nevo, can he get this next pick? Or spots Ross. God timing there for him as he gets caught out. But now the Chow's going to come through. Joker is going to go straight off the top rope here. He's looking to try and maybe delay a little bit here. But the pistol of Nevo's going to be enough to take him down. Picks up the also of him. And oh my God, I thought he was going to kill his own. I thought he was going to kill his teammate's gun with his own weapon there. But the trade comes through. Vitalize in moments where they look as though they're struggling. They just always seem to come through with big moments.
I'm so confused, Major, right now. Like, Team Ricochet just honestly look like they put the controllers down for they get 2 kills they need over towards the A-bomb site, and then it was like a union strike. What were they doing? The player with the bomb is static for like 15 seconds. Footy gets a kill on long, and I'm completely blown away. The Team Ricochet gifted Vitalize Esports around in a mode that Vitalize are gonna dominate. So huge plays for Vitalize to take advantage, but Team Ricochet, guys, wake up.
So now, first blood. Oh, peekaboo. There's one. Poor Klausy and Footsie just fly through and manage to beam there. Another couple of players. So a good round here from Ricochet. The door got open and they just said hello to every... Oh! And Klausy has just absolutely fried Ricochet. How on earth has he dropped him like that? Holy moly. Give me that man's con. Oh, God. Jesus. He just deleted him in that position where he should have absolutely got the kill. But unfortunately now, Nevo, last man up. But we've seen Vitalize. They clutch up moments. Pablo, potentially this could be another one for them here. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, Resi needs to resuscitate Nevo, looking to get the paddles out. Cardiac paddles applied as he drops Klausy and Shocker. Big kills again as he gets a third. Ross Jai last alive in a 1v1. What am I seeing in this game? Robbie Nevo goes absolutely huge, puts the sniper away. Anything I can do with the sniper, I'll just bang an auto on. Player right outside. Oh my days, they're so close. How is he stayed alive? Ross J with some poor shots there. 18 seconds remaining. Ravo is going to get bombed. He's got a sprint on his hands. What? Ross J just decides to lead him. Just shoot him. Don't play with your food. Kill him. Ricochet, get one on the board. What are we seeing in this game 5, Major?
Oh my
what
goodness.
are we seeing?
If that went through and he got the 1 versus 4 there, Nevo, you just got to look at Ricochet and be like, mate, this is not your map if that happens. But my goodness, they breathe a sigh of relief there. That was so close to being a 1 versus 4. It isn't going to be, though, on that occasion. And it is going to be the boys of Team Ricochet to reduce that deficit back down to 1. It just feels as though Vitalize, they've had moments here, Pablo, where they could have really pulled away. But Ricochet, they don't want to give this one up too easily.
Absolutely not. This is a good opportunity for them really to tie the round up. They've just got to be clever. They've got some information now. They know a player's pretty close. They should be able to get that kill. They absolutely do. And Robbie Nevo, team kill leader for Vitalize Esports at 7 and 5, gets dropped. Resi going to look to get in. Plays that completely wrong. Fades with the information, is going to get the kill. It's going to be a 2v4, Major, and with 38 seconds remaining, Vital with a huge kill.
Yeah, 2 versus 3 now. The nade is ready. Cruz is trying to get this man off the site. He will weaken him up, and in he goes. The shots are good. Cruz now makes it a 2 versus 2. Oh, but his teammate Vital's going to fall, and you can see Cruz, he knows where this bomb is going to be planted for. He knows where the presence of players is going to come from, and Ricochet, good organised round from those boys. Get the bomb down, defend it from that back warehouse site, and they now tie it up 3-all.
Yeah, that's huge plays from Team Ricochet. Nice play as well as a team. One thing we did say, the kind of inelegance and almost lack of subtlety from Team Ricochet at times. It's great for hardpoint, great for respawn, great for aggression, but not so good for S&D. Well, they're playing really well, being led down the line by Fudzu, 7 and 5. Mr. Malone is just absolutely having a monumental S&D, and right now, he's got a confidence that when he gives the guys from Vitalize Esports that fourth game. Well, I mean, this is looking very good decision so far. 3-all, and it's all to play for, Fades. You know, and player cast it, cast it again, Major, as he is going to get first blooded.
Yeah, and those blue arrows, they are legging it over towards that B site. Ross might have to be quick here. If that bomb goes down, this round becomes so difficult. Spots Nevo, though. Window opens. He knows there's another man in the site as well. Is he going to go for the Chow Cruise? Big kill. Can the trade be here quickly enough from Jocker? He's getting the shots in. He gets the kill. But now, again, this is the difficulty. That bomb is down. They need to just try and clear these players out of the back warehouse. It looks as though Rezi is going to be up top here. They've only got 25 seconds left to work with here, and Klausy's going to have to try and clean him out rather sharpish here. Onto the balcony he goes. Can he manage to spot Rezi around the corner? Flies around the corner. Good reads from Klausy. So now they just need to try and stick the bomb. Vital realizes the importance of this. Klausy's going to desperately try and help him out, but he's on the diffuser. He's got to be quick. Can he get him off the bomb? That's the main thing. Oh, he's got stuck in the window. He doesn't get the kill in time. I don't believe so.
Oh
and Ricochet, they get the round. He just got stuck in the window.
What the hell have we just witnessed? This game is absolutely bonkers, man. This is one of the things that fries my soul, is when you get stuck in the window trying to get through smoothly and you're just not allowed to do it. That is insane plays right there. And it holds him up, Major, for what, a 10th of a second? It's just a 10th of a second, a hair's breadth between going 4-3 up or going 4-3 down. Unbelievable plays. Team Ricochet in the lead, but by a knife's edge.
Oh my goodness. Wowee. That is a big round for Ricochet. Vital this time battling with a different window. Ricochet have just been so good at getting first bloods, but saying that, there's one. Ross J, though, will be instantly there to trade out Klausy as he falls. And nice shots there from Nevo from distance. Oh, hold that. Absolutely beams Jocker and Fudzy. And now Ross J, it's all going to be down to him, 1 versus 3.
I mean, it's a big ask. I mean, it's not impossible. We've seen it done before, but really, Robbie Nevo, the only one with the reaction time to do it. Ross J, though, with that auto in hand, 6-4, having a decent game so far. He is potentially going to... I mean, he's got to check his corners. What a weird place to be. He gets taken down. Vitalize are going to bring this back to 4-all, Major. And, you know, we say it time and time again, but I think I'm starting to smell something.
Oh, it is the waft. The infamous round 11 waft. It is well and truly in the nostrils at this point, with 4 rounds apiece here with these two teams. But now, every single round counts here for these guys. Boys, on both sides. Potentially a little bit of runny bum here with the amount of money that these guys are playing for in the grand final. Nevo, though, 10-6. What a performance from him so far. And 2 really important kills. They're going to need a bit more of that from him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they need a pickle. Rezi needs to get involved a little bit more.
Jesus.
No first bloods as yet. We can see just how aggressive number 2 in Xiao Cruz has got. Again, number 1, Vital and Cruz. There's 2 SMG players, but potentially is he going to check all his corners? Jocker goes to the air punch, doesn't get it. The timing is there. He gets taken down by Vital, but Ross J is going to be in and around this area, potentially looking down towards fire. Does he see that player? He gets the picks. That's going to give Team Ricochet the advantage. No, it is going to be 2 live space. 2 as Nevo manages to drop Klausy. And with 50 seconds remaining, caution him back in. It is Fudzy with the kill, and he gets dropped him there. Major, we are back at a 1v1 for round 9 right here.
Yeah, Nevo, 5 in a row. If he clutches this up, oh, he's going to go and try and retrieve the bomb. Does manage to get it. Just waiting patiently, though. He doesn't know that Ross J is coming all the way around the back. Nevo, though, just playing it patiently. I'll tell you what, Ross has got to be careful. Is this... Oh, did Nevo spot him? I think Nevo spots him. He's going on the hunt for him. He knows he's up there. You can see Ross J just frantically moving across. Surely he's going to get shot in the back any time now. He just can't wait for the right time to shoot. He's got to be careful, though. There's only 8 seconds left. And Ross comes back. And oh, my goodness. Ross gets the kill in a moment where you thought that round was Vitalizes for sure. He chases the kill, but Ross just 180s and fries him.
Mate, he has been described as having some of the most natural gun skill player you could ever ask for. Ross J proving the point there with an awesome reaction time from a position he should never have got that kill. And it is not just match point, it is not just round point, it is not just game point. But right now it is ACCL Super League season point right here in the hands of Team Ricochet. 4 more kills will see them as champions. Can Vitalize Esports, can they fight back right now, take this to the round 11 we so want and desperately need to see?
Yeah, and the other important thing is that Nevo, he was on 5. He's not got any streaks now. Looks as though A is going to be the site of choice. Surely the call comes through. You can see those blue arrows now. They are desperately trying to reinforce those players over towards this A site. Number 3, Nevo, though, has got itself all the way round the back. First pick here. Going to be so, so important. Nades go through. They're just cleaning out the site. Nothing inside as of yet. The stun goes through the door. They know there's players out here. The standoff ensues. Rezi, he's got to be so careful. He's getting tagged up with bullets, and Vital manages to get the first blood onto Klausy, and they don't know that Nevo's here. They do now, though, as he manages to get some shots in, but those purple arrows, Pablo, they are trapped.
There's so much work to do right now for Team Ricochet. They've got to deal with that player out towards back. Robbie Neville goes absolutely huge. He finally gets dealt with, but Zhao Cruz is there. Ross J has got to perform a miracle one more time if he wants to see this out now, or we are going to get that round 11 we really want to see. We desperately want to see right now. Ross J is going to try and play his life very, very exposed. Is he going to get the picks? I don't think he realizes he's potentially going to get pinched, and Vitalize Esports have taken this as far as they can. That round 11 we've wanted to see, and is on a knife edge right now, Major Chafin.
Oh my goodness. Well, now is the time for the big players to step up here. We've had big rounds from players on both respective teams, but now it all comes down potentially to one final round here. And if Vitalize take it, they force the second best of 5. If Team Ricochet take it, they will be crowned ACCL Season 3 Super League champions. And the B bomb site looks as though this is where it's all going to go down. Number 7, Klausy. He's going to try and transition over, but they get the first blood. Nevo's going to take down Fudzy. That's a huge pick. So now the presence over towards this B site isn't quite what it could be. And the nade's going to clean out Klausy as well. It's all falling apart here for the boys in purple. Joker and Ross, 2 versus 4. They really need this next pick. Where is it going to come from?
That bomb is so exposed as well. They need a pick any second now. 57 seconds remaining. Joker and Ross J with the biggest play of their young careers so far. You can see that setup, that defensive setup, those arrows pinned like Alsatians. Ross J does get bomb. He is going to push into that B-bomb site. They're looking to just try and get picks, just looking to try and play, but the pinch is on Major, and that's going to be one fall. Ross J on his own in a 1v4. Is he going to be able to do it? No, he is not. And Vitalize Esports reset the bracket, defuse the bomb, and we are still potentially 5 games away from crowning the ACCL Super League champions.
Well, tuck yourselves in, folks. We get to do it all over again. Vitalize Esports reset the bracket. We go to another best of 5 this evening. And my goodness, holy moly, by Nevo a beer someone 15-8 in a game 5 to keep his team in that one. You can't ask more than that, Pablo.
I mean, you really do need to doff your cap to Robbie Nevo right there. 15 kills in an S&D. And I don't think he pulled the sniper out that often. I think he had a lot of work going down. But great strategizing from the boys in Vitalize. But really, Team Ricochet proving that they are capable at S&D, given the opportunity. Some massive moments in the game between a few players. Vital going big. Ross J going big at times. Robbie Nevo so close to the ace one more time. Huge, huge props to these players for battling it out. But we are going to be hitting another set of 5. It's going to be so interesting to see what maps do come up, but my breath's already been taken away. These games have been absolutely insane. They've been completely crazy close, and at sometimes we've just seen outstanding performances. This grand final is shaping up to be everything that we expected it to be.
Yeah, so just confirmation there. Unfortunately, with the map fort, the way it went down, it's obviously not the way that Vitalize would have ideally wanted to do it, but my goodness, for entertainment, holy moly, we get to do it all over again. So guys, we are just going to cut to a quick break as we get ready for our next series, which is going to be Grand Final Best of 5 number 2. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be back just after this short break, where we will finally crown our ACCL Season 3 champions after potentially another 5 more maps. ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Hit the unmute button, that helps. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Second best of 5 here between Vitalize Esports and Team Ricochet is now ready to go. Pablo, mate, I hope you're ready, because got deja vu again. Here we are, back at stage 1. Map 1 underway, and we've got a map pool that's relatively similar, but not quite identical.
Man, it is not identical, but it is definitely a slower start to this set of 5. Berlin Hardpoint definitely strategically so a lot more different in many ways. Maybe plays into the hands of Vitalize early doors in this, because Search and Destroy definitely does. But then we do hit that double Gavutu. Mate, this is going to be an insane game of 5, and I can't wait to see it unfold. Berlin Hardpoint, though, superb strategy required out of both sides. Right now, you would say the momentum is with Vitalize, though. They've looked solid in the last few games.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is the opportunity again for Vitalize to look strong on a hard point, maybe take a map off of the boys of Ricochet. That's for anyone who didn't see map 1 last time. The boys of Ricochet, they did look very good. Obviously, it was on the Bocage hard point in map 1 last time, which is now subsequently map 5, 250 to 169, but it was a case of, obviously, we had the bit of the controversial way in that map 4 ended last time, which Ricochet would have looked to get the series done. Obviously, it then went to Search and Destroy, which we then pretty much pin on Vitalize for being their main game mode from what we've seen anyways. We haven't even seen them drop a Search at this point. They do look very, very good at it. So for the way it ended last time, hopefully this time it's going to be a bit more clear, and we won't have any issues with that. And obviously the boys of Team Ricochet will be a bit more thankful for that as well.
We do have one anomaly, though, coming into this second best of 5. I believe Joker is dropped out. BB Connor is going to step into his place, if that is still the same arrangement that we saw at that was intimated at the start. So BB Connor is going to be a slightly different player. He's very much more of a kind of turret-based AR player.
Yeah, he's not in this one. He's not.
He's not in it. Is it Joker still?
So it's Joker for this map 1. I think Connor might be coming through halfway through the series, potentially. But it is still Joker for this one.
That's wild. Oh, okay, well, there we go. That is insane. So it's going to be a difficult one to read as we go into it. But Berlin Hardpoint, I mean, this is going to be a difficult one to choose, because I think there's just enough strategy in this to negate the kind of what you would consider the extra slaying power in Team Ricochet. So good opportunity for Vitalize, maybe to really set the precedent and get an early Hardpoint win. It can go either way, but a lot of work required, and we've got potentially another hour of just the highest level Call of Duty underway. And it's going to be Vitalize Esports, so we're going to be on board with them. Vital Major, looking to get things out the blocks.
Yeah, and boys in purple, kind of all staring relatively similar directions, but saying that, Fudzy just completely turns around and beams a few players. It's already getting messy in towards the hill. Resi is still going to be lurking, and so too will Nevo. So the boys on Vitalize, they do manage to break in and flip the spawns almost instantly. Team Ricochet, the setup not quite what it could be. A couple of little leaks there, but as mentioned, Pablo, Vitalize get going on this hard point, and then all of a sudden they take map 1. They're looking good into Search and Destroy. It's one where they're going to be looking good for their money, especially in terms of confidence, taking that first best of 5 and resetting the bracket anyways.
Oh, they are firing on all cylinders. I mean, you've got to say Vital isn't going to slow down. Shout Cruz isn't going to slow down. These guys are going to be flying, and we saw them do it in the previous best of 5. One problem that they did have was that they fell off quite dramatically towards the latter part of the second rotation. So, you know, don't get settled in, guys. It doesn't matter what kind of lead either team take, or the other team potentially going to bounce back. It does look like P2 is going to be the way. Well, it was going to be the way of Team Ricochet, but it is going to be number 1 in Vital in there, 3-2 right now, looking to break the hold that the boys from Team Ricochet have over towards P2. And number 3 Major and Robbie Nevo looking to throw the cat among the pigeons one more time as he looks to try and get picks towards the back of this hill.
Yeah, number 4 in Resi is out the back. The trades, is it going to be there quick enough from Fuzzy here? Oh, they do manage to pretty much bump heads, but Vitalize still have the man in Nevo ready to go. There's still a few more players alongside him as well, the boys of Ricochet. Oh, he actually manages to tag up his own teammate in that predicament, so that's not going to be ideal for him, as Cruz is now going to try and punch his way in through the windows. Can he manage to get the kill onto Klausy? Nice work there from him in a situation that probably wasn't necessarily the easiest thing to do. He is going to now fly onto Jocker and gets another one as well, so Cruz making some good work over towards that scrap time, Pablo, and more importantly, his team have got the rotation to P3 as well.
Yeah, and they're looking very... I mean, we talked about a lack of elegance maybe on the part of Team Ricochet, but right now, Vitalize Esports look like the hardpoint team to beat. 51 and 28, we just hit the midway point on this first rotation. Hills, they've got back spawns, but they've got to battle eminently through the front, and right now, Team Ricochet doing a good job of just fighting from that point. They do need some support, though, otherwise the players are going to fall. They require... The spawns still relatively close for them, allowing them to just flood into the hill. Number 4 is looking to just take up a different angle, come through fire. That's a huge kill from Rezi. He doesn't get the second. The Klausy is going to pick that up. And with 30 seconds of the kill still remaining, it's a good opportunity now for Team Ricochet to potentially take an early lead as we hit the end of the mid stage of this P1 on Berlin hardpoint.
Yeah, and Rezi is just toying with the idea of trying to get a few more seconds of scrap time here. But no, there's still so many bodies there. But they will at least know that they've got a lot of the rotation to new. You can see Klausy and Ross are going to be legging it over towards the new hill. Oh, Ross just checks the right corner, though. Good work from him. Just patient play there to make the break. And it looks as though the boys in purple, they're going to start flooding over towards the hill. Rezi is going to get a pick over towards that ticket side. Team Ricochet, you would anticipate they start spawning out the back potentially. And that's exactly what they do over towards Warehouse. But now, can the boys in blue try and hold on here?
Yeah, big fight about to go down to the back. Boys, back Team Ricochet decided to cut through the front of Warehouse. Not too sure about the sensible play there. They probably wanted to get some control and definitely get rid of Vital towards the back. This is probably the next most important kill to Team Ricochet, taking control of P5. Vital does fall, and that's going to allow Team Ricochet to get set up, but it is going to be very close as we see the boys in blue in Vitalize Esports start to punch through the front. They're potentially going to get cut down from the sides, but that's a big kill there as Vital manages to take down Joker. Fuzzy is going to respond almost immediately, but that kill feed going blue, and right now, you know, we talk about previous times, Major, where Vitalize Esports didn't look solid at all. Right now, Vitalize look like a completely different side, and this is looking like a very good hardpoint map for them so far.
Yeah, now it's just a case of whether or not Team Ricochet can do a good job on this hill. They do manage to take Cruz down. You can see Vital at the top of third there. Oh, thought for a second there he wasn't going to get the kill, but he does manage to clear out Klausy. And just by being up top here and ever present, he is just going to be a bit of a pain here. They do manage to get one man near to the hill, Ricochet and Ross, who is just still lurking outside, waiting for the right time. It's kind of a case of when does he pinch, where does he pinch? Drops right on the bonce of one player, and Rezi is going to slap him straight across the face with the butt of his gun. And typical messy P5 here, Pablo, so far.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a classic P5. It's all about control and getting those spawns ready for the next rotation. Right now, Vital, 13 and 11. That's the player we look to have a big performance. Rezi, that player we know can go absolutely huge in maps, also doing very, very well. And right now, the difference makers in the side of Vitalize Esports and giving themselves a 30-second lead. And, you know, if they chose this Berlin hardpoint, they've chose it well. I think it's just a little bit too far for Team Ricochet at the minute. But this game can get turned on its head. It's about taking advantages of those mistakes, and Ross J gonna cause some absolute bother over towards this P1. That's gonna give Boys in Purple an opportunity not just to get control, but to spread out a little and look to get some really, really dangerous picks over towards that long area past P1. Right now, number 1, Vital, just on the hunt for that player. It is going to be number 8 in Ross J, who's just looking to get these kills, and he's done so well so far on the 4 streak, and no one can find him. Oh my days, Major. Big kills there, and he's still playing his life.
Yeah, Ross is just whipping around the map at the moment, just killing players left, right, and centre. And his teammates have got a big chunk of time so far from P1. Only 20 seconds remain. Crew's going to try and work the pinch, but no, Team Ricochet have absolutely none of it. Vital does manage to get in towards the contestant. His teammate's going to try and do the same, but Joker shuts down both of them. So really good work from those lads. And now Team Ricochet take the lead. The all-important rotation is now going down. Number 4 in Rezi out the back, ready and locked into position. But there are still a couple of players, and one of which is the Magic Man, Mr. Ross J. Can he manage to grab a couple of kills? Does manage to take down one. Nevo, is it going to be the same outcome? No, Nevo, good work from the trades. And it looks as though there's still a bit of back and forth inside the hill.
Yeah, Ross J and Robbie Nevo rubbing shoulders there over towards that side mail room. And it's going to be Robbie Nevo comes out on top, and that's going to allow a little bit of a kill spree for Vitalize Esports to take back a little bit of control of this P2. We're deep into the second rotation, and 129 to 136 these plays, and teams so very close in terms of kills and in terms of time. Huge plays across the board, and again this becomes a highly contested hill. No one really good control so far. Vitalize Esports do get the spawns though, potentially for the next kill. Rezi trying to do everything he can, trying to get those penetrative shots down, not able having to do it. But really nice hold there from Vitalize Esports, who managed to tie things up and just so close to taking a short lead. But Fuzzy right there to cause absolute bother, and they're potentially just going to get a little bit of scrap time, but it's going to be a huge war going over towards this P3, and that is massive right there as the boys from Team Ricochet team up to drop 3.
Yeah, and out the back, you can already see there's a few players toying with the idea of getting those players out of the anchor spots. Fuzzy is going to just dip inside, so the spawns should still be coming through. Or maybe not. A couple of players have spawned out towards mid, so that is not ideal there for the boys of Vitalize. Nevo is just waiting patiently as his teammates are getting taken down around him. And now, is the spawns going to start coming through? It is, but Ricochet have already started to drain a decent amount of time. Fuzzy, absolutely bodacious chow as he flies out the window. Klausy now 5 in a row. Vital is going to take him down, but there's still a bit of back and forth. The boys in blue, though, those back spawns do look as though they've paid off as they get back in the hill once again.
Oh, Major, I never took you for a Ninja Turtle, but I will take bodacious all day long. Unbelievable commentary right there. And the boys from Vitalize Esports trying to do everything they can to maintain that little bit of scrap that is still remaining over towards P3, but it's going to be Team Ricochet who do take that, and it's going to give them around and about a 30-second lead. The first time they've put some distance between themselves in the positive in this Berlin hardpoint, and we're going to be back in a similar position to that first rotation where Vitalize have got control of that P4, but they just need to hold on to it. They weren't able to do it previously, and some big kills are going to be needed. Number 3 in Robbie Nevo is going to be in long. He manages to get a pick, but it's about dealing with that number 7, and you can see at the back again Rezi with the big kills, 27 and 12, Major. One of the best performances we've seen, and right now giving Vitalize the opportunity to potentially get some seconds and get this back. And we're going to see Team Ricochet more than anything else just try and dive onto the hill. It is going to be number 8 in Ross J pushing forward, but he gets dealt with. And the question is, Major, what is number 7 in Klausy going to be able to do?
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, Rezi shouldn't have won that one. Klausy surely was in a position there to take that gunfight and win it, but unfortunately Rezi just snaps onto him 180 degrees, and it's no surprise that he is 28 and 13 when he is doing that to Team Ricochet. So at the moment, Ricochet still got the lead, and more importantly, they've now got the positioning to hold a really good amount of time on P5. We've seen a lot of teams do a good job of pinning these players back over towards the backside of Warehouse. Can they manage to do it again here? They now surpass that 200-point mark as Fuzzy's going to look to try and get involved. Ross is actually, meanwhile, on a 5 streak here, so if he gets streaks and Ricochet hold a huge amount of time on this hill, this is getting worrying. 6 in a row for Ross, still hunting for that 7th. He still needs the 1. Can he get it? No, he can't. Big kill from Cruz.
Yeah, huge moment from Zhao Cruz there. Takes Ross J off that glide bomb, which would have been hugely vital going into the more open hills. But right now, there's going to be Team Ricochet just going to be vying with the possibility of getting some more time. But this is really going to come about to really getting those spawns for P1, which Vitalize have managed to do. And this has been a war of attrition, Major. We're potentially about to see, you know, what could be a long third rotation, which is something you don't often see on a Berlin hardpoint. Right now, the kill's going the way of the team in purple, and they only need 30 seconds. But they've got to have to do it through the front of P1 on this third rotation. Rezi already pushed up, looking to try and get some defensive sets over towards that. He's going to drop Ross J, doesn't get the second kill, and Fudzy and Joker are going to jump into the hill. Vital with a lot of work to do. He gets tagged up from stairs, but that's an immediate trade right there from Zhao Cruz again. But this is advantage Team Ricochet, Major. 15 seconds required to go 1 up.
Yeah, and looks as though Cruz is going to have to make the play. He's going on the flank. He's got to hit it quickly, though. There's only 8 seconds remaining before Team Ricochet take this map number 1. Will they check the right corners? Klausy's going to take another gunfight, and he's going to win another one. It's now down to Rezi. Can he clutch up? He can only grab 1, and Team Ricochet will take the first hard point, probably as you would come to expect, Pablo, with the quality that they have in Respawn, but a sizable margin, 80 points between the two teams.
You know, we talk about Klausy, and it's a player that we haven't really mentioned a lot of in this series so far. But, you know, at big times, he clutches up and gets these huge 1-piece, 2-piece, 3 pieces. It doesn't matter. Zhao Cruz going with 13 assists. What a weird statistic right there. But Klausy, again, we saw this in one of the hardpoints earlier on. I think it was the Bakaj hardpoint, where he was able to get these monumental 3 pieces when it comes to, you know, breaking a hill or defending a hill. And he does it again. I think he went big in control as well. So this is a big moment for a young player, and Klausy going off gives Team Ricochet potentially an important 1-0, because honestly, Vitalize were looking very good for their Berlin money.
Yeah, and I just realised, ignore that, guys. Map 2 is not Bocage, it's Tuscan. So I'll quickly ping it back and tweak that in the meantime. But yeah, now we go to a game mode where it's like, right, okay, onus is on you now, Vitalize. Ricochet have kind of done what we would have come to expect from them, Pablo. They take the map number 1, but now you're looking at map number 2 and saying, right, Vitalize, you've got to do exactly what you did before. You've got to take these search and destroys.
Yeah, absolutely. This is onus back on them. They can't afford any slip-ups. I don't think they really want to get into a 6-5 scenario again. They don't want to be taking this to a round 11. It's going to drain them of motivation. It's going to drain them of energy going into what is going to be a difficult computer to control. So big opportunity for them. They think they just want to see this round out as soon as possible. Tuscan S&D is a weird one. It's probably, I think everyone's got ideas about how to run this map. So this potentially is a banana skin for Vitalize. This is the one map you would suggest, is well within reach of Team Ricochet doing a good job. Bocage, again, has just been a very difficult one for them. I think Berlin, S&D was probably a stretch too far in terms of geography for Team Ricochet. Desert Siege, S&D can do whatever it needs to do. But Tuscan is an opportunity really for Team Ricochet to get that 2-0. Yeah. So I don't know whether this is their choice or whether it's the choice of the boys from Vitalize. We're going to find out very soon. They've looked solid. One thing I will say on a Tuscan S&D, Robbie Nevo is going to have the sniper and potentially be dropping another 10.
Yeah, this is the bread and butter game mode for the boys of Vitalize, but they do look to those players in Nevo, Rezi. They do put up big numbers. Individually, it always feels as though whenever we see a Vitalize search and destroy, there is that one player always that does well. We've seen maps before where Vital has been on 1-2 kills and his teammates still win the map because they just go absolutely huge. We saw, was it 15 from Nevo? Yeah. At the latest, I think it was Nevo that got 15 kills in game
15
5.
and 6.
Yeah, so I mean, you're looking towards those players again to try and make some magic work really in a search and destroy that we know in Tuscan can be a bit 50-50, very back and forth, and we do tend to see a lot of round 11s, and we saw that in game 5 of the last one.
Yeah, absolutely. But 100% we expect Robbie Nevo. The big thing for Team Ricochet is just not to get shot by him. They just need to have a different strategy, or at least be able to push him so that they can get the kill. I think that's going to come, a lot of that is going to come down to really strong aggressive plays from the likes of Ross J. And again, Footsy pulling the strings. This is going to be... It's going to be a huge one. This is definitely one Team Ricochet can potentially take. Vitalize, though, you would expect to go and do well. It'd be interesting to see if we do see some different strategies, maybe a B push and a B plant. And again, I just think Team Ricochet, maybe a lack of elegance or a lack of sophistication, allows Vitalize the opportunity to play some different strategies and really start to shake up how they approach this Tuscan S&D.
Yeah, so we are now loading in towards our Tuscan search, and it is going to be the boys of Vitalize Esports. They're going to get us underway here on the attacking round. Can these boys manage to do it once again in a search and destroy? The first blood. Well, there you go. Nevo absolutely lobs a nade straight over towards Platt and grabs the first blood. You can see number 8 in Ross is just toying with the idea of maybe pinching a few players that are lurking over towards that back end of A. The bomb in the hands of Cruz is still over towards A. His teammates are just going to try and clear out this middle portion of the map. Ross, though, gets a bit of information. Nevo out with the slide. He's got to be careful, though, because Jocker's up top. Ooh. He will manage to tag up a few players, but nobody's going to drop, and he can't get a kill. Nevo is going to shut him down. So now, Rezi, I thought for a second there we might get a bit of a phase moment. It's not going to be enough, though, 2 versus 2. But more importantly, that bomb is down, and they've got to retrieve it, and Fudzy gets taken down. Yeah,
Ross J. They managed to flip the entire game on its head, and you can see that player number 3, and it's going to be Robbie Nevo, just backs up towards mid. I think he's read that there is a potential push all the way around. Ross J with a ton of work to do, and bomb still needs to be retrieved. Robbie Nevo has finally got bomb. The timing is incredible. He manages to get a pick, but it is going to be Vitalized with the trade, and we've talked about that time and time again, and what they're so effective at doing in Search and Destroy is making sure that they've got players available for the trade.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they do. Vitalize on search, they are just incredibly efficient at making trades and just clutching up moments. When you feel like they're down on a round, all of a sudden they flip it on its head and they manage to take it. So good work from them, and Never again. Search and Destroy is definitely his forte. 3-1 straight off the rip. And now it's going to be the boys of Team Ricochet to see what they've got in store for us on this attacking round, Pablo. And it looks as though Vital might be a busy lad at the moment, because it looks as though potentially might be a B push here, but it's a bit of a slow one from Ricochet.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still in that position though where they can potentially jump the railing and get themselves into an A push, and you can see number 2 in João Cruz just trying to get himself into a position to potentially read that mid push. Again, very cautious. This is one thing we do know about Team Ricochet. They can be very, very cautious in their movement. Rezi just going to be watching over his mucker in João Cruz, and now we're going to see this push over towards the top from the two players without bomb, and this mid push just going to be started. I think they're going to try and pick the player out of view, so that a big gunfight about to come down. But Major, look at Robbie Nevo in the back, number 3. You do not want to peek that player right there. Zhao Cruz with the first blood as Fudzy drops. 36 seconds remaining, and still very tentative play from the team in purple.
Yeah, they're really leaving this to the last minute at the moment. And there's one. There you go. The patience of Vital finally pays off. He spots Klausy as well. So the information that he is going to be over towards here has come through. Rezi will now spot him, and Jocker's going to fall as well. So now Klausy, last man up. 1 versus 4 required. Can he get the first one over the line? He can, but the second is not going to come through. And Vitalize take another round. 2-0 up they go, Pablo. And this is pretty much just standard Vitalize search and destroy at this point. Good, comfortable lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a weird one. We talk about that. I don't think there's a plan B really with Team Ricochet and S&D at times. I think if they're not able to get a pick early doors or information, we can see how static they become. We saw it in the previous game 5 where they basically switched off. It does look like we've had a bit of a scan action go down there. That's been a feature of the game so far. But yeah, it's just it's been a wild one so far. And really, Team Ricochet just sometimes they just tend to statues. It's a really weird kind of a phenomenon for them. They had A control in the previous Berlin S&D and just didn't do anything. I can't even begin to strategize what the thought process was, get information, wait for players to rush through, but they just don't take advantage. And you know, when you've got the bomb, you do need to control the time and get it down. Yeah, and I think, oh, let me just double check. I think apparently, was it Joker before that had issues? Because I think he was ASK. Was it Rezi? No, I thought it was a Ricochet lad that had issue last time, and I was in chat obviously pointing out. Didn't someone say Rezi he went to PC World and got the GPU? Was that in the previous game? I'll just check, obviously. Yeah, so they're going to sub Connor in. Apparently he's having issues, is Joker. So they had to end the map on that one. So Vitalize Esports, they're currently 2-0 up. And Mr. Connor, there you go. Mr. BB Connor is now coming through, Pablo. So an opportunity here for him to really add a little bit more in Search and Destroy to this team. Because at the moment, it doesn't look as though Team Ricochet have really got much to work with to kind of counter-vitalize in some of these Search and Destroy situations. Yeah, BB Connor's going to be a huge asset to them. A very, very capable AR. And, you know, one player that you would consider in a one-on-one against the sniper of Robbie Nevo, potentially going to have that shot to be able to take him down. Whether that's going to be necessary at all, but it's also one thing that he does provide is a slightly more experienced head in terms of just playing S&D. So that could be a complete game changer for Team Ricochet. Again, Vitalize, though, I just think they're too strong. I can't imagine that they're not going to take this S&D, and it's going to come back down to this run of 3 games at the end. It's so interesting to think that in every game we see between these two teams, it's like, forget the first 2, that's 1-1. We're starting from the last 3. It's a game of 3 right at the end. And again, so much of this game can be won and lost with the maps that are chosen, and with that double Gavutu and then potentially ending on a Bocage. That could be huge lights out moment. Yeah, and Mr. Tree Cod with the raid. Thank you very much, Tree. Hope you are well, brother. If you are joining the raid from Tree Cod, we're in the second best of 5 here for this grand final of the ACCL Season 3. We've just had a restart for map number 2 here. Vitalize Esports managed to reset the bracket. They're coming through from the loser side of things, and they managed to reset the first bracket in a Game 5, Round 11. Would you Adam and Eve it? So they are now on the precipice of potentially causing a bit of an upset here. And after map number 2, unfortunately, Jocker's PC is playing up on his internet, or one of the two. So they're subbing in Mr. BB Connor, as chat is saying that apparently he's been on the wine. So his shots might be a little bit more whiffy than we're probably used to seeing. So, yeah, Mr. BB Connor hopefully can get something going in this one, and hopefully claw something out, preferably where he's not completely pissed off his tits and shooting windies. Yeah. But regardless, well, hopefully a bit of confidence in his shots then, at least. He'll still be better than that. I mean, he could be, God knows how, he could be 28 Jaeger bombs, a bottle of wine, and God knows how much down, and he'll still be shooting better than us lot. So yeah, 100%. Yeah, so it's one where, apologies guys for the delays. We're just waiting for Connor just to boot up and get involved. And then we can get cracking in with map number 2. If you guys did miss map number 1, it did finish 250 to 170 to Team Ricochet. They're a team that are very, very good on hardpoint. But unfortunately, they are only 1-0 up in this one. So it's done for now in map 1. But we're still waiting on map number 2 to commence. And currently Vitalize after the restart will be 2-0 up for anyone who's wondering.
But in the meantime, Pablo, I mean, again, it's been a quality day of Call of Duty. It's just a shame we've had a couple of technical difficulties in this
Well,
one.
I mean, it's Vanguard all over for you, isn't it? It's not scan and repair.
Yeah.
It's someone's internet. But yeah, it is. We roll with the punches, don't we? 2-0 right now to Vitalize. It's going the way we expected it to. Hardpoint going the way of Team Ricochet. Vitalize looking really, really good on the back of some really great Robbie Neville performances. We've got to talk about that player right the way through the losers bracket, right the way through to this grand final. Robbie Neville has been nothing if not short of immaculate in S&D, consistently getting double figures, consistently world starring with the sniper. When he's not doing that, he's picking up 4 pieces, potential 3 pieces. Huge plays out of that young man, and really just carrying Vitalize on his S&D shoulders. They have looked a little tastier in hardpoint in this second best of 5. They did kind of go toe to toe until the very last few hills, so definite improvement in performance. But if they take this S&D, they've got to go big in the control again, you know. But either way, they've done so well, and they surprised us towards the latter part of the first bracket as well. So huge moment for them, from the boys from Vitalize. And let's be honest, the way Vitalize have played in previous end of season grand finals, do not be surprised if the ACCL Super League goes to the team in blue.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just a case now, really. Search and destroy for the boys of Vitalize. It's just a case of, right, just keep doing what we're doing. It feels like at stages. Team Ricochet, it definitely feels as though they've got to try something a little bit different, because especially in Tuscan, with how difficult it can be in some of those situations to get the bomb down because of all the nade spots and how like heavily flooded mid-map can be for that person trying to get the bomb down. It's a difficult approach. Obviously, they're now 2-0 down, Pablo. So you're probably looking towards these guys to try and switch it up a little bit, try and mix it up and try and make something work, because it feels as though when they do get rounds, they just about get the rounds done. We haven't really seen like a fairly confident Ricochet round where it's like, boom, 4 dead, nobody drops, or important first pick, and then they still end up with 3. It always feels as though it's kind of that 1 versus 1, that 1 versus 2, where they just about get it over the line. Yeah,
they are completely reliant on someone like Ricochet getting a 2-piece towards the end of a round, a 1v2 clutch, and it's really not good enough for them. They if anything, they're a little overcautious when they're trying to get that first pick, and it's cost them time and time again. We had the conversation about how they behaved in that Berlin S&D, where they just went static for so long. Well, they've done it already in this Tuscan S&D. It's one thing, you know, they've got incredibly mobile players. They need to use that mobility in order to get some bomb site control and be a bit brave. You know, let's be honest, from my perspective, Team Ricochet, just write the S&D off. You're probably going to get beat anyway. Be brave, try something different, throw the cat among the pigeons, because you haven't won an S&D yet.
Yeah, it feels as though it's like, just go for it, balls to the wall, see what happens. I mean, if a man's making the calls and he's drunk in BB Connor, then you never know. We might get something completely that we've never seen before. Connor's just going to be like, come on, boys, I've had a glass of wine. Let's just 4-hit mid and see what happens. And you never know.
Let's just hope he's booting up Vanguard and not Cold War.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was going to say, so Mr. BB Connor will be keeping an eye on his shots to see if they are a little bit worse for wear in this one. Obviously, a huge shout out to him for coming to the rescue for the boys of Team Ricochet. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. Regardless, as mentioned, he's probably better than 99% of us when we are not drunk. So we'll see how these boys can get this one done. But at the moment, Vitalize playing it really patiently, playing for the first pick, and there you go, it pays off. Really odd defensive approach here from Team Ricochet to push those players out, getting quite aggressive, Pablo, and it doesn't pay off.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be first blood, and Fuzzy is a big player to lose, and Robbie Neville's going to make his way into top church, and BB Connor take him by surprise, hugely aggressive. I mean, we did say try something different, but we didn't say just throw yourself off the nearest parapet, because right now they are back to being in the position of Ricochet being in a 1v2 and reliant on him clutching up. It's exactly the scenario we talked about. They did try something different. Again, it wasn't the most elegant player. Push down mid. You know, what can BB Connor do for Fuzzy? Fuzzy's already past L. BB Connor can't help him out. I mean, it's crazy plays. Ricochet, though, is just going to be trying to find a pick, and you think he's got over to the B bomb site, realised it's not there, and he's going to be heading straight over. And with the elegance of Woolly Mammoth, he's just going to try and push out and get taken down. And Vitalize are going to go 3-0 up, and we're in a very similar position to the first hardpoint, the first S&D that we had in the first set of 5.
Yeah, so Vitalize 3-0 up. It just feels as though it's a default at this point for Vitalize, just to get kind of like a 3-round cushion. It's almost like a handicap that they just take every single search and destroy. They just take a lead and then just slowly start to chug along. So 3-0 up now to the boys in blue. Cruz now 2 in that round, and currently at the moment Team Ricochet, Obviously going to be on the attacking round this side, Pablo, but what do they do to try and break through this blue wall of Vitalize Esports players? It just feels as though anything they try and do at the moment just doesn't seem to pay off.
Yeah, I mean, first things first, I probably wouldn't feed Robbie Nevo and Shao Cruz kills, which is exactly what they've done. Cruz does get tagged up, so it's a nice trade, but again, I think they just need to work as a team over towards the more indifferent side. They've done it, they've managed to get there, but at the expense of 2 players. It is a 3v2, but again, they just, when they do make a decision, they need to commit and follow through. Time and time again, we're seeing this position where a player on the B-bomb site isn't getting B-bomb down, 57 seconds to go, and it's not a big ask. Just jump on, get the bomb down. It's a 2v3. We know you need to pick, but at some point you're going to have to follow through with your strategy.
Yeah, now it's a position because they're a little bit pinned. Ross is going to try and go around the back, and he will take Nevo down. So now 2 versus 2. And Klausy is just waiting again, essentially for a bait. Oh, he's going to run straight into the sights there, but his teammate comes on the pinch. Rezi does take down 1, and now is he going to go for the hunt for the kill here, Klausy? It looks as though he's just going to try and stick the bomb. Rezi has absolutely nothing more to do with it. He just dips out and plays his life, and he's now going to bank on a bit of a retake here for the bomb. Rezi just making sure that there isn't going to be any sort of mid-map wrap or aggression here from Klausy. It looks as though he's just going to play it all the way round in the back. I assume he does have eyes on bomb from there. Just going to keep checking the bomb, making sure. Oh, he has planted it a little bit astray from it, so he is just going to be forced to reposition here. But at the moment, 20 seconds left on the clock. Rezi, he's got to be quick here. Off the top rope, Klausy, good shots, takes him down 3-1.
Yeah, really nice play by Klausy. I think he realised the MP40. He just needed to close the distance a little bit because he left himself potentially open to getting, bodied by the AR over distance. So just decides to sit a little bit closer to the bomb, and that's just going to give him the opportunity to get that medium range shot into Rezi, who goes off the top rope. And that's a nice round from Team Ricochet. But again, this is about them. When they make a decision about a strategy, they've just got to follow through. But right now, to all intents and purposes, everyone's under the impression that Vital are going to crush this. Right now it is 3-1 for the boys in blue, but Team Ricochet just got to commit to their strategies and make sure they follow through.
So again, Vitalize, they are playing this really, really passive approach. That was a hell of a nade though from Fudzy. Launches it from downtown. Nevo is going to dip out of P5 while his teammates just wait for another opportunity to maybe get an overextended Ricochet player and catch them out. They've got to be careful again, Ricochet. Ross is going to spot the head of Nevo. They exchange shots. No kill as of yet. And Vital, meanwhile, is having a bit of a gunfight with the man on the Vino, Mr. BB Connor. No kills still yet. 45 seconds left on the clock here. They're going to have to be a little bit quicker here. And they've got to be a little bit more pragmatic about it, because now Nevo in towards, he will go towards his P5. Connor, though, isn't going to manage to grab him on that one. Maybe one wine too many as he gets taken down. It looks as though the bomb, though, in the hands of Cruz has now dropped, and it's in a really, really awkward spot here. What's the COD timing going to come through? Ross with a really big pick. Takes down Rezi. So now 2 versus 3, Vital and Nevo. And this bomb, Pablo, is in such an awkward spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can only assume Team Ricochet probably not aware of where that bomb is. It's not going to matter as they managed to get the final kill, and they're going to get this back to 1 round. So for those of you who have just joined, it is 3-2 right now to Vitalize Esports after a technical mishap for Joker, and BB Connor steps in. So right now, Team Ricochet back in the momentum. We did see this kind of performance coming out of them towards the end of this Berlin S&D from the previous 5, but right now, huge performances coming out of him, in particular Ross J. But we had this conversation before the bracket reset, was that Ross J a little bit too reliant from Team Ricochet on him to get the big kills, the clutch moments. They really do need to start sharing those duties out, and in particular the man on the camera right now, Fudzy, needs to go big. He's got bomb. Klausy, he's going to get on the chase. That player in number 1, Vital, very aggressive. He's going to push right up, and whether he's going to choose this correctly, he's going to get right the way round to Tiles, completely missing everyone else out, Major. As we hit the 1-minute mark, it is going to be a 3v3.
He does manage to regroup with his teammates. Manages to slip through the net, though. You can see Ricochet a little bit paranoid as to where on earth he has gone.
Wait, they've gone statues again?
Over towards Tiles. Oh, number 6 here. Klausy does take down 1. Oh, and he gets the second as well. How on earth has he won the second? I thought for a second he was dead to rights, but now Vital, last man up, needs the 1 versus 3.
And it's going to be Vital pushing through mid. This is probably the best time he could have hoped for it. Whether he checks bomb, he's going to check it. He gets the pick. That bomb isn't going to be down as close as damn near it as possible. And it's going to be number A6 there, and Klausy, who gets the information, just goes for a sporadic shot. BB Connor with bomb is going to try and get it down. Vital pushes all the way around the back. Bomb has gone down towards A, and Klausy and BB Connor just need to deal with Vital again. 2 and 3. S&D, not his favourite game mode, but he has been playing reasonably well in the last 2 S&Ds, so a big moment for him to be able to help his team stretch that lead, or this is potentially going to see the game get tied up. Has he read that? Has he not seen that play? He gets 1 kill though, Major. 23 seconds remaining. It's going to be 1v1.
Oh my goodness. Round and round they go. Connor. There you go. The wine doesn't matter. If anything, it gives you nerves of steel, and he's managed to clutch up in the 1 versus 1. Team Ricochet now, they will tie it up, courtesy of that 2-round advantage that Vitalize had before the map restart. So it is now 3 rounds each. And Ricochet, tell you what, all they needed was a drunk BB Connor, mate. It seems to be working for them.
In Vino Veritas, my man, it is the truth comes out in wine, and Vital feels the truth right there as BB Connor guns him down to bring Team Ricochet to 3-all. Huge plays right there, and Team Ricochet now in a position which they haven't been since the end of Game 5 in the first bracket reset. They are all squared in an S&D and looking very good, and immediately BB Connor looks to get the shots out towards L, and those shots, mate, they do not look windy or winery at all. They were completely down to that corner, and Major nearly takes the head of Zhao Cruz.
Yeah, so again, Vitalize, they just love a passive attacking round. I don't know what they're waiting for. Nades, tacticals. No idea. Vital is going to lob a nade over. They're slowly edging their way around. Oh, has Klausy been spotted? He has, but Nevo has been spotted as well, and Klausy gets the first blood. So now, can they open up this round here, Team Ricochet, to take the lead here in this search and destroy? This is the gamer that we flagged up. Klausy has been so good on this map, and he flies through, but Klausy, it's going to be the same outcome for him as Vital falls. And now, bomb will go down from Cruz, but now in a 2 versus 4, Pablo, this is not going to be easy.
Ooh, this is going to be difficult. They're going to need the picks fairly early on. Zhao Cruz more than capable, but the MP40 is going to be coming up against Fudzy's AR. He is going to back himself up, though. He's going to have to get a better angle. Ross J, though, on the back, and the timing couldn't be better. Is he going to see that play? He manages to get the kill. Ross J with immaculate reactions, and 2 players do fall at 24 seconds. It's going to be Klausy on the diffuser. Major Klausy 8 and 2. A player we said we hadn't spoke about a great deal in the previous bracket, but one player who's been getting important kills. And right now, Team Ricochet, for the first time in the previous 7 games, are ahead in S&D. Huge moment right there for the boys in purple.
Yeah, it's about time. So now they take the lead in this one. 4-3 up they go. And now what have Vitalize got in the locker here? We've seen them work some really intricate strats, but at the moment, it's just kind of been the same approach for them on those attacking rounds. It doesn't seem as though they've got much creativity in the early stages here, so we'll see whether or not their defensive round here can help them out. Number 2 is going to get caught out there. Cruz is just going to try and leather straight through mid-map. They make the read, so they take him down. And Team Ricochet, they just seem to be doing the fundamentals perfectly, Pabs, at the moment. It's just first blood, trades, and positioning. They just seem to be doing everything right all of a sudden. Like, I don't understand how the addition of a slightly tipsy BB Connor just seems to have completely invoked the perfect Team Ricochet search and destroy.
Well, you've got to think about BB Connor's experience in S&D. You know, this guy's got a really good S&D head. If he started to give out the instructions, give them a bit of confidence that they can follow through with the strategies. This is a completely different side who are now 1 round away from potentially taking this huge moment for Team Ricochet. And BB Connor, despite the addition of a small amount of alcohol, just doing absolutely awesome work. And if you think that he's bringing his experience to the table, well, he's 5 and 4 right now. Klausy feeling the benefit, Ross J feeling the benefit of not having to do all that work towards the ends of rounds. And right now, Vitalize looking very normal.
Yeah, and it's forced Nevo to pull out the sniper. So maybe a last gasp attempt here at making this search and destroy work. It is a slightly more aggressive approach here from Vitalize. They finally realised that Ricochet have cottoned on to this really slow approach that they take in attacking rounds. And Cruz with the bomb in hand, just waiting, and BB Connor, another first blood comes through for Team Ricochet, courtesy of BB Connor. And now, when's the bomb going to go down, though? Potentially Cruz does at least clear the man out of middle map. They've still got an issue, though, of Fudzy. You can still see that there's a few players locked up, just making sure that nobody is pinching, nobody is flanking. You can see Nevo all the way around the back, making sure that isn't happening. But now it's just a case of when they get this bomb down, Pablo. They haven't got a huge amount of time, and it looks as though Cruz is going to choose the worst time to try and get it down.
Yeah, I mean, another big play there. Klausy again with a huge kill, nearly on double figures, and it's going to be Klausy who manages to get the 10, replicating the kind of performance we saw out of Robbie Nevo. Vital now with a very difficult job. Got to get bombed down. He's got 3 players potentially who've got information on him. They've got every angle covered. This is going to be very, very difficult for Vital, and he's going to have eyes straight on him. Look at those players, and they're going to get the kill. And Major Team Ricochet taking S&D.
My God. There you go.
Didn't think I was going to say it this evening, but man, they have thrown the cat among not just the pigeons, through every kind of bird possible. Klausy, though, Major going huge, 11-2 in the end.
Do we ban wine at this point? Do we GA wine?
GA wine?
Yeah, Anne's put it in the chat. Time to GA wine. I mean, how does that work? I mean, it seemed to have worked for Ricochet, and now all of a sudden they're 2-0 up in this series, and they're going on to a respawn. This is pretty much the perfect scenario for them now.
Mate, I'm not being funny, but Fudsy's, relinquishing Matt Ford in the previous bracket, starting to look like big brain plays. If he's playing this kind of long chess game in Call of Duty, who knows what he's capable of right now? 2-0 to the boys. And we expect potentially for them to take a hard point, but taking a search and destroy in such emphatic fashion, and they're going to head into that Gavutu control. And the thing is, if you are vitalized, the positive you can take right now is it was kind of close at times, especially in terms of kills. Got to make that count, though. This is the problem that they have had on Gavutu, is they're just not able to turn those kills into anything substantial, whether that be ticks in control or time in hardpoint.
Yeah, so Gavutu control now. This is going to be do or die here for the boys of Vitalize. They've done so well to take that first series, but my goodness, it's just a case now. Apparently he's so drunk he was calling me Major Shavings. It's going to be my new battle ID. I'll go with that for Battle.net. So now, Vitalize, they need the reverse sweep, Pablo. They've given themselves a mountain to climb. They did so well in the first best of 5, obviously, to push it, albeit with map 4 kind of being a little bit questionable. But my goodness, it's a case now of they've got it all to do, really.
Yeah, it's the mountain now, isn't it? It's the reverse that's required. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, we kind of immediately thought this was going to be a 1-1 at this point, and it would be a huge battle going into the final 3 maps. But this is a huge regain right now for Vitalize Esports. The ACCL Super League lives are on the line right now, and this is it couldn't get any more difficult. Gavutu Control has not been a friend to them against Team Ricochet, so right now they're going to be hitting the beach, and they're going to have to go and dig deep, build some big castles, and really get control. But they've got to turn those kills into ticks. That is the one thing that let them down in the previous Gavutu Control, was Team Ricochet getting those. They didn't get a lot. They would get 1 at B and the 3 at A, and then just the 2 attacking rounds they were able to do that, give them the defense in round 5, and there you go. That's it. It's game over. So right now, Vitalize, and the one thing that you constantly ask them to do is just be brave, go to B, push as a team to B, try and get that B tick control, and try and get at least 1 tick over, maybe 2, and then go back to A. Please just try and be a little bit inventive in your play. It's the one thing I've accused Team Ricochet of being a lack of imagination in S&D. Well, Vitalize Esports have been, very unoriginal in their constant push to that A hill.
Yeah, so just waiting on one more player to pick the correct side, and then we can get cracking on to the Gavutu control. I mean, regardless, Pabs, it's been a hell of a season. Obviously, we've not covered a huge amount of games in comparison with various illnesses and sick days and that kind of stuff from our point, but we've come down to the wire once again here in another best of 5, in the second best of 5, should I say, for the grand final of the ACCL Super League. And it's just a league that just continues to get bigger and bigger. It feels as though every single time round. Bear in mind, it's only been, a year since ACCL came out there or thereabouts. So yeah, the amount of growth that we've seen, and obviously it's only going to be good for EU COD here, which is everyone's ideal scenario in this situation.
Mate, you've got the ACCL League right the way through to Div 7 handing out, Div 7 handing out more cash than Div 1 did in the very first ACCL Super League. You've got the ACCL now got a tournament which is going to send people to Toronto with a team pass, with accommodation. We've got an invitational LAN in May, which is looking to be 32 teams playing for, £3,000, all sponsored by ViPay. Luke Massey coming in strong with the big hit there. And then we've got the actual August, Sheffield LAN, which is going to be at the end of August. So a lot of action going down. And when people are watching the Passion Pit over in Toronto, there's going to be 4 players wearing ACCL jerseys and looking to go big in that as well. So ACCL growing exponentially. Huge props to Prezi and the boys over in the admin team. And you can't get any better. Huge plays.
Yeah, so Still waiting on Mr. Nevo, and then we should be good to go. So, I mean, I'll ask you, Pablo, is it a Ricochet 3-0 at this point? Are you looking past the boys of Vitalize and thinking that potentially this is going to be a little bit too much for them to bite off and take off? Because it's I mean, at the moment, Ricochet on Respawn, obviously the control the last time these guys met, it did go right down to the wire, to be fair. It finished in a 3-2. Obviously, they don't have Joker, they've got Connor now. But at the moment, Ricochet, if you're a betting man, are you going with them?
I think the thing is that I think we're going to see a very similar situation to what happened to Clutch Rayn. I think Vitalize are going to come out quick. They're going to try and get control early on. They're going to try and get as many kills as possible. I think it's going to take Team Ricochet a little bit by surprise, that aggression that's going to come out. And I think it's going to take a round or two for it to settle. And then Team Ricochet are just going to assert the dominance in terms of gun skill, in terms of that slaying ability. And you marry that with their kind of... They just seem to have a better vibe for Respawn game mode, so I just think that's going to come to the fore towards the latter stages of this control, and I think we're going to see potentially a 3-0. If Vitalize can maintain pace, if they come out blistering and can potentially blow Ricochet out the water. I just haven't seen all four players being able to fire on all cylinders in that kind of way.
Yeah, I think for me it's going to be Vitalize's first attacking round. I think if they take an attacking round and they switch it up, they go for B, and then they catch Ricochet off, potentially that's probably going to be their best chance at this one, is kind of mix it up, throw Ricochet off their game, because it feels as though for large periods of Respawn, Ricochet just seemed very, very controlled and knowing in what they're doing. Ricochet last time, though, when we saw them in this one, they were the team that actually tried to do the B push. We saw it a couple of times on the Gavutu the last time in that first best of 5. So potentially something we could expect to see again from those lot. Obviously, it did help them. They got it done, but I believe it was still 3 defensive rounds from them that actually saw them. It didn't quite work, but we talk about it opening up the A point. It gives the other team something more to think about rather than just kind of going for that stagnant A push and kind of just smacking your head against the wall time after time.
Absolutely, it just stretches the defensive team out, and that's what you want to do. You want to stretch them. You want to have every little bit of kind of artillery, all their firepower across that map, because they're not going to be able to deal effectively with 3 players over towards A, especially if they're having to send 2 players to deal with a competent player at that B point. So a big opportunity, especially if you are Vitalized. Get someone like Xiao Cruz, get someone who's got a really good shot, who can deal with close quarter fighting, get him over onto that armored troop carrier, get that B tick down, and cause some problems for Team Ricochet, and then that's going to open up at A point for you to be able to get those 3 ticks. It's not about potentially winning the attacking round, it's about getting the 3 ticks at A and 1 at B. That's going to give you that final defensive round if it hits game 5.
Yeah, so God bless now that we're not working with lives anymore, because it did make for a bit of a stagnant control game mode, but now we're in one which is going to be mixy, it's going to be messy on one of the larger geographical maps here. And the boys are Vitalized. They are going to be on the defensive side first, and it looks as though Team Ricochet at the moment just playing it quite patiently over towards A. It wasn't like the most instant hit that we're used to seeing over towards A. It has allowed the boys of Vitalized to get set up, and at the moment they're looking good for their money, getting a couple of picks here and there and just not allowing Ricochet to even touch the point.
Yeah, an absolutely awesome play from the team of blue. Nice spread as well, and that's a huge kill. Xiao Cruz over towards the back. I think it might have even, it was Xiao Cruz over towards that ring area. Manages to stop that potential push over towards ramp. Even if they weren't going to go to B, they might try and get that ring control. And if they own ramp, it makes it very, very difficult to then get control of the boat. Right now, they are back on, but Vital going to be doing that job in close quarters with the auto. That's going to allow him potentially to get the second. He's not able to do it. Ross J finally deals with him, but again, really big plays from the boys in Vitalize, and they're looking very, very solid. 28 seconds remaining, Major. This has been a great defensive hold for them.
Yeah, they're still waiting for the next wave of players. There's one player in Klausy. Nevo takes him down. The player's looking for the trade zone. It's going to be the same outcome as Nevo gets a second, and a little bit of a pre-fire there isn't going to be enough, as Ross does manage to at least get on the point. He needs to try and keep his head down. You can say he's hiding within the corpse of what I think is one of his teammates there, as Team Ricochet try and do their best to protect those players. Klausy and Ross both on the hill. Looks as though Vitalize, this is the question of, right, do they give up lives and try and get this man off the point and get this round done, or do they play this patiently?
Well, I've had a Parsec failure, but what I can tell you is BB Connor is definitely still on point A. He does finally get taken down, and we're going to see Chelsea just doing the best. They've got 2 ticks over to the A, and this is the problem the Vitalized face, potentially, is that they have allowed the boys from Team Ricochet to get back onto the hill. Not just that, but they've allowed them to be able to get 2 and a bit ticks, and this is where Team Ricochet do so well, fighting this kind of ward of attrition with 7 seconds remaining. Connor's going to stop the clock on 6.2. It's going to give the boys in blue something else to think about. And if they get another tick here, that's essentially the 3 ticks and potentially allows them, if they can get close to 4. And this is what we talked about. Team Ricochet just never give up on getting ticks. You know, this is huge for that game 5 if you're going to talk about it. Connor with a big shot there, but he's going to get taken down. Vital and Cruz teaming up quite nicely. And more importantly, no one from Team Ricochet looking at that A zone at all. And they come away with 3 ticks, which is eminently possible. The Vitalized Esports are going to be able to do the same thing on their attacking round. So good play in the team in blue. Advantage to them, you would suggest, Major. Not a lot of imagination, but it gets one on the board.
Yeah, so now this is the question. What do Vitalized do? If it's the Vitalized that we've seen in every single control so far, it's just going to be a 4-man hit to A, but you never know. Is it going to be the same? Looks as though it is, I assume. Yep, so there you go. Bread and butter push here from the boys in blue. Vitalized going to go for the A point. They're going to flood it out. There's going to be a lot of players there. Obviously, BB Connor has been left on holiday over towards the B point on the beach. But meanwhile, the boys in blue, wow, that is a pretty sharp push in towards the hill. Fudzy is going to at least take 1 man down. Rezi goes for the chow. Vital helps him out to take him down. And BB Connor, you can see him going all the way around the back, just playing it patiently. And now, if they can clear these 2 players off the point, he's going to be a real thorn in the side if they can't budge him out of this position to catch people off spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, you almost feel like screaming at the team at times. Get on the point. Start getting that time over. You know, it's all great having top boat control, but right now it isn't really affording you anything. And this is one of the reasons why Vitalize put ridiculous numbers up in the previous control and lost, was because they don't get on the point. They get a ton of kills. You know, goes toe to toe. Sometimes they get a 6 life advantage. Sometimes it's a little closer, but they're not getting any time. Finally going to get someone on a kill, but again, it is going to be the boys in purple just pushing through, and with only a partial tick and 39 seconds remaining, they're making Team Ricochet look better than they actually are.
Yeah, Ross takes down 1. There is another man laying prone in Nevo. Pick comes through. Klausy gets 2 actually in that occasion. Rezi's going to look to try and clean out the remaining players. Should get shot in the back by Connor, and he does. So 20 seconds remaining on this one. Vitalized, they've got 3 lives to them, but they don't have a single tick, which is really concerning for them here in this control. Connor is going to look to try and lock down a few more lanes, as he's now got a couple of players just reinforcing him, and now Fudzy's taken up that position of just reinforcing any shots to players crossing over. Cruz has been spotted. He gets taken down, and at the moment, this is looking really, really bleak.
Yeah, it's not looking great at all right now. 10 seconds remaining. It's been another spawn trap, and the kill feed maintains its purple hue. And that's going to be BB Connor with the wine in his veins. Gets 1 pick, but Nevo is going to be able to fight back. But Fudzy's going to be there in Team Ricochet with a very, very solid win on defense. More importantly, though, Vitalize, I don't know whether it's a mental block on control, but they had so much B-boat control, and no one gets onto the kill. 2 players should be at least stacking that. They don't need to they got to get out of the mindset of we need A, then we're going to move on to B. You need ticks if you're going to compete in game 5, and right now I don't think that particular philosophy has made it through to them just yet.
Yeah, so 2 rounds done. And it's going to be Ricochet back on the attacking side. So no B push as of yet from them. And this time it looks as though they might try and hit this one a little bit quicker than they did last time. Rezi is going to catch Klausy out on the cross though, as they desperately head over towards that point. And Ross going to get taken down as Cruz gets a pick as well. So now, initial start is strong here from the boys in blue. BB Connor though, up top, looking for more players. Isn't going to come across any as of yet. But his teammates have been taken down around the point, so he's going to have to be careful. And Vital doesn't miss any shots on that occasion. Takes him down. It looks as though, again, they've kind of done what Ricochet done. They've got Rezi now in a position where he can be a bit of a thorn in their side as they try and come off of respawn here. And at the moment, it looks as though that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Rezi just going to hold this, and he's done so well. He's one of the players that we probably didn't mention enough going into this game, but he's had a solid performance of Vitalize right across the board. It would be a shame for the player with the stature, and I guess for the rest of the players, to get done 3-0 in this second bracket after the reset. But Xiao Cruz on a 5-speed right now, and again, Major, we did talk about one of the reasons that Vitalize end up putting up such big numbers is they, you know, it's great in defense, but once they hit that attack, they've got to get onto those hills. Right now, they're doing a fine fine job of holding off the 3 players over towards Beach, but 1 player in Fuzzy has managed to get onto that troop carrier. Xiao Cruz just going to wait for his team to get into position to potentially make that move, but that's going to give them an easy first tick, Major. And you look, the progression already done at A, 1 tick at B, second tick already going down. This is not looking good for Vitalize Esports. If they lose this attacking round, this is going to be absolutely horrible for them going into that defensive side. BB Connor, overwatching player, you do not need that. Some windy shots go out though, Major. Maybe the wine's starting to kick in.
Yeah, he's doing a good job though. He's just doing enough to tag up the players, and Klausy gets 3 on the point as well. So that B point is now done, and Vitalize, that life advantage that they have has all but pretty much crumbled. They still lead by the 2 points in the life count, but now can they hold on long enough for this A point? We know how difficult this can be to hold on the defensive side. They do have Cruz that is pushed up though, and good work there to take down Fudzy, but now they've got to just try and keep this up for another minute, which is not going to be an easy job.
Yeah, this is where it gets really, really tricky. Team Ricochet just looking for picks. Xiao Cruz trying to cause problems, and it's that kind of player. Vital and Xiao Cruz need to go absolutely huge, toe-to-toe in terms of kills right now. He gets another tag. He manages to play his life. 19 and 14, Vital on an 18 and 12 as well. Huge plays out to those 2 boys, and it might just be enough to keep Vitalize in this. They've got a 5-6 life advantage now, so that's turned on its head ever so slightly. We have got number 2 in Klausy trying to continue to cause problems, but a problem Vitalize do face is, regardless of any heroics, the tick count definitely in favor of Team Ricochet so far. With 24 seconds remaining, Vitalize just looking to see out the remaining part of this. No respawns remaining, 3 lives on the count. Vitalize looking to go 2-1 up. And this is kind of going the way we expected it to go, but maybe not in the fashion in terms of kills or in terms of ticks that we initially thought at the start.
Yeah, Cruz, 5 in a row, looking to make it 6. There's the 6th. Now 1 away from a glide. They do take him down though, Ricochet. So if anything, every cloud has a silver lining, and in that case, it was the fact that they did not get any streaks out of him. So good work there from Vitalize to take the round. Team Ricochet going to be back on that defensive side. It was a weird one, that Pablo. They got the B point done, but to be fair, the boys in blue, obviously they had the slight life advantage, but they managed to make it work on the less preferred point, which we don't normally tend to see.
No, I mean, you asked for something different. Team Ricochet provided, and Vitalize in reciprocation managed to defend point A. So Ricochet getting a more difficult task out the way, but again, really odd one, and it's a really odd control so far. But we are going to see pace out of both teams. It is going to be the boys in blue getting that first hit, as we see Robbie Nevo get the first blood in this round. It is going to be trades back and forth. There's a little bit of B-boat control. We are going to see ring control go the way of Vitalize. Huge kills from Xiao Cruz, made 23-15. Big plays from the Portuguese phenom. Going to continue to get those kills. It is only going to be 2 kills, though. He is going to get onto that B point and majorly doing exactly what we expected him to do. He needs his compatriots really to start flooding that A site while he's got that stretch out. BB Connor does the job, though, and that's going to put Vitalize back on the back foot. 1 life advantage to Team Ricochet, 1-2 right now, and 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, still no progress over towards A as of yet. Rezzy's going to get taken down, so they're still going to have to wait a little bit for some form of control over towards A. Vital's going to be here. Fuzzy, good shots to take him down, and Klausy grabs a kill as well onto Cruz. So, again, another invitation for Team Ricochet to push up the map to try and cut off some of these segments and just to pin them back. Again, Connor, nice shots there to take down another player in transition. Ross is going to play peekaboo with Nevo, and Nevo's going to manage to come out on top of that one. So, now, opportunity, get on the point. Can the boys in blue? Are they going to manage to stack it quickly enough? There's 2 players on, Cruz and Rezzy, and that first tick comes through pretty much instantly. So, looks as though a change of approach here from Vitalize Pablo is really paying off, as Cruz is helping with that fact as he manages to cut through 4 players alongside his teammates, and 5 in a row now combined with him and Nevo. So, good work from those boys, and this A point is pretty much done.
Yeah, this is going to go a long way towards leveling this tick score up that we have in the background between these 2 teams. Point A secured. They've got 1 over towards point B. Vitalize potentially in the strongest position they've been all game. 15 lives, plays 15. Largely a part of the heroics of Xiao Cruz. 27 and 17. Rezzy is going to be taken off the palm tree, and that is going to be ring control back towards Team Ricochet. But look at the back, Major chafing in the back right there. Number 6, Xiao Cruz looking to get around, cause some problems. Is he going to get red, though? This is the next big problem for the team in blue. Xiao Cruz just looking to get picks. He's going to see 1 player gets 1. Is he going to see the second? That player is going to deal with them. Fuzzy finally drops him, but it is going to be an opportunity now. But they've got to deal with that Ross Che just looking to cut players down on the cross.
Yeah, they're locked in. Just whether or not they can pick them off here. Fudzy's going to be forced to back out a little bit. Ross J, is he going to peek the corner, or is he just going to allow them to work a route? And again, this time it's going to be Cruz. He's just calling probably for his teammates to just say, wait up a second, boys. Let me make the play. He's being so patient. Klaus doesn't spot him. Here he goes. There's one. There's two.
That's
it's pretty much
huge.
pinpoint perfect from Cruz. And they get 2 players on the point. They've now got the issue, though, of Connor. Can he land this nade perfectly to at least tag up those players? Because that progress is coming through so quickly. One will drop. The contest comes through. Can they get in time? No, they can't. It looks as though the contest is still going to be there, though. This time in the form of Klausy. Last man alive. Oh, my God. They just about managed to get the players out. And that is what we call for, Pablo, on the boys of Vitalize. Switch it up. Make a different play. And my goodness, they got so close to doing it that time.
Yeah, but those 5 ticks are going to go an incredibly long way towards potentially seeing them to that defensive and, side when it comes to this 5th round. TR might do it now with the 10 seconds remaining. They might get the defensive, push in this round, but going into number 5 is going to be huge. But it is an S&D moment with only 4 seconds remaining. A little bit too much to do, but look at that player. Manages to push on. Ross J going to deal with them. Team Ricochet get the win, but Major, the question is, who has got the defensive side going into game 5, round 5?
I'm pretty sure with those 5 ticks, I think it's Vitalize, because they did all right on the defensive side the last time. But I'll wait, because no, it's not. It's Ricochet. It's Ricochet on the defensive side. There you go. I need to go back to school. The mathematics weren't on point. So Ricochet hold the defensive side, and Vitalize, for all their efforts, Pablo, that first round just really came back to bite them because they didn't get, I believe, a single tick. So what was it? 5? Yeah, 5 in total. And Ricochet must have just notched 6.
Yeah, I think Ricochet just managing to get 1 more in that previous attacking round. So big work needed from the team in blue. Xiao Cruz trying to cause trouble, but Ross J gets the 2-piece. That's going to give a little bit of boat control to the boys in purple as they swarm around the outside. But that nade, oh my days, Klausy absolutely destroying BB Connor. Going to have to pick himself back up, dust himself off. And again, we see this thing again from the boys in Vitalize. They got players in and around the kill. Finally, double stack it. They need to do as much work as possible now to get these ticks in. Progress is going to go down, but Major Klausy's going to get in, gets 1, dips. Is he going to get the second? No, that player looks through the bottom of the tank. That's huge plays right there in the 56 seconds. It's going to be a life advantage towards the boys in Vitalize Esports.
Yeah, so opportunity knocks. Number 6 in Cruz is still just lurking. 2 ticks has been done, so he's going to try and maybe work something over towards B. Oh, he doesn't. Has he been spotted? He has. Ross gets the pick. Important pick there. And at the moment, if you're Vitalize Esports, that A point was close, but they've got to be careful because it hasn't been done, and they are getting picked apart at the moment as now the life count leans in the favour of the boys in purple. Every single kill now is going to be important for Vitalize because they've only got 27 seconds remaining on the clock, or this grand final is done. They've got to try and get towards the point. They are getting chopped down left, right, and centre. Number 7 in Nevo gets an important pick to at least allow his team an opportunity to get on the point, but Fudzy's still up here. Fudzy gets 1. The trade isn't going to be there quick enough. They do stop the clock. 14 seconds remaining, though. Rezi's got to be careful. He can't afford to juggle this point for too long because the time is really ticking. Important pick. Can he get another? Oh, he just runs out of ammo, but his teammates help him out. Fudzy, how many can he clean out? Can't clean out any. That A point is secure, and my God, they buy themselves another minute.
I could feel you working yourself up to Team Ricochet. Have done the ACCL. Well, Vitalize ram those words back down our throats. 13 lives to 16. They've still got a 3-life count, but they've got to get B. Huge picks from Robbie Nevo, though, as he gets a 2-piece. Is he going to be able to continue round? He's got a little bit of back jungle control, but it is going to come down to BB Connor. This turret's over towards 1. Oh my God, he drops 1. Is he going to be able to drop the second? He backs off to regen. And right now, that is partial control gained by Team Ricochet. A 1-life deficit in it. 10 lives pays 11 Major as we hit 30 seconds remaining of Vitalize Esports ACCL Super League Season 3 career.
So, Fudzy's here over towards the spawn. Pretty much everyone has run past him. Ross does manage to clock at least 1 player. And I think he knows that Nevo's going out the back. Lives are really falling apart here for Vitalize. They've only got 7 left. Ross knows that there's another man in the back. Can he manage to make the play here, Nevo? He's done it time after time, and there's the first pick. On the point he goes. He needs to stay alive here, but he's got teammates around him. This is really good for Vitalize here. They've got an opportunity to try and keep him alive, and they do manage to get a pick.
Oh my
Two
God,
players
he's
on the point. Oh my goodness, are we starting to see a bit of a crumble here? First
What?
tick's
There's
now
a
done.
crash,
There's a kill comes through from Cruz. Cruz gets a
my
second as well,
days.
and they're
No.
falling apart here, Team Ricochet. They can't afford to do this. They've only got one more go at this, probably. 3 players left. The contest comes through. They slide round. Nevo gets another
my
pick, and now it's
days.
all on Footsy. Can he at least get man off the hill? Oh, the wallbang comes through, but Vitalize. Oh my goodness, they breathe a sigh of relief. They stay alive, and we are not done just yet.
Are we about to see a reverse sweep from Vitalize Esports, who absolutely cling on with the skin of their teeth? They are so close to going out, but the huge kill there from Vital drops BB Connor, and Vitalize Esports live to fight for another game. Major, we are going to game 4.
And I've lost your cam, mate. I've lost your cam.
Mate, it's gone. I think I closed it down.
Pablo's invisible. He's done a disappearing act. Yeah, if you ping me a link, mate, I'll sort it out again. But, my goodness. What a map there from those boys. Hopefully we can get Mr. Pabs back in very shortly as I try and tweak the old mappage in the background. So, wow. Whoa. It looked as though for a second we might be done, but we're not. So, here we are again in a position where it looks as though Vitalize, we've raised questions of them. They managed to answer it in that control. And my goodness, we get so close again, edging towards game 5. All of a sudden, it looked as though Ricochet were in the driving seat. They aren't anymore. And wow, what a moment from those boys, Pablo. They cling on again.
I mean, I am breathless at times. There, you could feel the kind of crescendo that we were building to in the commentary, where we felt Team Ricochet got to be seconds within touching distance, got to be seconds within taking the ACCL Super League and Vitalize every step of the way. And we talk about times and moments to flood that hill. Well, that flank towards the end from Robbie Nevo goes absolutely huge for Vitalize Esports. He manages to get the picks, and it's just enough in the end to give Vital the opportunity to push off ring and get that kill on Footsy. Unbelievable moments, and the Super League never fails to disappoint, man.
Oh man, so
unbelievable.
Kavutu map 4. I mean, Ricochet, are they gonna let this one go? I don't know. We'll just let the COD talk, I suppose. But Vitalize, they've got to do it on a game mode where they haven't really managed to do it, apart from that, obviously, that subsequent forfeit that we saw in the last one, unfortunately. So hopefully we don't get another repeat of that, because Team Ricochet at the moment, hardpoint is pretty much their forte from what we've seen. They've looked very good at it. They look very composed. Obviously now, instead of Jocker, BB Connor's back in the team. So again, another opportunity for these boys to show what they can do on a respawn. And if you're Team Ricochet and you're a Ricochet fan, you want this done in map 4. You do not want to send this to game 5.
No, 100% do not want to be touching a Bocage S&D, because you are going to get annihilated by these boys in blue. This is a huge opportunity, but Major, when the game absolutely went off in the previous Kavutu hardpoint, there was the boys in Vitalize who had the slender lead. They led actually by 20 seconds throughout the majority of it. So right now, Team Ricochet, I suppose, at their potential weakest moment in the series so far. The bracket's been reset, and Vitalize just proven determination, consistency, and composure at the most, uncomposed of times. Big moments right now for Vitalize potentially to tie this up, and I would not put it past them right now. It's almost written in the stars, that losers bracket run, reset the bracket. I mean, are they going to do the impossible for the near £900 available to them?
I was going to say, I mean, for us as a neutral, obviously you're probably wanting the game 5, but I mean, the way that the teams have been going at the moment, we can't complain. We can't complain. We've had quality Call of Duty, regardless if it ends here in map 4 or if it goes all the way to game 5 and around 11. My God, it's been a hell of a day of Call of Duty once again. But who's the player you're looking at, Pabs, going into this one? I mean, we know the slaying ability of Team Ricochet. We know how good they can be. And on the flip side, Vitalize, they've struggled in some of these hard points. But we know the ability is there. It's just whether or not they can kind of stitch it together.
I think this is going to come down to someone like Footsy. This is a player who's played in, a number of reasonably, important games across elites, across 2Ks and things like that, across some of the cups. So he's got a little bit more experience than potentially the rest of the side. It's going to come down to that level head, good communication coming out of him. Whether BB Connor's going to be in that position as well for Team Ricochet to see it out. On the other side, for Vitalize, they just need Jao Cruz and Rezi really to continue to be absolutely, indomitable in their play. João Cruz has gone. I mean, at times he's dropped huge numbers, single-handedly getting 2 and 3 pieces. So between him and Rezi, it's just looked really, really solid. It's the other two players really you've got to look to go big in this hard point. Needs Vital to go off. Needs him to be, that 40 bomb that we usually see out of him. We do need that to turn up potentially. So, this story can be written right here for either team. We're either going to hit that game 5, or we're going to see Team Ricochet crowned ACCL Super League Div 3 champions. We have no idea which way it's going to go. Gav Hardpoint hasn't really given us any indication. Vitalize were in the lead before the technical problems. This is going to be huge.
Yeah, so we are now loading in to Gav Hardpoint. We say it time after time, don't we, Pabs? P3, P4. Just double check to see if... yeah, we are going to see an actual lobby restart, so we'll ping it back to us. But yeah, the importance of P3, P4, Pablo, kind of staying on top of rotations. Fundamentals, really. Gavutu and Berlin, we always flag up as the ones of you can't afford to make silly mistakes when it comes to rotating to some of these hills. If you get P3 and P4 wrong, and then all of a sudden you're behind, you're chasing P5, and then subsequently you go to the next rotation, you're still chasing. It is possible to form a good kind of like comeback on Gavutu, but it really takes a kind of mentally strong team to almost draw a line in the sand and say, right, okay, we need to chalk this hill entirely, especially on a P2, to make sure we get P3 and subsequently P4, because if you start battling for scrap time and you start getting little bits here and there, that's usually when it starts to snowball.
I think it's the choice of what to chalk, like not necessarily chalk and the hill that the team are dominating. I think you don't necessarily want to look to chalk P3, P4. I think you need to stay dominant. P1's always potentially going to be a contest until you hit that second rotation, but just make sure that you're contesting P5, make sure that you're contesting P2, and then battle for your life for everything that you can get off P3 and P4, and get into that rhythm. And once you hit that rhythm, you'll start chaining the time together. But again, don't forget, P4, you can battle from the front effectively. You don't necessarily need back spawns, you just need side control, and if you get that side control, you can effectively battle from the front. And what that also means is that you potentially got good spawns for P5, so loads of opportunities, loads of different ways to play this. More importantly though, it is going to require an enormous amount of kills, and that's one thing Vitalize have got to look to the likes of Vital and the likes of João Cruz to go big right now. With support from Rezi, they do need that. Robbie Nevo's going to have to put his shift in. This is an S&D now, this is hardpoint, most important hardpoint of Vitalize's years so far.
Yeah, so just lobbying up again for game 4. A huge shout out to everyone who's tuned in throughout the stream, and so the support on streams at the moment, especially with our recent absence, has been absolutely incredible. So a huge shout out to everyone who comes by the stream and tunes in time after time. I say it doesn't feel like a chore for us, Pablo, when you enjoy it so much, I suppose you say at this point. Obviously, awesome. It's so good being able to kind of cast over this quality of player. Obviously, the blessing that the ACCL gives us is that as it's starting to build up, we obviously get to cover some of the more elite of Europe over time. It's slowly grown. Obviously, we get the pleasure of doing it in the elites as well, in challengers and some of the 2Ks as well, right up the very top of Europe. And ACCL is slowly getting there as well, little by little.
Yeah, I think we're a few seasons away from seeing, the top 3 or 4 teams joining in. I think it's going to require a bit more of a financial incentive for them to dig deep into what is ostensibly quite a long season. We know a lot of the players who are just in that category below are more than happy to kind of play this kind of level, because it's great experience for them. It's almost good scrims for them. But at the same time, once the money starts to rack up as we hit the later seasons, I think you're going to start seeing the interest being peaked out of the top level teams, and this could definitely start to become quite a prestigious event to become part of, and especially to win. Right now, Team Ricochet in an excellent position to be one of the first to do it. Again, we are only in the 3rd division, but Vitalize, look at, again, you just can never write this org off. They just, whatever they do, they are always here, like every single time. It's unbelievable just how well run they are. So hats off to Vitalize, and hats off for Team Ricochet, because this final has been insane so far, right the way through from the losers bracket run. Unbelievable plays. Yeah,
so just waiting, ready to go. I believe it's just one man that we are waiting on in the meantime. But yeah, as mentioned, guys, thank you very much for tuning in. Hopefully season 4, well, I say season 4, it's going to be the LAN next time, I think, pretty much for us, isn't it? After this one, obviously there's going to be a bit of a break, a big amount of prep work going into the LAN. And there you go, Mr. Nevo has finally joined up. But yeah, Pablo, I'll ask you who you're going for, map 4. We're getting game 5 on now.
Well, I mean, literally last time we were all over Team Ricochet, and I'm going to give it to Vitalize right now. I think we're going to be hitting the game 5. I think Vitalize looked really good on Gav Hardpoint last time. It was only a shame that that's why they ended up getting, gifted map forwards. They were already in the lead. They had 20 seconds ahead of Team Ricochet every step of the way. I think we're going to be hitting a game 5, and I think it's going to be a monumental game 5 at that. But let's just see what happens. Team Ricochet, have they learned anything from the previous Hardpoint, though? This is the question. Can they take that information, assimilate it, and regurgitate it in a way that's going to give them this round and give them the championship? That's the big question.
Yeah. So we know the difficulty of Gavutu. I know the difficulty of Gavutu in rank play. Holy, it's such a frustrating map at the best of times for me, but we'll see how these boys get this one going, as we are now loaded in, guys, for map number 4 in the second best of 5 in this ACCL Season 3 Grand Final. Will it be Vitalize forcing that Game 5, or will it be Team Ricochet managing to round it out on their strength, on the respawn, and in towards P1 we go, and already, Pablo, as expected, a very messy affair.
Of course, P1 completely insane this time around, though. Team Ricochet do get a little bit of control, and it's going to be them pushing out, trying to get those players in transition. BB Connor already set up. Previously, it was Jocker in this position, but do not be fooled. He played immense Call of Duty in that map, and right now, Resi looking to get those picks. It is going the way of Team Ricochet. You've got a solid 25 seconds with no response from the team in blue. Oof. Nevo gets dropped. Fudzy just done an absolute madness on Robbie Nevo there, and that's going to maintain a solid song. And you never see this, Major. 35 seconds and 0 right now, and it looks like Team Ricochet going to get the entire time available to them on that P1.
Yeah, what a chunk of P1 that is. At least Vitalize have now got a lot of control ready for the next hill. Cruz is going to be watching over the push over towards that P5 side. They've got to be careful, though, because Fudzy's on the pinch, and Fudzy? I'm getting hungry. Fudzy manages to grab one pick before he does get traded out. Vitalize still looking to try and progress over towards the map, and there's another kill that comes through from Cruz. So now, can Ricochet punch their way in? 15 seconds have been accumulated so far from Vitalize, and Vital is going to be soaking up some more important time. The contest comes through from Clousy. Can he get the pick? No, he can't. He will fall. So too will Vital, though, eventually, with the trades that come through from Team Ricochet. And at the moment, they're making it look relatively scrappy on this hill, but they are still soaking up little bits of time here and there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vitalize doing well to take 20 seconds nearly on that hill, but it's going to be Team Ricochet. They're just looking to try and challenge without losing spawns, and you can see that player in player 6 in Zhao Cruz already thinking about that P3, and there's going to be number 3, Ross J, looking to cut down, but Cruz does a great job, and it's something we've seen him do time and time again. He's so very effective over towards this beach, and he proves it again as he drops BB Connor, and that's going to give him the opportunity to not just get onto the hill, he's going to have some Overwatch as well. Although that is a huge kill from Clousy, he is going to have to deal with that player. One more shot required. Is he going to deal with him? Yeah, Clousy manages to get the drop, and Vitalize Esports have brought this back to well below about 17, 16 seconds, so huge contest going in. A Major, this is something we don't often see, a contest on P3.
Yeah, they've done both teams really did a good job of actually keeping the man on the hill alive. But subsequently, Team Ricochet, they do just about enough there to slowly start to push their way through. They've got to be careful now, Vitalize, because they do not want to start spawning on the other side of the map. Oh, Clousy, a little bit of wind net at the top of P1 as he looks to try and work his way towards the next hill. And now they do spawn up all in the back, Vitalize. They aren't going to spawn out, and it's now going to be a long old trek here for the boys of Team Ricochet. They've still got 10 seconds, though, to group up and get ready to go. Connor is going to try and command a bit more control down this right-hand side of the map. But a stronghold on P3 now requires Vitalize to hold a P4.
Yeah, they've done a good job. They're going to be, I mean, it's not the widest spread. They probably could push someone out to get a little bit of information over towards middle map, but they've played it cautious, and this is going to require big kills. They can't afford really to lose anyone, because they lose a player like they've just done on one side. That's going to allow the boys in purple to potentially push around. We do see a few kills go the way, but BB Connor still causing problems over towards this front side, and the boys in Team Ricochet quite happy to try and push from the front. Big kill needed. Connor goes big. Doesn't get the second kill though, Major, and this is still a big fight over towards this P4. Vitalize going to bring this back within 25 seconds now. Robbie Nevo still on the hill.
Yeah, still a sizable amount of time here, and this is going to bring them pretty much back to even. So
look at that spawn, man. What's going on there?
Has managed to get... I'm not sure if it was a spawn. I assume it was, or maybe he worked a wonder. I wasn't quite keeping tabs on that, but if he was getting that spawn, my god, the COD gods are watching over him, because he's now in a really awkward spot. But nice work there from Connor. He's still going strong. 12 and 6 at the moment. Really looking to lock down even more lanes. Can he get another one onto Vital? The ego chout isn't going to come through. Just waiting for those players to push up as he just pre-fires the corner, but he does get taken down. But subsequently, Ross gets a pick, and his teammate Klausy helps him out to grab one as well. And Nevo, meanwhile, on a 5 streak. We talk about the importance of them on this map. Pablo makes it 6. Can he make it 7? No, Connor, again, another big kill from him.
Yeah, huge moment right there as we see this battle go underneath the stock building, and that is huge. Resi going to take up this battle position to try and get picks, tags up the player. That should be a pretty easy shot there as Robbie Nevo cleans up Klausy. Fudzy with a beautiful nade though as he takes the bonnet straight off João Cruz. And this P5, I mean, every hill so far has been either a battle of attrition, you know, huge contest going out, but Team Ricochet just managing to do enough. 105 to 99, game couldn't be closer. You know, that P4 really set the cat among the pigeons for Vitalize, who were able to get back. There was a nice solid hold, and we're going to see this P1. They've got a beautiful setup for it so far. Number 8 though in Resi has got to get himself into a decent position, and Major, that is a solid hold on P1 right now. Team Ricochet will do well to be able to push through into this, what could be a butcher house right now.
Yeah, Klausy's got some good timing though. Can he get up in time? No, he can't. He's going to get taken down. Nevo will grab him. Ross though, still lurking. Oh, I thought for a second he might get the second as well onto Resi. But it's still Vitalize in the hill. Still soaking up a lot of time here for this. And BB Connor takes down one. Connor with a second as well. Vital, is it going to be the same outcome for him as well? He looks as though he might cut down even more as Connor, 3 in quick succession, will grant Team Ricochet, again, more control of P1, more important time. And with 20 seconds remaining, they're going to push this lead out again even more. It looks as though Vitalize, they're not even going to really opt to go for too much of a heavy contest on this one.
Man, tantalizingly close to tying the game up and taking a short lead for Vitalize Esports, who pushed everything they could to P1. A solid hold, but just not able to hold on at all. And Team Ricochet going to take a really big chunk of you couldn't really call it scrap time, Major. That was 31 seconds of solid kill time, and they are now got themselves again close to a 40-second lead. It is going to be Vitalize on this P2, dude, trying to do a good job, but Rush J going to cause absolute mayhem as he takes 2 players off the hill, and it is back to Team Ricochet with a little bit of control, but we got that player just outside. You can see him just to the other side of the tank. This is going to be a huge moment right here for the team in blue. They get a couple of picks, but again, they've still got to deal with 2 players in BB Connor. And I do believe it was Fudzy also outside as the rest of Team Ricochet start to flood in. 159 to 127. This hill has been largely, you know, unchallenged at all. It's been a wild hill. Vitalize still not able to capitalize on what has been a really nice slaying performance. They've gone toe-to-toe with Vitalize Esports, but they've not, again, you pointed it out, they've not really been able to turn it into much effective time and finally get back on. They're going to take some scrap time, but this is going to be a big P3 in this second rotation, Major.
Yeah, and Cruz, he's going to try and make the big brain play again. Out the back he goes. Going to try and potentially block some spawns here. Can he get Connor out the hill? Connor spots him. Connor with the 6th sense again. Regardless of how many wines he's deep, he manages to get the pick and he stays alive on the hill. And now Nevo looks as though he's going to try and do the same thing. Can Connor stay down for long enough here? He's getting tagged up left, right, and center. And meanwhile, Resi is also managing to work his way towards streaks. But number 3, Ross, comes through in the nick of time. And oh, it's actually going to be a team nade from Vital that actually takes him down. And this is really big time here for Team Ricochet on this hill. The players spawning in the back, which more importantly means, Pablo, where are Vitalize going to be looking to try and go towards the next hill, because at the moment they might get this time, but they don't have the next rotation as of yet.
Yeah, and already João Cruz starting to think about that problematic P4. He is going to push from the front though, and this is going to be a huge fight as he comes up to BB Connor. He's going to need to get that pick, but BB Connor again with the 6th sense going around the back. He's read this flank almost perfectly. This is going to be a huge fight. João Cruz, the Portuguese phenom, manages to get the kill. This could be monumental for Vitalize Esports aspirations of getting a game 5, but again it's going to be João needing a big kill. João Cruz gets it again, and Major is now a 16-second game as we hit P4 in this second rotation. My mind has been blown. Vital on the hill.
Vitalize, they're making it work now. Resi will finally fall with 8 in a row, but more importantly, you'll see it on the screen. I believe. No, he doesn't. I swear it said 8 in a row. He doesn't have a glide bomb, so that's bizarre. I thought for a second he would have surely had streaks, but he doesn't. No streaks come through for Resi. There's confirmation of it there.
He invested really quick. Did he invest the glide?
I'm pretty sure he didn't, unless I'm going deaf. I'm pretty sure he didn't use the glide bomb, but now they're still fighting from the front here. Team Ricochet, they are doing a really good job of this. They've got the boys in Vitalize spawning out the back, and at the moment, Connor has gone into God mode at the moment as he manages to get another couple of kills, and the frantic rotation for the boys of Ricochet, and Vitalize will now go down. But Ricochet in a situation where it looks as though Vitalize might get a big chunk of time from that hill. All of a sudden, Ricochet, they managed to pick up what remains of it and managed to push the lead out even more.
And they've managed to transition across the docks building without any real push. And now it is going to be Vitalize finally getting on kill. But they need to get players out or they're going to get dominated from middle boat. And without any kind of possible presence over towards this, you're going to see Klausy doing exactly what he needs to do and get these picks. It's going to be important right now if Rezi can get into boat at all and try and get some mid-boat control. This is going to be huge for the aspirations of Vitalize. It can't be one on this, but you cannot allow Team Ricochet to get onto this hill with 30 seconds still available. This is huge now. Fudzy's going to go big. He gets dropped. Huge kill by Robbie Nevo. And now it can't be won on this hill. This is going to go to the third rotation.
But this is big time here. Vitalize, they realise the importance. They need to get these players off the hill. Can the trades come through? Klausy, there's a big kill. It's only going to be his 16th, but it's a big one nonetheless. Can the nade come through from Ross to land on the bonds of the man that's on the scrap time? No, it can't. So it will be Rezi getting a few more absolute golden seconds for the boys in blue. They are winning gunfights, but can they win those all-important ones to P1? The rotation is now complete. Team Ricochet, they are locked in position. Can Vitalize get through? 20 seconds remain now for Vitalize to keep their dreams alive, and Fudzy at the moment is just cutting through them one at a time. Every dream of Vitalize here to potentially lift this trophy is slipping away by the wayside. They have got one last go at this. Fudzy at the moment is having absolutely none of it as he cuts through absolutely everyone. Pistol and assault rifle galore, and it is going to be a Ricochet win in the grand final. They will be crowned your ACCL Season 3 champions. Vitalize, to be fair to them, commiserations. They made them work for it.
Oh my days, right to the wire one more time, but Fudzy Malone is there at the end. A turret that will not be stopped, decimating Vitalize Esports' opportunity again to take another ACCL crown, and Team Ricochet have managed to get the ACCL Division 3 title. Unbelievable performance. The bracket reset heroics of Vitalize Esports, not enough in the end, and it is, I guess you call him the in-game captain, but Fudzy Malone at the end there with some huge shots, and that's going to give them the 3-1 in what has been an absolutely dramatic double bracket final. And major, times our breath has been taken away, but a huge performance from that team of people. And we've got to say, hats off to one Kieran, the guy who runs Team Ricochet, will be going absolutely insane right now.
Yeah, so I can literally picture Kieran's voice now going absolutely mental. GG's there to both teams. It was a hell of a grand final, and again, when you look at the scores on some of these maps, it's a shame that we do have to have one team that takes the win and one team that doesn't, but it is going to be the boys of Team Ricochet that finally get it done, and they can finally go on Twitter and give it a bit of back to those lads. And oh my goodness, what a moment there for those boys. Congratulations to them. It is an incredible performance to go all the way through the bracket and come out on top, Pablo. But credit where it's due. Ricochet, they got made to work for that one. It looked bleak, and there you go. I think they owe Mr. BB Connor another bottle of wine for that one, because he helped them get that one over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that guy can drink as much wine as he wants. Unbelievable plays. But really, everyone on board, all 8 players at times, just proven just how good and what kind of quality ACCL Super League can provide. At some point, every player proven, they're worth. Robbie Neville going huge in S&D. Vital and Cruz at times going absolutely massive in respawn game modes. Rezi, the player that we didn't really highlight for Vitalize, putting up some big numbers, but it's just not been enough. Klausy at times getting the most important kills despite going negative. You've got Rush J time and time again in those 1v2s, and then Joker and BB Connor between them. There was basically no difference. Both players putting up huge numbers right on the screen right now. 39 and 30 for Joker in that Bocage, so you can see just how valuable they are. And at the end of the day, it's Fudzy Malone who manages to see things out, and they're going to pocket the £840 of the ACCL Super League Division 3 winnings. And what a performance and what a season it's been, and still so much to look forward to.
Yeah, and huge shout, obviously, I know you won't say it, Pabs, to yourself for joining me on the cast, brother. It is very much appreciated. And a shout out to everyone who has tuned into the games tonight. They have been incredibly good all evening and afternoon long. It's been a hell of a slog, but a thank you to everyone, new and old, who comes through. And that is going to be it from myself and Pablo for Season 3. The next time you'll probably see us doing an ACCL game, I'll probably be able to give this big man a good old kiss on the forehead, because it'll be for that LAN tournament in Sheffield at the beginning of May. But we'll obviously be having some other games potentially to cast in the meantime, and in that meantime we are going to drop Mr. Eric Boom a bit of a raid. Obviously a man who by his standards, you know he's probably kicking himself after that Minnesota land. So if you guys can head over there, show him some love, drop him some take my Vamos in the chat, that'll be very much greatly appreciated. But a huge shout out to everyone who's tuned in. Thank you very much to everyone involved who takes part, and thank you to everyone who tunes in and watches. But that is going to be it from myself and Pablo, and we will see you guys very, very shortly. Hopefully, more of you in person. But thank you very much, guys. We will see you later on.